This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, our top 6 becomes a top 4. We've got back-to-back elimination matches, and Champions Paris is on the line. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 4 of the Stage 2 playoffs, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in the incredible Los Angeles, California. That's right, baby. You're going to get maybe 3 more of those, and then, you know, the season's over, and then you don't have to deal with it much else anymore there. Hell, I'm Golden Boy, by the way. Current person yelling at you. You got Mimi, you have Brent, and we are joined by the one and only a good friend, Coach Fraud from MIBR. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you guys too.
Yeah.
It's nice to be here and kind of see how the sausage is made.
Yeah, you know, you get to see how we do things on this side of the field. Now, of course, we have 2 analysts, and we also have a coach here. These guys are experts in all things Valorant. So what we decided to do was a little warm-up, all right? Test our knowledge with a game of History Guesser. Yes. And now, we're going to show a classic round from America's playoffs history. Remember, America's playoffs history. So,
any year.
Pretty much any year. But it is going to be extremely zoomed in. So here is our first one. Let's go ahead and run it. Let's see what we got. Okay.
Oh. Okay, so it's a sunset clip.
Yeah. 1v2. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the. Oh, never mind.
It's a raise alone against Leviathan.
Against Leviathan. Dude,
Okay.
I do not
Do you have any
remember
inklings?
Boostio.
Oh, it's 100 Thieves. Boostio's on the team at this point.
Wait, was this when was this? Didn't they? Oh my gosh.
I do not remember.
This is 23. I want to say.
You want to say 23?
Yeah.
Actually, I want to say 24.
Was that last boss?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
the
I didn't
last
see the
boss
last boss
showed up.
part. Okay.
Okay.
So 24.
Bro,
So
don't
24.
look at me.
Playoffs
I
24.
got it right in rehearsals. That means I'm not going to get any of these right now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go, big brain.
Boss against 100 Thieves. Asuna.
Was that?
This is lost media.
Didn't someone get eliminated? Wait, wasn't that like an elimination game?
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I think that was like upper semis.
Upper semi?
I would say upper semis because I'm pretty sure Lev had almost a perfect run in the playoff run.
Oh,
they won last year.
Yes.
So my guess would be semifinals.
Okay.
I don't think it was upper finals.
All right. Let's see. Let's see if Fraud is right. And the answer is, and of course,
have no
the play.
Upper semis.
Upper semis,
Hey.
season,
You're
stage
on
1
it.
playoffs.
Okay, 1 HP against Icebox. Just owns it.
Okay.
Very
Okay.
nice.
All right. All right. Well done.
I don't
well
remember
done.
that happening.
Just so you guys know, if you guys don't get this next one right, you've lost your job. Just an
That's fine. I'm
FYI,
cool with that.
you're going to get fired. It's
Yep.
okay. Great,
Nice
great,
little
great.
break in
All
there.
right, we have one more. We have one more. Let's go ahead and see what this clip is. All right.
Okay, Ascent, Deadlock.
Ascent.
So it's a Cypher Deadlock team playing against, it looks like a default comp team playing retake. It's Crew.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone with a Guardian in this corner.
Is this G2? No.
Oh, another Lev.
Lev?
Another Lev clip.
It's all Lev all day.
Okay.
I mean, it's a Lev Tex
Guys,
Ace.
it's a Tex Aces in this one. I remember this. It was from. Who was on the other team?
Crew.
I think
it was
that
like,
might
was
have
MTA on
also been 2024
Yeah.
playoffs.
2024?
I'm going to say first round of playoffs 2024.
This guy's memory.
Holy, let's see
first round
if
of
Fraud
playoffs.
is right. Roll it. And it is America's Stage 2 playoffs lower final.
Oh, fine.
Oh, okay. I actually remember this round, the Guardian play. Okay.
Wow,
That was sick.
okay.
To win a bonus. That was when it went 5 maps. I think Lev went on to the finals after that, and yeah, pretty sick round.
Okay, not bad. All right, we got, you know, we got good little scene setter here. We're good, all right? But
I
worry.
don't know if me and Brent are keeping.
I don't think 2024 happened.
No?
That
my
was a
head,
year
yeah.
that existed, yes.
All those clips were from 2024, right?
Yes.
I don't think that year happened for me. I don't remember any of that.
Where were you
Didn't happen
mentally?
for MIBR either.
Yeah, that's true.
1-9.
That's true. actually. That's very true.
All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about what happened on our stage yesterday, right? We closed things out with 100 Thieves, eliminating evil geniuses from the competition. We were hoping to see, Bren, a little bit of fight from the EG boys. And even though we had some moments there where EG were trying to, you know, rally rally the troops, get things back going. It was 100 Thieves holding on to that steering wheel, not letting go.
I was a believer on Corrode for a little bit. I really did want to see them do it, but I think they shot themselves in the foot, not ban and bind, honestly. And we'll see if the same mistakes are made today. I doubt it, because it's going to be a little bit later on. I think Cloud9 have been pretty intelligent with their map vetoes so far in this playoffs. They've been hiding maps and been trying to play them as pocket picks, so I think they're putting a lot of thought into that one, but yeah.
But earlier on, we had Lev versus Crew, and this had big stakes for you, Frog. What was it like watching this, knowing that if Crew lose, you get your spot at champs?
It was definitely really strange because, I mean, throughout my whole life in esports, I've never qualified for a tournament, just sitting at home watching. So it was kind of like that
easiest day at work ever.
Really, it was. But I mean, honestly, it was very stressful and very nervous. I kind of felt like how maybe all of our parents feel like when they're watching us play. Because when we play, we're in at least control of what's going on. We're too focused on what's happening to really focus on some of the things that go on. But when you're watching a game, it was very nerve-wracking for us. And even watching Icebox streaming, he was just like trying to curse us the whole time. Like, we're going to Paris. He's on TripAdvisor looking at the best brunch spots. And it's like the score's 11-5, and then Dante Dios gets the 3K on CD.
I mean, it looked like a comeback there.
I was thinking it could have happened again, honestly. The Lev choke, perhaps. I mean,
of
we
course.
were thinking it.
But hey, good news. Good news is because of that, MIBR is going to champs. So even though you just had to sit at home, chill out, well, not chill, sweat a little bit at the edge of your seat watching the game, you're going to Paris. How's the boys feeling? How's the team feeling? I'm sure you guys have talked when that went through.
Yeah, we were celebrating a little bit yesterday. I mean, it was just a really good moment for us. We obviously were aware of our struggles going into the second split, but we felt like overall we had a really strong year, that this is something that we earned, It wasn't something that we just were gifted or invited to. So we feel really happy about that. And especially since we finished our last couple games of the season with some really good momentum, we're really hoping to just continue practicing and not have that embarrassment of Toronto happen in Champions.
How much does that motivate you, knowing you have that second chance, and especially considering that it's going to be the only Brazilian team attending Champions in a world where there might not have even been one Brazilian team if Corrode went on a run?
I mean, it is definitely more added pressure, but for us, we feel like that's something that we understand it comes with the territory, and we feel like this is kind of like a gift from God that, we didn't qualify, we didn't make it ourselves there, but we earned it through the point system, and we're going to take this opportunity and run with it for sure.
And second chances like this don't come often, right?
It's like the EG thing that happened. If it wasn't for MIBR beating 100 Thieves, EG would never made playoffs, and then they ran with their opportunity and won champions. So for us, we're kind of going down that same vibe that we should not have been here technically in our minds, but we're here, so we're going to give it our all.
Do you think it decreases pressure at all? Do you feel like you're playing with house money at all? It's like, hey, there's a world where we didn't even make it. Now we just have this chance to put it all out there for one last shot.
Yeah, I mean, we benefit, and I'm sure a lot of teams benefit from being seen as the underdog. We were going into some of the tournaments early in the year being a little bit more of a favorite outside of G2 and Sentinels, even to Toronto. So after getting destroyed in Toronto and a couple games this split, we feel like we're in a much better situation where hopefully people are going to underestimate us, think we're a terrible team going into Champions, and we're going to prove them wrong.
Nice. Well, hey, man, looking forward to seeing what MIBR can do in Paris. Is going to be awesome, of course. Always great to see Icebox at Champions as well. So wouldn't have felt right without him. But let's go ahead and recenter ourselves on the current competition at hand, right? Still got plenty more playoffs left to play here. Now, you got G2 and Sen. Those guys are going to be all a little cooped up in the upper bracket finals. We'll, of course, see those guys later on. But we have 4 squads left in the lowers, and they are fighting for that last spot, which actually has made everything very exciting, in my opinion, because, don't get me wrong, it was always going to be exciting, but now it's like, Brent, you just have one spot to grab, and you have these 4 teams that are on the schedule today. They're fighting for that.
Whoever can go the furthest at this point, basically. I mean, you got teams as well that have been there from the very beginning of the lower bracket, and we're seeing if they can complete the whole run. Leviathan as a team as well that are just looking to see if they can go that extra mile as a squad. I mean, I've been very excited to watch a lot of the growth of the teams in Stage 2 so far as well, because a lot of teams just made massive changes, sweeping changes, that is a bit of a gamble, right, heading into it, but it makes for an exciting lower bracket now, where one team is going to make it all the way through, and they're just hoping for that chance to make it a champ.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now it's Sunday. You know what that means. It's time for our Pulsar Flick of the Week, and this one's going to be going to G2's Jonah P for just a filthy 3K that we saw earlier. Catches, oh my God.
Yeah, we were celebrating hard yesterday during these plays. Jonah P saved us yesterday.
Because you were also rooting for G2, right? Because they needed to make the finals, then Crew needed to lose for you all to qualify.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, a lot of things coming together at the right time. No, G2 looked angry in that final map.
Yeah.
They were playing like just a team possessed.
Yeah, they were like, how dare you bring us here? You know, that's kind of the energy I got from that, no pun intended. But seriously, man, Jonah P, incredible stuff. That is your Pulsar Flick of the Week right there. And of course, be with us next week for another one.
Any particular matches you've watched from home that have like inspired you to get really excited to get to compete at Champs again with MIBR?
Yeah, I would say all of them. I mean, we've been watching all the games. I love watching Valorant in general, so I'm always watching. But I'm really excited for this next matchup, Leviathan and Crew, or Leviathan and NRG. The thing is, I want to root for Leviathan, especially because they helped us out yesterday. But NRG is just, in my opinion, they're stepping up really much, like in their game. I feel like NRG was one of the hardest opponents that we faced all year outside of G2 and Sentinels. So I think it's gonna be a really close game. Unfortunately, I think NRG will win. But like I said, either one, I think, are showing a really good game. Just NRG is on another level.
Oh, it's going to be exciting no matter what. But the excitement doesn't stop there, Fraud. You know, because if there's one thing you know about me, it's that you know I like shenanigans. And this time around, we got a good one. It's a fun game. It's called What's That Sound? Now, important thing to note here, I wanted to do What's That Smell, but no one wanted to participate in that game. So my jar of farts didn't work, but it's okay though. It's okay. We got this game instead. So here's what we're gonna do. It's a very difficult game, by the way. We're gonna listen to the sound of an in-game weapon, and then these lovely people are gonna have to guess the skin and the weapon. And by the way, chat, as always, you guys could play as well. I won't see the chat, but feel free, go nuts.
I feel like you'd make a great host of like a Nickelodeon show where the conceit is always someone gets slimed.
Yeah, and I'm actually down with that. Hey guys, can we get slime next season? I would really, that'd be fantastic. Is it in the budget?
Oh, is the sound playing already?
Oh, wait, what was that? Okay.
Oh, I think I know
sheriff.
already. It's the Mage Punk Sheriff.
No shot, really?
I think so.
No, he's actually cooking. I think you're
think it
right.
is.
You can hear like the little electric sound at the end.
Yeah, I got it.
The reload is clearly a sheriff reload.
And then he pops the whole revolver out.
Yeah, you can
This
get
is it might be the Reaver Sheriff too.
All right, what was the skin again?
Reaver has
I
like
think
a
it's called Mage Punk.
like a hunting
Mage
like
Punk?
sound to it.
All right, let's see what the
I think
skin
you're right.
is. Or what the weapon and skin is, and it is Miss
Bloom.
Bloom Sheriff.
Miss Bloom Sheriff.
Close though with the M, you know, I'll take it, I'll take it.
I
All
was
right.
fully bought in, Fraud. You sold me.
I believed.
My bad.
All right, let's play our next sound. Let's see what we have here.
No, what is that?
Oh, that's an Odin. Wait, that.
That's a robot making footsteps.
It's actually KO walking.
Odin or Ares? Or...
Wait, but that also could be a Vandal because it's a single shot and then.
No, it's like winding up.
And no, do you hear how it increases the fire rate?
Yeah.
That's Ares or Odin.
Yeah, it's winding up a little.
I think it might be Ares.
Yeah.
Okay.
What skin is it?
The rate of fire sounds too low to be Odin. I
All
don't know.
right. So what skin would it be?
I don't know
That
the skin
I
name,
don't
but
know.
it looks like it sounds like that Battlefield inspired looking one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the realistic-y looking.
Yeah.
I forget the name of that
Okay,
line.
forgot it.
I'm gonna go Glitch Pop Odin.
Glitch Pop Odin.
I don't know why. I'm just throwing it out there.
That's my
Ares.
favorite skin. All right, let's do this. What do we have?
I'm just guessing on Ares.
Sovereign Odin.
There's no
Odin.
way we're
But it
getting
wasn't
this,
Odin.
man.
It wasn't Odin though.
It wasn't Odin, but like, what
They're
is
trolling
this?
us with those like single bursts.
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
yeah. It's
That's
deceptive.
so hard.
Who the hell has ever used a Sovereign Odin before? When has anybody ever heard that?
That's from Sovereign, like the second line.
Let's run it. Let's see this next one. Oh,
It's the
That's
like
an op.
alien-looking off, like the green one. I forget what it's called. Is it gun? Like Gun?
Or something, or Spaniel?
It's like it's green. It has like a ray gun effect when it shoots.
I gotta- I gotta-
oh, does it? It looks like the old 80s.
Yeah, like an arcade gun.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Jam Blaster.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know the dang name of the skin.
That's
but
what I'm getting from this.
Okay, all
I gotta
right.
turn up my pack. Hold on.
Okay, Brent, I don't know if it's gonna
Keep playing,
happen.
keep playing.
Okay, keep. He's really intently listening here.
No, I don't know. I don't have a clue.
Come on, man,
I don't
we're
know.
all
I don't
silent
know.
for you.
I don't have a clue.
All
I
right,
don't have a
run it,
clue.
run
It's
it,
an
run it.
operator.
Let's see what it is. We know it's an operator, and the skin is bubblegum.
It's the new one. I knew they were going to do the new one. I knew they were going to troll us with this. This came out like 2 days ago, bro.
Bubblegum
How are we
Death
going to get
Wish.
this? How are we going to get this?
Bubblegum.
We've been working since the skin line came out. How did we have time
How
to...
does one get the bubblegum Death Wish? That's a.
It came out like 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you have it. We suck. We're trash at that. But we got the weapons. So
not
I'm going to
bad.
give us half points for that.
Wait,
Wait, you
okay.
ominous person in the sky. You can't do that every time. Okay, I guess you can. All right. Well, in any case, let's go ahead and get into our first elimination match of the day. We got Leviathan going up against NRG. Now, of course, this is going to be a rematch from week 3. Now, NRG did manage to pick up a 2-1 victory there. So Leviathan, of course, looking for revenge here, Mimi. We'll see whether that comes to fruition.
Fraud, you've talked a lot about how impressed you've been with NRG this season. What do you think they've improved the most in? Like, what facet of the game impresses you the most for NRG?
I think what I would say is like the element of surprise in what they do. They've gone from one of the easiest teams to read to one of the most difficult teams to read, at least from my perspective. I think that before, when they were focused too much on anti-stratting, they didn't have an identity as a team. Now that they don't really anti as much, it seems like they come really prepared. They have tons of setups. Scuba, he's a very dynamic player. I loved having him when I was in Kansas City Pioneers. So it's like they're just constantly showing different setups, different plays, different fakes and stuff. So I think that they've gone from being one of the easiest readed teams in the league to one of the most difficult teams to read in the league.
Yeah. What's your read on Lev as well?
Lev, they're playing a very good game. They have a very slow, kind of patient game, but I think that's the kind of style that NRG likes to play against because they have that FPS discipline. They know how to use their utility. So Leviathan, like they're a strong team. King destroyed us. Sato's been playing amazing. Okeanos has been destroying too. But I think when you're looking at such a high stakes match like today, firepower is going to help, but really the team game plans, strategies, counter strategies, all that is really going to become a big factor, and I think NRG has the upper hand there.
Yeah, no, fair point, fair point. Good reads there, of course, from Coach Fraud. Now, let's go ahead and hear from the rookie Sato over on Leviathan. Elizabeth spoke with him ahead of today's matchup.
Now, Sato, in your game yesterday, we saw you popping off verbally. You were shouting across the stage. We saw many replay packages with that. Okeanos brought up that's not quite you. You know, that's not the Sato that we're used to. What has sparked this change?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's just the rivalry between the two teams, the two orgs. It just overtook my body at the moment. Honestly, I haven't really liked the boys from Crew, so it just happened naturally, you know.
Okay. Well, best of luck today.
Now we are joined by Sideshow. We traded out Fraud and we brought in Sideshow. I know.
Boo, boo,
Yeah, boo this man. That's amazing that you got booed by the ominous person in the sky. It's amazing.
I'll leave if you like.
All right, well, let's go ahead and keep the conversation moving about Sato here, because, you know, the last that we got a Sato-Mata face-off, right, there was 143 freaking kills dropped between the two of them, Bren. That's a lot of nuts.
That's a lot of nuts, man. That's a lot of nuts. That's a lot of nuts, dude. The Mata versus Sato thing. That one's for all the 40-year-olds watching the broadcast.
Yeah. Anyone who enjoyed Kung Pao.
Who is him, though?
Who is him?
You only get to pick one. Who is him?
Who is him? I think Sato right now is playing like one of the best in the world when it comes to his Yoru,
Okay.
I would say. And I think just mechanically, though, that's the thing about both of these teams. You got a parallel between them because both of them do have these rounds that get pulled out of nowhere by Sato and Mata. They actually turn the tide of the fight in rounds that look unwinnable. They make it very exciting to watch, I think, when you're watching them play, because Mata will turn the tide. Same with Sato, and they've got that mechanical ability in them. But these teams are not just defined by their star players popping off as well. They've also been evolving in every other aspect of the game on top of it.
Yeah. The thing for me, man, is that Mata, firstly, he said he was him. Don't know if you remember that. He actually did proclaim that he was him after he got his 3rd ace. And he also had 3 aces in one game. The guy's insane, Mimi. He's so freaking good.
Yeah, but it's the same with Sato.
True.
These teams are so similar in that they've just like dug deep in trying to find the fresh young talent that they can pull out and reinvent themselves in the mid-season. Both of them picking someone up ahead of stage 2 that has really changed the team identity and helped to reinforce this kind of late stage run that these teams have been going on.
Yeah, but one thing, though, to keep in mind is that one of the individuals that Sato does attribute to a lot of his success now that he's been on Leviathan is the IGL of Lev, and that's King. He attributes a lot of success for bringing him into the team so fluidly, but on top of that, the guy has been playing so well, Sideshow. He continuously is a force for this squad, and he finds those kills in those necessary rounds sometimes.
I think he gets overlooked a little bit as one of the most impactful players in America's history.
Yeah.
When you look at what he's done domestically across like years, even domestically when he was within LATAM too. He's been extraordinarily good. Super big fragger, got great reads on certain teams that he plays against as well. I think particularly when he plays against Crew. I think he's going to get tested today, though, very heavily because of what Frod was saying. NRG are a tough team to call against.
He's also done that on so many different roles, playing some of the Viper, playing the Omen and other different smoke agents. Back in the day, he was always a Raze player. This guy has always flexed to what the team needed most, and no matter what role that is, he's always putting up excellent numbers on top of being a strong caller and also helping to make those rookie players like Sato and Oki so comfy on this team.
My favorite aspect, I think, though, about King's calling is that he's willing to take that high-risk, high-reward play in really tense moments as well as a caller. I mean, just so many iconic moments over his entire career, but it's like, I don't know, he's got that fire and passion of LATAM, and you can almost see it in his calling where it's not cool, calm, and collected at times. It gets frantic, it gets messy, but they thrive in it sometimes off the back of the calling.
He's the leader that'll go forward and make the play that's going to inspire the rest of the team instead of just sitting back and trying to orchestrate.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been just a rock for this team, right? And he's been there for so long. But then on the other side today, I think is actually quite fascinating because there is a little bit of a comparison there between Sam, who's also been a stalwart member of this NRG lineup for a very long time now. And he's also had some incredible moments. I think it's funny, right? You want to look at the duelist Sideshow all the time and be like, oh, these are the guys that are popping off. But really, the support is always there to back up and sometimes even out-frag those duelists in some of these maps.
The Smoke v Smoke matchup in particular between King and Som is awesome to watch. It's going to be amazing for this game. And when you're looking at like individuals who have to perform, I think NRG, it's Mada and Som. They literally have to. Like, I don't see NRG winning unless both of them are dropping big amounts of kills. 0.9 KPR on a Smokes player is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
crazy.
So, yeah, all credit to Som. He really has been fantastic.
Yeah, truly, like, NRG have found something, kind of like what Coach Frod was saying, right? They have found an identity, they have held on to it, and now they want to continue to build on it. But let's go ahead and see what's going on with NRG because Mada had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth earlier on today.
Now, Mada, we got to talk about the Bonkar effect. He was here during kickoff, was not here during stage 1, but he came back for stage 2. When he arrived back for stage 2, what was like the first thing he wanted to focus on to fix?
I think he's really good at bringing the team together and making everyone kind of more like a family. And that kind of thing is very important, like the team chemistry aspect of things. I think all credit to Bonkar, honestly. Like, he's very good at that. And also, he has like his own system, and he's very good at getting everyone on the same page in game about like a lot of things. So yeah.
Best of luck today.
I think you can really tell that Bonkar's got a good system with this squad. Remember that there were tumultuous times for NRG early on. They had him, then he was sat on the bench for a while, and then he's come back in. But since that first round loss to 100 Thieves in this stage, they've got great barrier ideas, like their game plans at the start and their ideas of how they're going to condition certain areas of the map and then pivot in different directions have been good. I think the defense sides in particular have looked incredibly strong, honestly, with or without Bonkar too. It's just been an area where this team has huge amounts of success, sent them good crossfires and anchoring deep. They don't need to get too aggro. They just let you run up against the brick wall.
I think it's one of the best signs as well of a coach's impact is how well put together a team's defensive half is, because that is all prior planning, right?
Yeah.
It's how you're moving your sentinels around the map, ensuring that you have no gaps in terms of how spread you are across the map, and whether or not you're introducing cool ideas, like how a player is going to be playing off of each other. Do you have a Euro taking contact, and then once that happens, it triggers some other play that goes on. That's a lot of legwork that gets put in on a tactical side by like the whole team, but also mainly the coach as well. and that impact shines on the defense half for NRG. You can see it just in that win rate. What was it, 64%?
64, yeah.
So, yeah.
The Corrode versus G2 was a great example of that for me specifically. They did such a good job of moving Mata around to different areas of the map and having different Sentinel setups behind him while managing to hide different setups with like the same start of round ideas and just showing a lot of depth. That was a long half against a team like G2, who tends to be really good at finding that adaptation, but NRG, they always stayed a step ahead and managed to get a great performance on that side.
But that was the defensive side. But let's actually shift the conversation over to the other side of the field here, and you got the attacking side. And sometimes you see those moments of brilliance, but they have struggled on this one.
Now, I'd like to start with some positives.
Sure.
They do have good barrier ideas. Like their round 1, round 3, round 5, like set play ideas, I think are quite good. I think they're also very good at their execs, and I think they're also very good at having like fakes on those execs. And now Mimi will take over.
I will take over, and I will say that when those initial ideas fail and they get shut down on an exec, or they have to slow the game down and play much more of a mid-round style, that's when this team fails. I don't think when they're playing slow, the macro is as strong. I think the strongest point of this team is preset ideas, and they really start to struggle against teams that are going to poke at you on defense and retake space and figure out where you are on the map ahead of time. They're just not as good at that part of the game. So where I worry about them is when they get away from those preset ideas, have to play that slower mid-round, and that's where they fail. That Binds, where they got crushed by G2, was an excellent example.
Yeah, when they get pulled into spots that are not comfortable, like you haven't scrimmed this scenario before because a team is contact pushing through spawn or whatever it might be, that's where the struggles might lie. And genuinely, that almost stylistically matches up with Leviathan with their calling. Sometimes they do just call these random rounds that they're going to make a play happen, and the whole team is on board. They've been really honing, I think, their ability to play off of each other in these weird scenarios with zero hesitancy. Whereas you still see that hesitancy in NRG, I think, with their calling, trying to make sure they're all on the same page. But Josh is looking like, okay, he's pondering.
I'm just pondering it because I
Monkey with the finger in his mouth.
I'm considering your analysis, and you know what? I'm finding it to be fairly valid.
Okay.
Very good.
That's good. I don't know how Josh has twisted the narrative to be the positive one, though. That's what's messing with my head.
I'm the positive one.
It's crazy.
I love Valorant. Let's go. Let's go Valorant. Woo!
Go Valorant.
You know what, though? Something I do want to highlight is you guys are talking about when NRG gets disrupted on some of those plays and how it kind of slows things down for them. It does make me think about seeing how many rounds have we seen Sato or Oki just go for it. If there's an opening, they're going to go for it. And especially in those pistol rounds as well. Because Sideshow, I think the big thing for NRG they need to be mindful of is they cannot let them get going early on. Because I think if Lev gets going, it becomes trouble.
See, this is crazy because Lev's pistol round win rate is astonishingly high. You see it there against Crew, but just all stage.
Even in general, I think it might be higher than 67.
All stage has been absolutely ridiculous, just like Brent's saying. But when I think about the best players on pistol rounds, I'm thinking about Mada. Mada is exceptionally good, almost a kill per round. I think it was like 0.97 or something KPR on pistols, making him one of the best pistol players in the world. They're also good at preset ideas, which is what pistol is all about. It's about picking a preset idea out of a batch and trying to figure out what your opponents are doing. So I'm thinking, like, they have the tools to be able to go toe-to-toe with Lev. It just, Lev have just got some magic that is working for them this stage.
Just behind G2 in terms of pistol round win rate.
And G2 has been, like, unbelievable in pistols this stage.
It's not bad for NRG though, is it?
And I think that comes back to your point you're making about Bonkar and these pre-prepped ideas and like the strats they're running off barrier. I think that's where this team is also shining in their way to win pistol rounds, whereas I think it has been more the individual brilliance that have been winning so many Lev pistols.
Yeah.
They have clutched a lot of pistols. Like, did King win something like a 1v4 in a pistol recently?
It's been some crazy business. But more so than almost any other series, I think, this is going to be defined in terms of who wins each map, probably by the pistol rounds. Round 1, round 13. They're already impactful enough, but Lev have been attributing a ton of their success in games and their wins upon basically winning that, maybe converting a bonus as well. And so for NRG, keeping a look at that, I think, those opening rounds, more so than any other matchup that we've seen so far, the pistol rounds are so damn important.
I'd also like to just point out that on a similar note, what King has been really good at is identifying what other teams are going to do with their ults. You'll see him like, when the other team has Omen ult, for example, he'll be like starting the round in spawn, ready ready to break it, or like, you know, those kind of things where he's already anticipating what the other team's going to do. That is crucial against an NRG team that has set ideas off rip.
That's a good note there. Well, guys, we discussed the matchup. Let's see what the predictions are. Who is picking who? And would you look at that? Whoa, the 100. I did not expect the Cloud 900 Thieves one.
Two NRG Predators.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I really thought there'd be more
surprising.
than just me and Liz going for NRG. I think they're the on-paper favourites.
I went with NRG this morning, and then I won't gonna lie, I cheated. I looked at the map veto, and I switched to Leviathan. So I'm not going to tell you what it is, because we're going to see what the map veto is. But I swapped it back based off that, but I am surprised that no one else has gone for NRG.
Yeah, I'm also shocked. And I know that we're not going to talk about it later, but no one picked 100 Thieves.
Okay, yeah.
NRG, 60%. The people went with
They played
NRG.
a really
We went
close
with
game
Lev.
against
Josh,
G2.
you're all about positivity. Why are the people right?
The people are so smart. The wisdom of the crowd. Our viewers are the smartest viewers out
right.
there.
So
Look,
smart.
I go into other esports chats. They're idiots.
Yeah.
They have no clue what they're doing. But our viewers, hold on.
Okay.
IQ 230.
Pause.
You're all
The 39.6%, what do you say to them?
You've got some work to do, okay? but you're on the right path. At least you've tuned into VCT Americas, where you're going to learn,
Good
okay?
start.
That's right.
Good
That's
start.
right. You're here, and that's all that matters, okay? We'll talk about your issues later on. But in any case, though, folks, that is going to do it for our pre-show here. We got two exciting matches today, and of course, two teams are going to be eliminated. Their champions' journey will end here. Only one of these four teams, though, will make it to Paris. Which squad has what it takes? Day 4 of playoffs starts right now.
I think going lower bracket's a lot of pressure now because it's like just one elimination basically, but I think we should be good and we just got to focus game by game.
Brock will have a very nice angle. No one's looking his way. Brock can start to farm up those orbs. 3 kills for him on the round.
I think NRG look more polished. I feel like they're very quick to react to things. That's something we're definitely going to have to adapt and like be on our toes about.
Has given Jog an angle, trying to get back in the sight, slipping in from Market Easier. No one's looking at him. That's stunned though, and NRG turned it around.
Last time Sato played really well against us. The rookies have been playing really well together. I feel like they're actually like feeling themselves now.
Se viene la retoma, busca con la tumba diva, Sato no parar. Encuentra la vía de Messer, se lo lleva. Es un 5 en contra de 3, pero Masino responde. Okeano se pone una. Y Sato no perdona con la triple baja. Masino ha caído. Es el número 11 para Lev.
I think if they're coming and shooting, it's going to be really hard, but I feel like we are the better team, so we should be good. If we lose, I guess our year's over, and that would suck. We're going to try not to lose.
Riot Games Arena, hoy a matar o morir, buscando la RAM perfecta, Leviathan!
Now for Leviathan, every single game, and don't get it twisted, every team is under the same amount of pressure, but Leviathan need to make it to the finals in order to qualify for Champ Sideshow.
That is so crazy.
That is tough.
Not only do they have to beat teams that are on a similar level to them here, like NRG, they've got to take down one of Sen or G2.
Yes.
Whoever gets knocked down to that lower bracket in order to secure a position in Paris. The pressure is on this squad, but they're enjoying being here. It's all smiles for the rookies and such a great experience at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad as well that is having to run it all the way back. If they want to go to champs from the very first round of the lower bracket, they have to complete that run all the way. But I almost feel like I believe them that they can do it. These guys have so much confidence right now. Perhaps it's the ignorance of youth. I don't know. I had it at some point when I was 20.
And let's bring out their opponents fighting for survival. Make some noise for NRG!
And again, we keep talking about the pressure that these teams are feeling here, but the journey both squads have taken very similar as well, right? You got rookies that came into the squad. You got Mata and Scuba joining the lineup there, Brock coming in as well, Mimi having to incorporate these players into the team. And so far, it has been successful for them. Despite them being in the lower bracket, the stocks are high for NRG.
More so than any other organizations, these two in the middle of the season to try and make champions made the investment, tried to find the next next players that are going to ensure the future of their organization. And for NRG, it's a team that had some of the highest expectations heading into the year after doing so well in the offseason. The roster has changed so much since that time, but now their opportunity to make good on that promise and make a run towards champs.
All right, Bren, here are the maps. Here's what you saw ahead of time, you cheater.
This is why I swapped my Pred to Leviathan. That Ascent opener, I think, is really going to test the attack side calling of NRG as a squad. We've already spoken about how, it's been weaker. It's not a high win rate for this team. They are going to get tested in terms of their slow defaults and being able to pick apart Leviathan's double Sentinel Ascent.
Let me give you a counterpoint, though. They've never shown it, so everything is going to be brand new. NRG love doing pops, and this map is often about doing really good site execs off barrier rip. And they don't need to win that many rounds on the attack side because it's a defense-sided map. So they might
starting on defense.
Yeah, their opponent picked it, so they get to start exactly where they want, and they're very good at pistol rounds. If they can win a pistol, snowball defense, that's the route to victory.
Yeah, I mean, the pistol rounds are so damn important in this series. We always highlight them. It is some of the most important rounds in terms of getting that snowball advantage. But between these two teams, where a lot of their core win conditions to win maps comes down to round 1, round 13, more so than any other series.
And you know what's so interesting about this about this match is that the other 2 maps in the series are ones that we've seen in their rematch. The last time they played, and they were mad close. Could have gone either way.
Tex had a really rough series yesterday for Leviathan. He's locking in the chamber to start this one off. This is the map where you're looking to see the redemption from Tex to keep his team alive.
Oh, and pretty basic setup here for NRG.
Basic Ascent.
They are basic Barrys. They love playing double initiator every map. They're out here just running like interesting comps sometimes, but a different style compared to most teams.
Yeah, I mean, the KO is going to help, I think, when they want to try and go for pops and when they get to the attack side, earning up that ult for it against the double Sentinel, but I think the advantage should still go to Leviathan.
All right, everyone, it's all on the line for both of our teams. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters for this one. 2 of my favorite unks, just like me. It's Riv and Vansili.
Thank you so much, GB, and the pressure is mounting for both of these teams now. Another elimination match, and the pressure continues to mount for the rookies. The most pressure they felt of all for both sides here coming into this game.
And the interesting one is looking at the veto for this BO3 for the elimination game, because the first map of Ascent, they just mentioned on the desk, it hasn't been played since April for the side of NRG. And then they're coming out still with a basic composition, which then tells to me that they haven't really had the official reps yet to play against a double Sentinel that kind of changed things around.
It's time for that Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs as we are now on to Ascent to see that unknown. To see what NRG has been working on, the desk said. It's kind of that taster's choice with just being a little basic in their comp. Feels good, they can run it, they know what it's like. But we do have Tex on that chamber on the other side, still the Vice, the Yoru for Lev to play with, and we'll see how they work that as we get into the game.
Sometimes basic, like taster's choice, it's a quick fix in the morning and it still hits my coffee fix, you know? So going for the basic for NRG, you're hoping that Mata will have a good performance, especially in this pistol round, locking down this B side towards that front. But for Leviathan with this composition, quite standard stuff. Lots of pressure towards this middle first, but the extremity is not really controlled towards this A side. This tells me they might try to finish towards this B side. But NRG has to leverage these double initiators to try to figure out where that early pivot could be.
Have to be a re-clear on B main if NRG decides to keep pushing forward, hearing how much is going to be stampeding behind them through market here. Lev will proc the wall and still look to fight. So actually Scuba and Mata separated now, and Scuba gets very separated from the squad. Tex tears Brock's head off as he looks down mid for just a moment. Oh, the push up, that dash going away. Mata plays it a little bit safer, but he's getting this audio cue. He's actually playing it quite wide. Sees one, almost gets another, but he's finally taken down in the situation as now the rotation comes in for NRG, but Lev likes what they've opened on the map, or like what they have opened on the map now.
Yeah, NRG's too far away for the rotate for now, so it should be an easy plant. Looks like they never really expected for the double entries being the chamber and also the Yoru to just go through that wall and fight from the market and the spawn. So saw him in a tight spot, sandwich towards the lane.
Oh, had to look away for just a moment, thinking he drew another fight. As Ethan, so many corners covered, all the shots aimed at him, and Okeanos will finalize the pistol round in favor of Lev, as they've been doing quite well in playoffs with those.
I love how Ethan just got Kamehameha'd by that flash, which allowed here Leviathan to just hold an easy post plant. But again, that's already a great look in the very beginning for the side of Leviathan. just expecting that. It was very quiet. There's not really anybody looking for pressure towards the middle. They are relying a lot here on Energy's side for the wall to get propped up to react.
Yeah.
But you react too late, you're already inside the pincer maneuver potentially towards that B main.
They gave a lot of space for it. It almost got played on their own wall. Leviathan knowing that's the case, we may see him play with that a little bit more here in a few rounds, maybe towards the bonus to try and go for the throat of an RG in that moment. I think both teams have had a little trouble carrying over their bonus rounds.
Knife could still be pretty good here. I think what I like to see from Ethan always playing this KO, you see on Corrode as well, is just to get not only the information early, but maybe to try to nullify the potential double TP capabilities that Leviathan has now with this composition, and maybe they could pinch him, which they do on Sato, but he gets one at least.
Almost gets out too, so Sheriff goes over, may be able to do some damage, but I think Lev keeps this one at range until we get down to the clock, so they know they spread NRG's defense pretty thin here. Just a quick drone towards A, keeping some eyes and keeping a few players of Energy occupied on that A main area with that audio. Oh, every NRG member. Actually, that late drone draws the rest of the members, and Energy are trying to put those pistols in one spot to do the most damage, and looks like Lev chose correctly here.
I remember the 4-1 we mentioned that Leviathan likes to do as well on the way that they execute around the map. Trying to leverage Calm a lot to sell these fakes, not only as a solo, but as a fade on different maps too. Now they're in prime position also to hold this pulse plan. Only pistols available for the side of Energy. You're just going to try to keep him at bay, do some damage. Hopefully here Tex doesn't escape with the Outlaw and the rest of Leviathan either. There's really only Okeanos in the safest position right now. And you can definitely see here that Energy are not really looking for a way to really pop back into the flood into the B site. They don't really have any flashes to work with outside of what we just heard from the Vice.
They can start trailing over towards Okeanos too. He knows main is clear, and that's their exit, but they're going to find all the members, all the alt pips too, as they take down Energy here on the second round. Everybody up except for one, so not going to be too tough to get a buy-in here. That will be a good fight versus NRG's first full buy.
Yeah, a huge one, because the Outlaw stays. Nice little shots from Okeanos. You want to see that start right away here from Okeanos. He had a quieter start in that series against Crew yesterday, and
it's true.
Maybe saw a little bit of a resurgence in that third map, but overall, is at least in terms of the vibes, he's already out there. And now with the gun round that we have for Energy, already an operator out, and he's looking to battle right away against Tex, who's currently in tiles with the Outlaw.
That low armor buy.
That's a thing.
Could sting a bit more.
They're expecting it. Look how far back they're holding. Even a high-low, looking down towards that aisle.
Played anchor towards A. Happy to be there. It's just waiting for Lev to make the first move, knowing they have to expend a few resources to get through with this lower buy. Yeah, they're going to anchor themselves towards site. Brock enters in now from spawn.
Sharkguard misses, so it's going to be able to delay a bit that hit towards that lane. But they are blocking the barriers to not allow players to rotate back from spawn. They have to come quickly through the market. It's getting close, though.
Kind of pincered in here, waiting for the second flow, the second hit of this composition, and it's not going to be in favor of Lev. Energy turns it around right away. The operator still singing in the back of sight, and Scuba gets two of his own in a flawless round for NRG.
Just very nice patience coming out for the side of Energy, especially from the IGL of Ethan. As they close up the door on the side of Lev, you just break it right away, and you just stay within the smoke, and you find that timing, throw that flash over the shed. Look at that. Boom, right in the back of Brock in prime position to blind the front of Okeanos. Picks up a free kill on the second one, has support from Scuba on the back. There you go, he felt it.
Behold.
And when I think about, you know, Trent sometimes as the G2 player with the Odin anchoring towards sites on Ascent, I'm also thinking about Scuba in this role on Ascent. Great hold to start. Leviathan now Elise has a gun round for this round number 4. A pristine hold from Energy at the start. Another lean towards his B side though, and Oki's the one that's trying to listen to any early pushes coming through.
Oh. We'll see how they handle this, but it looks like Lev may be forced into this stalled out game each time. They insert 2, but they're heading back towards the right side. So it looks like they're trying to work heavily off the fakes and let NRG feel like they have won the stall game. See how it works out. They're droning now, 1 minute left, so Energy can sort themselves back out. They're still in pretty much a default hold.
A knife from Ethan was thrown from the A site that even spotted still Tex on that B side. So right now, Energy's not moving around. They probably still think it's a fake owl drone coming in, and you might walk into tiles right into Mata's op, and that might foil the late hit from Leviathan into A.
He hasn't moved. So much patience from Mata. Hits the shot, and that's King down. The calls will still come through, but the shots won't from the leader. And Sato's now hitting towards site to let everybody know what the safer hit's going to be, where the shots need to be aimed at. And Sam's actually going to be able to just tear them down out of sight. He stays in it as anchor, not even worried about the situation as Brock is firing over the shoulder of his downed members to end the round in favor of NRG.
Yeah, Energy are so far playing fairly passively within the anchored positions of the A and B site, just letting Leviathan coming into them. It started off quite well where Sato got a lot of information off his dimensional drift. But again, that first pick doesn't really allow here for the two players to go for a late rotate back into Catwalk to help these guys towards main. So those players anchored towards that back of Energy. It was just easy for them to focus towards that front of the site. They didn't have to worry about tree. It just becomes an easy aim duel on the side of both Brock and also Sam. So a pistol now for Lev. Shiko's for across the board. Tex probably has headhunter bullets, so we'll consider that a Shiko round for sure. Oof. And Mata with another first blood.
It is. This is reminiscent of what Sideshow was just talking about on the desk, that in Energy's defense, they kind of act like a brick wall, and you don't know it's there until you hit it. And every time now, in the last 2 rounds, Lev has kind of gotten to the site and hit that brick wall.
You want to look at the scenarios as well for these two teams currently in playoffs in the lower bracket. For Energy, they lost it in lower round number 1 for stage 1, missing the qualification to go to Masters Toronto, something that Mata and both Finesse back then really wanted so they could play on a stage in their hometown. Now Mata definitely wants to carry Energy over to Paris. Well, for Leviathan's side, they actually didn't even make the playoffs at all. It's a rough start for Leviathan at the beginning of the year. And now they're in prime position. Prime form both of these teams to try to move forward and make it the champs. A battle towards B main. Tex now has his own operator on the outside on the attack.
Yeah.
And there was almost an early peek from Brock, but he decides better and they decide to play their positions that they have because they do have an insert from Mata right towards Wine. You kind of need him right there, and you can't lose bodies towards this B site. If not, he's going to have to forfeit his position early.
Let's see if they go back to toying with mid. It's just been the sights now for Lev. They had a pistol round that really worked a bit of the map, worked the mind of NRG. Oh, first shell miss, buying a bit of time. Now the smoke's gone. That gets dangerous as you see the shot from Ethan could have been there just moments away. And now, again, with a minute left, Lev's kind of running down the clock on these rounds without too much forward info. So they have to redo it all over again.
Sam wasn't expecting a wall contact inside the smoke, now just plays the delay. So a beautiful paranoia, but that's even less to hold now. That knife only gets the clone, so the hold that you have towards the A side is most likely just going to have to be the guns one more time. But Leviathan are pivoting into mid again.
30 seconds left.
Love to see it, though. Attack on multiple points here. Sato is going to just be able to insert and really make it feel weird for NRG. Now they realize the hit on B is coming through as Tex has the operator in hand. And it's going to be Scuba, again, hiding in the back. This is a tall task here, but it's been a pause that allows the team to come in and help him. He drops one, the spike is down to delay a little bit more time. Another one as he plays the angle, and 3 from Scuba in an impossible position against the members of Lev.
No time left.
Oh my gosh, NRG.
Looking good on defense so far, for sure. Scuba, another heroic play towards that back of the site. Great stalls once again, and even the flash to keep them at bay, and looks like Leviathan gave him way too much respect. You probably didn't know how many more players are maybe closing in and supporting him from the spawn, and they drop in one by one.
Oh.
Even the spacing, look at that. They tried to have the perfect spacing. So many wide swings going for the side of Leviathan, but Scuba just tucks in even more just to continue the angles and do some minimal isolations of one-on-ones and gets a triple kill on top of that. And that's definitely going to force a timeout.
Yeah. A little more synergized. Not playing scared, I think. Like you were saying, dropping in one by one. It just got to get in there. Got to be sure about the play you and your teammates are doing. Kind of reset that Lev needs.
You already know the composition from Leviathan, something that's been brought up this time from G2 at the beginning of the stage. It is going to be very slow. You are trying to work the map a little bit more and try to go for these mid-round picks as you utilize a bit of that Euro utility and also the mid control to try to pull some rotates. But after that, they really haven't shown too much aggression towards tree, with the exception of what you just saw before from Sato solo TPing into tree. Almost got that pick into Ethan. He did a good job actually cutting the rotates, but then you're wasting on that clock way too much, and you're just stressing out because none of that util's broken towards that B site, and you're just stalled for a scramble to try to get the plant down. You probably have to pivot a little bit more quickly. They'll have this Dolda Fuss coming out from Tex in the eco round that they have, as he's setting up towards middle. So pitting him potentially in a fight against Mata, but Mata is currently holding the front B main.
Oh, the jump. Oh, in the gut. 2 to the gut. Sam with the judge just around the corner. One of his most comfortable positions, any corner that he finds himself in with that weapon, and he's still going to play his own one-way here. Self-sufficient on that hold. Oh, just on the heel. Oh, calm. Reads Sam like a book in that moment as he catches a heel there for a moment.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of leg showing there, easy pick, but I might give it opening for Tex to start moving in. Doesn't have a TP to fall back with, so it will force him to walk through and just land a shot.
You asked for some tree movement. They're going to go ahead and start creeping through. Oh,
that's a haircut.
That was real close. They know a good bit of knowledge off of that knife that just came out, but they're still getting a re-clear over at B, which means the fight at A is going to have to ensue for Lev. They're going to need to move fast, and they're still stalled. They try a bit of a play, but it doesn't work. They have to take a breath and figure out what the best entry is. Again, tour de force now creeping forward just on the shoulder of Ethan. It's enough to gain a gap in the site, but not enough to clean the members of NRG up out of A. And that's 5-2 now for NRG.
And there's great movement coming out from NRG in the mid-round. As I realize it's a little bit quiet, but Calm did get that first pick into the A main. You're thinking that nobody's really trying to late lurk as they were falling behind my numbers for the side of Lev, so NRG decides to rotate early, go for flanks, and there's no way here for Leviathan to set up. Thankfully, they did do a little bit of damage with what they purchased, which was what? A Stinger? Probably the best weapon that they had outside the ult.
Yeah.
But you continue forward with an operator attack. And you do want to try to disrespect the one-way smoke. Finally, you're leveraging a Yoru flash under that smoke with the TPs. Keep them at bay, pick up the orb. Now Calm has a Hunter's Fury ready for an exec. But that also forces out an early rotate from Energy. They already have great numbers towards this A site. So I'm trying to get lucky.
Start to back up just a little bit. I love it. Still on the left side, King is here holding with that wall, but Mata's still going to get a good angle on this. It's like stepping up to a Cypher trip. You're going to be able to pretty wide angle, so it's going to be a little precarious for King to back up there and them to find anything on B.
It's going to get dangerous now. Look at how forward Mata is. He's out in the open just waiting for the walk back in, and Commodore used his drone from middle. So they have to start contacting back and walking through. They don't have a, well, they could use a dart if they want to, but you want to contact. You don't want to let them know where you're coming from. And Mata is in a great spot again for another first blood.
They're playing patient enough that they're waiting for the activator, or they're going all the way through with the dart. Yeah, super smart, but it's still going to be Mata playing it to the last moment. Sato's able to break the door and get in. Scuba just on the corner. How safe does he play it? The arc flash comes through. Giving Sato a little help there. Sam can still clean it up through the back of the wall. Oh my gosh. A pickpocket situation, and Sam comes out on top. As now Brock looks for one of the fights against Okeanos, just creeping into the site. Oh no! Sam does it to him. The 3K for him, a 2K with the judge last round. Energy is just flowing through this map now.
Sam is actually starting to look very comfortable in controller roles and understanding how to play around these smokes. Remember that 1 versus 4 yet against G2 on Vine, just holding the edges inside the Brimstone smoke, thinking of where players are going to swing out from. This time he smokes for himself to go right inside of this pit. His own mini gulag gets that pick.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I whiffed hardest.
He didn't whip towards the spawn at least. He got that first pick towards the players trying to pinch into the B site. But again, Sam's doing an excellent job. Understanding even his role and what the Omen could bring here for a fight. Even TP's breaks ankles for the last kill, and Mata's now walking down towards middle.
just walking forward with an op. Don't worry about it. It's normal. That's cool. Great coverage, though. That's the only way you can do that is with a teammate. And Energy knows if they can set the pace here, Lev has to react to everything that Energy is dictating.
Deploying drone.
You're definitely starting to see that when Energy is playing with that confidence, they could feel like they could do whatever they want and get out of jail really free.
Yeah.
Mada's been doing that multiple times so far in this role. They're getting wallbang kills from the back of middle. They're getting smoke kills dancing inside. So the timeout that was being called by Desmo in the very beginning was taken full advantage by Bonkar. See a change of style for Energy where they're not turning up as much. They look for their early kill. Now they played a buddy system as Tex gets the opener at least, though.
Okay, Sato's quickly in, gate crash in, or gate crash delivered out as well to get to safety here after a possible play. They got to be ready for 2 from tree. The smoke is there, but I don't think they're going to present themselves through the smoke, so it's going to be an entry, 2 on each side. Oh no, the smoke kills though. You can't forget about those. A quick tap from the site, but it's not enough. Sam there for the cleanup again, and NRG are going to get to 7 rounds.
And this will be a big swing round here for Leviathan. Not too sure if they want to try to leveraging the second timeout right away, because again, you're looking at this comp. It should be very comfortable to play on the defensive side because of the double senti, because of the 4 positions you could get with the Yuri and the Chamber. So you want to kind of muster up like 4 or 5 rounds if you can here. And when you, especially when you have these 4 ults to work with, it would be a great opportunity to figure out how you can leverage that to get the best out of the rounds for the remaining rounds of this half.
Jeez. 20. Yo, I died because he was breaking the door.
All right, at least they're still vibing.
They feel there's a lot of game left to play here. Maps even. Operators are there. Odin starts to get purchased as well over by Brock. And they get slowed down on what is kind of an A search here by the dimensional drift. But again, straight down mid, rinse and repeat for NRG. They're going to cover each other and they're going to swarm the map instantly. This has to feel uncomfortable for Lev. They're like, we don't see anything. Where's NRG?
This is actually really good. Even if the drone spots Mana, it forces him to fall back so Calm could stay alive with the Hunter's Fury. And you don't think that they're going to reflank once again for a second time.
That
so
is
Lev's in
good
a prime
safety.
position for a post plant.
That safety does help if Calm can keep himself alive. Oh, Mata finds the head of Sato. They don't know that that door is just wide open in the moment. Another one from Mata and Jenny, and they're going to keep flying into the site as Sam finds one, and now it's just Calm. There's not enough Hunter's Fury in the world to make this happen, and Sam dives forward as Scuba gets the defuse.
That was so nice. I'm going to have to see from different perspectives if we can hear from Energy's side. But it seems like Calm was just looking for a right timing. I think, though, when the Rosebud came up here for a flash towards Jenny, he just popped the Hunter's Fury towards the spawn just to try to take him down and try to flood them out where the position, it was prime here for Leviathan inside that site.
That's crazy.
But then they fled out as a group and land every single one of their shots. I mean, look at that.
Oh my God, we're looking lovely, guys. Keep this shit up, man.
There you go. They're definitely looking good.
Yep. Accessing some of that. We heard Scuba talking to Pedro in an interview about how they practice, how they're playing kind of outside the server, and they need to bring that to the stage. And it's usually tough to rely on that, right? You're kind of saying like, hey, if we can just do X, it's going to work. But it's exactly kind of how he coined it. If we can keep that control of the game and play our game, Leviathan has to react to everything. Our opponents don't have a chance.
Exactly.
And it seems like they've tapped into that.
When they're in flow state, when they're in their driver's seat, you're definitely seeing here from first picks to turling into sights and anchors to even retakes. Everything seems to be working to perfection for the side of Energy. We just talked about a timeout before that could have been quite nice to leverage this Yoru and Sova. They lose it now into this round number 11 for the side of Leviathan. Razorvine at least still available.
Retrieving flash.
I don't think they really know if Brock has that Odin yet.
Too obvious.
That could be a nice advantage for him to use for an actual hit into the site. But it stays a default. Pop flash, control towards A main once again. Ethan after this usually just throws a knife to see how many is towards main. But he's gonna hold on to it for now because he has full confidence in Mata. Anchoring up this site towards B that has 0 pressure.
Moving slow. Mata just feels, looks fearless this game with these op push forwards. This time he doesn't even have protection as he didn't last in a main. And he can hear that for sure. So he at least has one footstep running around, and that's going to say they're running away from me. You see him setting up in tree now, just waiting. Ow, yeah, and they catch 3.
And that call exactly allows Ethan to throw the knife. Now they know Leviathan's going on a default again. He walks up because he heard Calm already running back. Now he has a full line. They absolutely know the hit is coming towards the A site. 4 players holding here for energy. Big flash, support, and assist somehow from downtown.
Absolutely, that paranoia hit Sato. He had to back up. It came from the anchor on A. Sam has never left, and they're just going to be running through with the shorties. Lev's trading it back, though. They're just stringing together a stripe of kills back and forth on that kill feed. And that's going to be the TP for Okeanos. They call upon the rookie versus the 2 veterans of NRG here. What can he do with the Guardian? It's going to be separate for the entry right now, but they'll meet before they get to that position for Okeanos. They are wondering if he's going to push up and take space, so they give some time.
We're also waiting for some smoke to come back up so they could isolate at least and block vision from spawn. Ethan already used his knife earlier on.
Actually just leaves it up to Sam, who's been hot. And he does. Ethan says, yo, you've been on, let's do it. He jumps in for him, and Sam still cleans it up because he can get close and get the trade to overwhelm Okeanos. Another round now, 9-2 for NRG.
That is giving a lot of confidence to Sam. It almost feels like Ethan said, let me just jump out and
yeah, seriously.
Try to go for the insta swing for the trade. They didn't get it in the very beginning, but everything that worked out for energy in that round, again, was thanks to Sam. Throwing smokes inside the site when everybody's hit by that steel garden, and they're playing shorties inside smoke, dominating Leviathan on the hits. And he also finishes the round with a shorty kill against the rookie Okeanos. Last round now at the half. Leviathan with no timeouts left for the map. They're just looking to get anything here for the last round. A little bit of a faster pace. They're now conditioning and actually fighting that line through the smoke towards A main, but King just died here towards that B site.
They've been losing their king quite early in these rounds just because they peek a corner. For some reason, energy is still on it. Even another scope there from Scuba and the Outlaw.
2 ops, 1 outlaw. Just trying to go for the long range. I mean, it makes sense. Again, it's slow pacing coming up from Leviathan when you're in the mid round, so there's great possibilities of walking into crosshairs. And of course, they're having so much money, so you can just buy those extra weapons.
They have the 2-door look, still keeping the crossfire. They're not going to actually close it. They're going to make it feel awkward and just fire down the choke into tree. Oh my gosh, turning back and forth. They clean up a lot of the members of Lev, but Calm. Oh, no, he didn't!
No, you did not do that.
Stop. All right, cut the tape. You have to clear that off the recording. No. Oh, maybe he thought his shoe was untied. You never know.
I think he did a Jordan Gilbert flashbang dance.
Whew. Okay, we're getting it all from energy here. They're definitely feeling it. That's going to be the 10-2, so that is half. That's one way to cap it off for energy, but let's... He did it.
Oh, he did it!
He did it. He did the thing. Oh my God. That is too funny. All right, we do have a break to take still, but there's more of that right after it.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
We are back for the second half of Ascent here in our lower bracket matchup in the playoffs, an elimination series, and NRG is going to go ahead and start it off with a 10-2 lead, and now they take the attack side.
It just gave me flashbacks also from like, wasn't it Mata that did like a 360 on Corrode with an op?
He did do a 360.
We're getting back to it? No.
Oh, Ethan's standing up?
That's only twice.
You know he's feeling it.
In the VCTs that he's done this.
Yeah.
And two of them on his stage. In his stage 2. But nonetheless, we talked about here a great start from Energy in the beginning, despite them losing the piss around. And that's probably the silver lining that you want here from Leviathan. That at least you have 2 rounds in your pockets and now you're holding the defensive side. And this is where the tip of the spear, Mana, is going to try to activate now as they're looking for a quick pop towards his B site.
Not ready yet.
Looks like it was just to hold if the flash did get contact. Paranoia was going to be used for that, but it will now be used for the site. Mata made his way in.
Yeah, they zoom right in. They can't follow just yet. That wall is going to keep a few out, as you can see on the mini-map here. But playing the smoke, playing a little trickery. King turns the moment that he needs to be looking. The timing is so unfortunate, but somebody's got to be on the fortunate end of it, and NRG waltzes right into B.
Kind of just left Calm hanging there when King got to miss that timing, so that's just unfortunate. It almost looked like it was a call that Calm needed support towards that lane, so he tried to go for an assist to trade off on that side, but man, Energy found the perfect timing. Again, still dictating the pace.
No. It's going to be a tough way to get it to tied up or even get into the lead here now for Lev with the way that Energy is playing. They have a few more rounds and they should be able to cap this one off and put an immense amount of pressure on the bonus round.
Yeah, and it's a Hail Mary play for Leviathan. 11-2 already. You just want to try to go for some sort of a force. Tech's only playing Headhunter bullets. Sato with a Sheriff. So that Sato could potentially play our Hero Rifle into the next round to save Leviathan, unless these Sheriffs will be able to do something, which is why you're seeing this double escape play from Tex and Sato to take mid control, but they've already lost Tex.
Yeah, they're trying to play some forward angles.
Spike down.
One of them counts. Taking down Ethan is a good one. And the Stingers on the other side could really make a difference. You got to consider if there's no more peeking from Lev and they play all the close angles of a site, this could get scary for the side of NRG once they push in.
Oki just threw a smoke towards A main, so he has no more smoke for himself inside the site. So the next best thing you do is you're gonna be selfless. You're gonna have to counter Paranoia.
Yep.
And try to help out the rest of the team, finding the top from heaven.
There it goes. Dash into the smoke. Mata's trying to break some ankles. Get the crosshairs focused on him. Sato's gonna go right through the box and actually take down Mata. And Sam and Brock know they have to push forward, find their marks. And this is gonna make Lev scramble now to get back into position. It looks like they broke the defense that was the most worrisome for NRG, and they should be able to clean this round up.
Just another beautiful execution, but Kings can maybe surprise some players here.
Oh, so close to giving him a haircut. As he's flashed off a position as well, and they're just gonna hold the crossfire down. So that low, Calm though. Calm doesn't have any util coming up. It's gonna be tough on that entry. Oh,
King
just
flash,
came up. It just came up. He uses that to get to a safe spot. So he gives him entry into the site, but Brock and Scuba are ready. A few more of the rookies to bring NRG to game point here on map 1.
I just want to get back into what Mimi was saying at the desk, and Slideshow were mentioning at the desk as well, that how good NRG are at the executions towards these sites.
Yeah, kind of resetting in the moment.
Exactly, and it's not only with the Paranoia, they actually threw the Recon and the Vice Flash. So what can you really look at? You're trying to turn away from things, you're maybe trying to break the Flash from the Vice, you're getting pinged from heaven, so you can't really get any value from the counter Paranoia that Okeanos is throwing from the back of the dice. There's too much util coming through, and the basic berries, it's working out. They're making it work for the little util that they have to take full advantage here of this map against Leviathan.
Brock topping the boards now, 16 kills there. I think I coined it a quietly consistent, right? It's not the guy that's yelling, he's not standing up, but he's always there putting up the brick wall that is energy on that defense or attack side that you're going to be running into. They're letting Lev make a mistake here. They're just kind of watching angles until they run some time down to get the positions they want.
Yeah, you're just trying to leverage Tex and Sato again. Sato has enough money to go for the Vandal, but Tex is doing it with no armor. So they're locking down lanes once more. King has to play the jiggle, but he's doing it against Mata. Player who's been top ACS and challengers. Now getting quite up there here for the Americas. As there you go, King falls back after the initial hit. Comms there for the support. No dart though to help out.
Oh, knowing the dart comes in, King plays off comm there. So huge on the duo site hold as Tex is there as well. They start stacking them tall and knocking down NRG. Ethan trying to double face here for a moment. They get the angle onto comm. How many more are going to face though? How many more? Ethan gets another shot, gets the Phantom pickup. Ethan with a 4K and the finalizer on Ascent for NRG.
Another game where the IGL comes up big.
And he did it again. I mean, he had to pick up a gun, but he did it again. He did it again.
Okay, that was unintentional.
That was unintentional, but
Still
he did
flashing.
it again.
Yeah, he did again. He did the thing.
He did the thing.
But definitely from top to bottom, man, this energy team was looking quite good. Not only shooting, but looking pretty good in terms of team synergy and the preparation that they have that they brought up here against Leviathan. Remember, we haven't seen this type of composition or their map since April, and they were still able to come up prepared. But that also tells from the side of Leviathan that they're trying to trust their own game as well, because you have no tape on what energy can bring. So you think that your own type of playstyle will be enough, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. Not that time. NRG come out absolutely flying to start off this series in a very, very big way. We're going to be stepping away, but up next, GB and the analyst desk will break down map number 1. Don't go anywhere.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Y otra vez se vuelve a suceder. A ver cómo la define, porque Tex todavía no puede ganar. 1 para 1. Mantiene la cazadora de cabezas. Está nada de piquear net. ¡Lo tiene a derecha!
With so much left to be done. Waiting, he's brought it down. He's got a chance, but there's no time. So little, Sub has done it.
Here with the coach of NRG, Bonkar. Bonkar, I don't really know what to say at this point. 13-2, stealing their map pick of Ascent. I'm gonna ask you to diagnose that map. Was it, they shouldn't have picked it? Was it just you had the right read?
Cool, calm, and collected. That's the 3 words I have for it.
All right, well, best of luck on map 2. Those were like 5 or 6 words.
And oh no, Leviathan hitting him with the LeBron meme too. You hate to see it. Oh no, yeah, well I think that is a perfectly fine thing to post when you just won 13-2 on your opponent's map pick. Holy crap, everyone, that was insane.
Yeah, we talked a lot in the pre-show about how good NRG's defense is. They might struggle in the mid-round if we get to attack on Ascent. They played 3 rounds on the attacking side. It was all defense, and they absolutely decimated this side of the map. In particular, the side anchors, I feel like, were getting away with murder throughout this one. It started with this round from Scuba. Yeah. It just kept going.
I mean, that is an amazing round from Scuba, because that's a chance for Lev to get back into the game. Ruined. This round is brilliant. Op takes first contact, and then you go back into a player over towards CT, and then Som teleports into backside. 3 different layers of B defense that you have to get through.
And whether it's actually him on the site or just helping out his teammates, Som did a great job of always having these anchor smokes set up for his teammates to support, and they did such a good job. That round, they're getting hit by the steel guard and no guns. Doesn't matter. They still win it.
And don't forget, too, how many times do we see Mata on the flank with that op just so comfortable every single freaking time?
Punishing Lev. He was so aggressive, oftentimes alone, just walking through, cutting their options, and because of that, Lev was always NRG was always so far ahead with these defensive rotates.
NRG played it perfectly. Like, the whole point of that attack comp is to get your chamber onto deep positions. NRG just hold back, and because I said it earlier, they're like a brick wall. Once you run into them, it's so difficult to get them through.
But there were some moments that Leviathan had, but Mimi, it just crumbled so many times.
And I've been a little negative today. And there was a round that I really didn't like, but Josh, you're the voice of positivity on this show, so break this round down positively.
Sado ults in, great ultimate. They take the site. It's fantastic. You're perfectly set up. You just have a steel garden that you use as they start to retake. Okeana starts to get the smoke back. Oh, look, smoke. Oh no, we've died to the KO molly while smoking. King, rip your ultimate! Stop them retaking with your ultimate,
you can't
Josh,
do it.
I thought you were turning a corner.
You chungus teeth. I'm looking at this and I'm like, please, I'm begging you. You haven't won a round since the pistol and the follow-up. You have all the ults in the world. You just Yoru ult in, you sit there on the site and you go, I don't know what Vice says in the Steel Garden, but she's like, oh, Steel Garden! And like, that's it. They can't
wait. Is that how it's all Steel?
I don't think that's what she said.
I think that's how it looks, yeah.
She does. She's like, planting my plants or something.
Bring me your arsenal.
Right, bring me your arsenal, like that kind of thing. And like, it's a slam dunk
round. They didn't use it that round, and then they used it on their next post plan on A when they hadn't even taken the site yet, and they get ruined by shorties.
I'm dying of cringe watching Lev.
there really was something off.
This was also a map where we needed to see the Tex rebound on chamber on the attacking side. You've got to be great, and he has another stinker map.
Yeah. If I was Desmo, I would have harsh words.
Well, speaking of Desmo, I'm glad you said that. Let's see what he has to say going into map 2. That'll be harsh.
You're the coach of Leviathan, Desmo. Now what you want to see on your own map pick, 13-2 defeat. You took a little bit to come out here talking to your boys out there. What did you talk about?
Basically we just like make a big deal of just hard mental resetting, just laughing it off. We got absolutely stomped, and sometimes that happens. Focusing on the things that we can fix for next maps.
Which is?
I can't say that. Yeah, just focusing on those fundamental things and just hard resetting, laughing it off. We got absolutely outclassed, and that's just the truth, right? Just gotta do better next time.
Well, best of luck.
I mean, the next map that they're going into is Icebox, which is potentially a difficult one anyway. We've seen these two teams play on Icebox and Haven, and it was really close. I mean, there is no analysis for their defense side. You can't be Desmo and look at that and say anything about the defense side. You can only focus on the attack. And the issues that I was seeing stemmed all the way from not being able to generate picks to get you an advantage, through to not being able to crack through anchors, through to misplaying post-plant scenarios. So I think it's going to be tough to get through Icebox. I don't know, just send it. Just send it.
But the thing is the sending it part, it kind of backfired a couple times for these guys. I mean, I feel like there have been a lot of these engagements where they try and take space into the site right away, try to send it, and then there's just miscoordination there. Something needs to change.
But it's a very different map, a lot more of... You play a lot less of the slow macro attack side rounds where you're trying to embed alert. They were also playing this double senti comp where you're kind of forced to slow down, try and get embeds up mid. Here on Icebox, you can just full send, and with Sato and Oki trying to work in conjunction, I think it has to be those two rookies who were a part of the big turnaround that Leviathan had in Stage 2 to keep them in playoffs and in the running for champions whatsoever.
While the stat is true that they haven't won on Icebox in Stage 2, it was 2 13-11 losses, one of them to NRG. So it's not to say that they can't come back in this game. Sure. But it's going to be so tough.
Sure. You heard from our analysts here. Let's see what goes on when Riven Van Silly meets you on the other side after this short break.
We are back for map number 2, and we're gonna chill out on some Icebox here and see if Leviathan can figure out a way to bring us to a map 3. Have righted the ship after that first game.
I don't want to see Leviathan chilling, man. They're just
no, we're chilling. They got to do something. They got to turn up the heat and come out at 13.
And looking at it from the side of Leviathan, I mean, at least from Energy, nothing changes. This is something that they've played before, and also potentially here, it's something that Leviathan's played in the past, but then after losing 11-13 to Loud on this map, they switched over to a more basic Sage comp and also lost 11-13 against none other than Energy. But if anything, it went to the distance. It also came down to those star duelists once again, Sato and Mata playing Jets and carrying the charge for both of these teams. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of that. If you want to see some resurgence out of Leviathan, it's how they're able to bounce back after such one-sided defeats. I think that could be the positive outcome if you're looking at, and you've been a fan of Leviathan and following Leviathan for the stage, is their capability to be able to bounce back when they're getting thrashed.
King's gonna be a big voice here. Always is. You can see him hyping him up right now. Double axe hit. He's to come up behind him and just knock him out. That's what we gotta do to every single person. No, look at the hype though.
Yeah, is he hyping or is he praying?
He's doing a little bit of both, especially after that first match. But you can see they are not really worried about this. Okeano saying, hey man, it may not look like it, but I'm always nervous. It doesn't. It doesn't look like it.
Please, bring me the pistols.
They do. They had a better pistol coming in. They still do. They can collect a few more, but they got to run after it. They got to figure out a way to get through NRG with the bonus and carry those rounds. Because right now, the rifling and that macro is in favor of NRG. Let's get on to Icebox here for our second map, a first series of the day. Still, that elimination game between NRG and Leviathan here, and NRG is up one map.
That's right. What's at stake here is whoever loses this one, it's pretty much out there. They have no more chances for champs. Leviathan have to make top 2. If NRG are able to topple Leviathan, it's a race between them, 100 Thieves and Cloud9, which will happen after this series. All tied up in points for circuit points for the last 3 aforementioned teams.
Yeah.
But focusing in this second map, Leviathan looking for that orb control denial, or orb denial control over towards that A main. Interesting 1-3-1-2. It's a turret that's trying to find some early information on top belt or even the front of 410. And you're going to try to delay here for the side of Som, and the rest are trying. I thought they were going to try to flank, but they're already rotating back. 4 players towards screens.
Mata's getting a very comfortable position here, already pushed up a lot. He's going to meet the turret though. Tech stays back far enough. They're going to waterfall into the site from the top side here and still have Mata as insurance. if any of this goes sideways. Oh, it's so sneaky. Ethan just slows it down a moment to make it work on Calm, and Tex falls to Brock, as that is a quick defuse for NRG. They continue their dominance.
A rough luck, especially as we've been praising the high pistol round rates coming out from Leviathan. Losing 2 crucial ones in this series so far. One to try to bring back the momentum for the second map, and one just to stay alive on the first map. But I am expecting now with this double slice composition from both the Harbor and the Viper that you're probably going to look to brawl within these sides here for both teams. 5 of them now for Leviathan again, just trying to get back towards this A side. Nobody watching flanks this time around, not even a turret to watch that side. It's going to be placed probably a little bit deeper into A, so they could commit a little bit further into the site.
Take flight. Oh, okay, they get some turret behind them. They'll be able to watch their defense now. It's going to be that push forward right side. We saw the pings at the beginning of the round going all the way through. They want to get to the back of the site, so they don't get waterfalled on too hard. They can't give up that positioning, and Sam just gets Okeanos through the wall. He knows how the Harbor's played. He knows how this flows, and it's just going to be one more shot from Ethan to capitalize on a second round.
It's just an interesting wall being thrown by Leviathan. Instead of slicing vision all the way back from screens into spawn, you're just bringing it across here. So you're probably trying to cover yourself from 410 and also anybody playing towards the top of A tower. So at least you could guarantee a plant. But it took some time to get in there, and Okeanos made a sidestep trying to plant. Easily heard by just Energy closing that gap, taking advantage of Leviathan's slice wall, and just spramming through the smoke, and they get no value out of that for Levy.
They're going to push forward here. They want to go for the throat to start off this round.
Yeah. You got 4 players there, and Sam's playing long distance with the Outlaw, so I respect the fight that Energy wants to bring their bonus round.
Oh my gosh, and Lev's looking up for a dart there. You can see just kind of strafing into position. Nobody really had aim on Energy members, but they were a step ahead. And now they're a player ahead on this one. Okay, never mind. That's a shot from Calm, apparently, into the nest on Brock. Just seeing a little bit, but enough to even this one up. A push here from Sam. Another trade.
Yeah, and the first person that he hits is the only one that didn't have full armor, so it's an instant kill and also hits the 140 onto Tex.
One enemy remaining.
Sam's just feeling it on all agents, and Ethan's in a prime spot.
Oh, he waited just long enough for King to commit to the rope, too. He can't make it up. He just knows what needs to happen to get these rounds.
Things are continuing to hurt here for Leviathan. Now wall thrown by the Harbor just to cover all the belts so they could even take control of jail. So you have 2 different angles that you're watching from. The main fight in the front of 410 towards spawn, and then from jail to really help out. I mean, Ethan gets so many kills out of that, at least some great support.
Nice Red Bull clutch there. Let's see, they've carried now the bonus. And Lev is struck for money here. They get tagged up pretty good by a shock dart just to start this round, too.
Yeah. Right now, I'm not too sure if you want to invest here the Reckoning for the side of Energy to guarantee rounds, because so far just the position and the way that they're working the map is already good enough for the side of Energy. They know, of course, Leviathan's on an eco. Min-maxing with the orb, as you heard. Nice little utility to stall him back. Nobody's able to clock towards yellow outside of the dash.
Spike down B.
Yeah, there's no ground control being taken.
No. Not like that.
It's more ground control. We have a problem.
Yeah, instantly stalled out on that. And I think Energy's in that confidence mode, right? They have a ton of bank. They can make some choices. They can throw away, not throw away a few buys, but make a few plays to get in the head of Lev even more. Still be okay if they have to rebuy it. So you get into that position with a little bit of room to work with, and you can use it against your opponents that much more.
Just have a lot of confidence coming out here from the side of Energy. It's not too much reaction coming through, but it just feel like they're confident. And this is important. And that's what I wanted to see a couple of rounds ago. that's on Ascent when they had those 4 ults that, you know, Sideshow had a nice little breakdown of why didn't we use those, and I think it was the lack of that timeout from Desmo to talk about what they could do in terms of leveraging what's the next step as soon as you're able to take site. You get the basics down, but then what are the next things you want to use into the post plan? But not utilizing that to converse with the team. Well, you saw the result towards the end, 13-2 on that first half. This is not the way you want Leviathan to go out as. But it's also been the story for the side of Leviathan, bouncing up and down. There's only maybe a 2-game winning streak that they've had this whole stage in the second half with the additions of and the changes that they've done in their roster. What happened last time? They had a victory against Crew.
Yeah.
A comeback game, and now a one-sided affair so far for Energy.
They gotta stop Ethan. One more kill right now and we'll have the same amount of kills as every member on Leviathan. That's how much they're shutting down Lev at this point. He's 7-0. Let's see what they can do to move themselves forward. Lev with a lot of guns here. They're actually just gonna rip the ult right off.
Just trying to push Tex back, or Som back, sorry. It's good enough, but you definitely know that they have the reckoning for the retake for the side of Leviathan. And there's Som in this position, you get a pick. Enabled another big ult for Energy to utilize for the retake as well. At least they got a player inserted. You have Tex inside Kitchen, but oh no, he's gonna get spotted now by the reckoning.
Got a lot to move, still able to trade one. Good position when under pressure, or good result when under pressure like that. They're backing up, just quickly checking the rear. King's pretty far away from the fight, but it doesn't matter. Sato's able to clean up a few kills as they try to enter from the high side of the site. And now they just have to fend off Brock and Ethan. It's going to be tough onto Brock, apparently. But they have knowledge, they have that ping, and they still have insurance coming in from the flank. Brock waiting, almost a knee shot onto Com. Nice job to waste time there. Looks like he'll save his Vandal out of this. Already has Hunter's Fury for next round. Oh, are they going to be able to get him on the cross? Nah, he keeps it safe. Lev, pick up a round. It costs a bit of the team, but it's exactly what they need to be, is right on the board.
That's why even King was falling back. He really wants to save his weapon going to the next round. I mean, Energy converted 4 rounds in a row, so hunting the last kill wouldn't make sense in the POV of the IGL. But I think this was the key thing on the side of Leviathan. Despite Tex being spawned inside the kitchen, there were multiple players inserted in different spots around the map because of the reckoning that kind of pushed Som away from that B site. So you had to re-clear. You don't have too much information. The reckoning was already towards kitchen, so it doesn't really get the full audio cues back into the B site. Lev had prime spots in the post plan. So that phase 2 after the timeout worked out.
Yeah, it's a big timeout there. A lot of Desmo's results with Lev have been a successful result after those TOs. They go back to a pretty standard strat. They've been running this and they were stalled. Lev was.
Triple flank.
Yeah, they're going to get triple flanked here as they get pushed back by the lockdown. They have to be ready for the full face. Everybody's swinging out at the same time, but it's not going to matter. The bite, the Hunter's Fury, everything picking up damage and helping to get kills here in favor of NRG.
And Okeanos is low. This is another scenario where unfortunately they won't be able to save their weapons.
Wow, they got obliterated and they didn't even get to push their own strat. They got pushed into Energy. Strat almost immediately vans.
Yeah. No, those are small things too. When they're triple flanking in the back of the A side, you utilize one of the Phantoms to actually break the turret, so you don't let them know that there's somebody watching that line with the op. And Mata has not been missing in this series so far. You combine that with Snake Bite, Hunter's Fury, instant ping, instant death from the spit.
That's wild.
The utility game is continuing to be immaculate here for Energy.
And that after a round where they consider Lev just pushed all up mid to go and use Harbor all towards B. So they're like, no, let's push up mid this time. You know, it's just thinking inside of Lev's head. Inside the mind of your opponent, if you will. Energy 5-1 now. As they just continue to read Lev around the map.
It's another one of those hits of, let's just try to get that plant down here towards that B site. We have everything to help us out here. Double walls with a cove. We just got to cross that line first. Break the util. It's a drone instead, so you might still be able to delay now for the side of Energy, and it works out. Scuba just tremendous with his anchoring hole today.
Brock there as well. Talk a few more up for the rookies here on the side of NRG as Brock continues to fight through the wall, but the Tracers give him away. And the spike gets planted. Looked like under Cove there for protection.
I was gonna say they have double ult here, which is actually quite good, but they still only have pistols in the pulse plant.
One by Mata, another by Sam. Quickly moving it in. Oh, that's gonna go through, so they're gonna get half on this one and look for something else. King walking around, the right click, he needs it to hit. Oh, so many walls, so many instances you think you're gonna see your opponents. And then when you do, they're both just staring you straight in the face. Energy picks up another round now, 6-1. Holding Lev short of grabbing these rounds in an incredible manner.
That would have been an amazing clutch once again of King with the pistol against rifles, because the last two players are inside the Cove. They're decaying slowly but surely inside that pit. They're one shot. And Mata hits that.
Nice job. That's low-key scary.
You don't know what's going on.
You have to react quickly as soon as a person walks into the Cove, and I mean, like I said, Mata, he's not missing right now.
I think we saw from Lev yesterday as well. A lot of the rounds that they were able to swing the game around in were big rounds from King. Calm coming up huge, Sato with a few, Tex with a few, and Mata doesn't stop as he gets one more. Expect it to be a few this round as he's gonna set up on the high ground now. Does he get away from this ultimate with the op and reset for A control?
Yeah, and a brand new look. Mata pushing a different angle, surprising another player. And once they go for the retake, well, he's got the Blade Storm to work with. Trying to cancel out the plant. Util, I'm pretty sure there was Util, counter Util coming through to not allow Calm to really get the plant right away. They managed to get it down. Double flank one more time here for Energy. Yeah, dropping like flies one more time.
Oh yeah, all being in sight makes very tough for Lev. You have to have your head on a swivel. You're always checking a secondary angle. You need to be able to rely on somebody else having that angle. Okeanos and King grab a few of their own, but his shoulder peaks, so his head gets torn off by Mata. No bite here.
It's not planted for him.
Gonna have to be a full peek. Still around the corner. It's actually under box, not even on rope, and Mata grabs a 3K on that round. 7-1 now for NRG as they cruise along here on Icebox.
Put your add this spheres up in Sliggy's chat. But man, look at Mata one more time. Is just a full highlight reel for this man. He didn't even leverage the Blade Storm. They didn't even need to use Mata to be the first guy entering in to create space for the fun retake to happen, just because you have, again, beautiful double flanks coming through from Energy's side.
This is like a full energy flow state right here. I don't think any other teams want to face this at this point. Want to see if they can continue to carry it on here through Icebox. It doesn't seem like they're even giving Lev a chance in these moments.
The first time that we're not really seeing the aggression from Energy on the A side. That timing.
Oh, lockdown's there. They're ready to double face mid. Mod is able to catch it on the Sheriff walk forward. And yeah, Calm and the rest of the team know they have to activate now. They lost control of mid, they lost control of their flank, and it's got to be a site take with aggression.
Already pinged one out as well. The stall was perfect with the different setup, having Som with the double nanos on the A side. Now you delay even more. Everybody is now set up for Energy for the flood retake. This time, thankfully, though,
utility from Mata on that lower side, but Calm can pull one back in their favor here. A 7-5 doesn't look too bad if Lev can start to string things together. And that's the start of the story for Lev.
That's one of the things you can kind of need to get rolling here for the side of Leviathan. Remember their game against Crew 2, it wasn't always rainbows and unicorns. You did need some players to step up and get these highlight reels to start motivating the team that it's doable. Doesn't matter how many rounds we're behind. Once you start getting these clutches,
get 5.
like
Let's go, boys. Come on.
So are you talking about to the team?
Fight for the chance. Let's go.
There you go. And then if you actually look at the rest, if they start mustering up these rounds, definitely Sato's going to get loud. Okeanos going to start standing up.
Yeah.
And you don't want that to start happening from the side of Energy.
You need that addictive energy because silence is also chaos. It can be it can spread just as fast. So you need that energy. You need that volume. That's the guy to bring it. Satos and Okeanos. All right. They move towards B. Looks like they're going to set up as a death ball here.
Similar pastors too, leveraging a Phantom to break the turret so that Mata could still watch that line. This time pivoting back towards his B side. Still a good read because it just hurt Sato's dash towards yellow.
No charges left.
Oh, yeah, they know they're deep into sight with that peek. Mata just needs a quick flick onto Sato to get a jet diff on that one, and Scuba's there to answer. They know Tex is in a bad spot, concussed up now as they're just moving forward, picking Lev apart. As they answer, look at this, just W. Holding W for NRG to take out their opponent on this.
No chance to even get a plant down.
No.
And it starts with Mana just flicking for these kills. It's so very similar to what Sato was able to display in so many of these games. Right now you're seeing the AWP being a crutch right now for Leviathan. Gotta find a way to stop him, and it's interesting because again you're looking at this comp. Leviathan's playing double slice. There's so much util with this harbor to try to block that line that Mana brings with the AWP, and he's still finding openings. Now Outlaw AWP, similar of what we've seen from Energy and on Ascent, where they're just trying to leverage long distance again, and knowing that a couple of these players, if not all of them, are one-shotable.
They have to use everything for each quadrant. It's like, how many takes and retakes do they have to use before they get to the site, so they have no utility when they get here. But to dash in and use themselves, the drone goes up. They're going to have to only have this forward part of it, but they're going to fight for it right away. Ooh, just unscoped. Mata's going to finally go down in a situation, but Lev need to work off this right now. They need to use the advantage, but the guns, they just aren't there. And Energy fires down from that high elevation to make it a 2v1 situation now as Tex, he's going to start backing up to try and just create this model effect for himself to get the 1v1, but they know where he is. And that'll be even tougher now that they have the little bit of a high-low situation going on. 9-2 here for NRG. Do they go for a repeat 10-2? That's crazy.
Definitely looks like it. And Brock somehow still got good value from the top of that bridge in the B site, despite Okeanos' ult coming through from the Reckoning. I don't know if Oki didn't backpedal when he threw the ult, so it was actually going by very quickly. And they give a chance here
Brock,
for just exactly for Brock to get in a great spot.
In the server.
Yeah. Prime Brock is scary.
It's Broctagon.
It is the Broctagon. You don't want to be in there right now. It's getting sweaty. All right, 10-2 is the possibility. Again, that's what we saw NRG do to Lev on Ascent, and just from the defensive position. So again, we're seeing that brick wall come into effect for NRG.
And that's hits calm. It could have been a good takedown because that's the only ult that Lev brings into the last round of the half. He's already pinged once, moving back with the team, and a Hail Mary to now hit towards this A site.
They hit slowly but methodically. They're together. Not once have they all gone left side. They still feel comfortable going to the right here for Lev. They're going to get themselves into position. It's resulted in the same thing. NRG getting themselves up top to Waterfall, a few at screens, and that site retake. How does Lev change it up this time?
Big fight coming up from the flank. It's calm against Monty. Needs to stay alive for this ult.
They trade for a moment, but back up as the pit goes down inside sight after the plant, so a little bit more ground controlled. Okeanos levels out Sam, which is a huge frag considering his impact so far throughout the series. Okeanos levels another one, and it's Mata this time. The Sheriff, huge for him as Brock fires into the smoke. The reload used by Tex to get the upper hand with the Stinger. Oh, the shorty's always going to win out on the jump forward there. Sam playing Ethan playing hopscotch on Tex. And they're just going back and forth right now. It's going to be Ethan, though, in the chaos. The last shorty to get the kill. And another 10-2 half by NRG.
So when is the next patch coming for the shorty?
Oh, soon enough.
But the chaos in a double pit too. I mean, I still like the pivot that Leviathan did. When Calm was getting pressured here by Mata, he's the one falling into the pit because they can play triple stingers inside of that King ult.
Yeah.
And then you utilize Oki to watch that flank. He wins this fight, that's perfect. But then you have these guys just still in full control.
Crazy stuff. Another 10-2. Will Lev be able to pull something together? We'll see when we come back from the break. We are back for Energy versus Leviathan here. Icebox second half, but Lev faced the same results here, down by 8. And they have to string together a miracle to keep themselves alive here in playoffs. The pressure is on for everyone on that side, as it just seems like NRG is able to ride above the pressure throughout this series.
We'll see right now for Leviathan in the first half. I mean, Sato a little bit quiet, but I feel it's also because of the double controller blocking the lines. He's also not having enough util to help him out for the attack. So hopefully now, let their opponents come towards him. And Leviathan could start bringing things back, starting with the pistol round. Double walls coming through both harbors, expelling those here towards the A site. Starting to get quick now, as Leviathan's already looking to fight.
Fake dash, kind of. They want to get the commitment out of the backside, and they're just going to have shots everywhere. Wait a minute, a flawless is going to happen here. With the rush forward, Sato's going to have to run over with the Sheriff, and he's already fined out in the mini garage. Ooh, finds Scuba. He goes for a swim, but he'll be back next round, as it's still going to be NRG bringing it 11-2, just like that.
The pistol round percentage once again going down for the side of Leviathan. Potentially the final pistol round of their stage. Potentially now having to go back into a force buy. What a nice little lurk and push up here from Sam. Even he doesn't believe himself at how good he's playing today.
I've been playing for a few days here. Had a turnaround hit yesterday or a few rounds ago.
Exactly, he played the best game so far of the stage yesterday, and now Sato finally finds an opening. Closing in with the barrel of the Bucky, but gets denied by a snake bite.
Closed out there. And NRG currently keeping every member of Lev off of double-digit kills. It's just across the board. The team has leveled up, come online for playoffs now, exactly when they need to. And making a lower bracket run look that much more promising for this squad here.
Leviathan, after losing Sato, are thinking, oh, okay, well, they have to be moving towards this B site because they know we're on a force buy. We've lost our weapons. We have a forward entry or a forward position from Sato with that Bucky to cut that line. And they read incorrectly, so Energy has now the first step into the A site and a surprise attack too. Preemptively now moving on the top of the rafters and going for a plant. So this time it's Scuba into the deadly position that Som just did a couple of rounds ago.
They're just playing the timings. The wall drops and all the kills come through. They know exactly how each round is going to turn out, it looks like.
Match point.
NRG do it again. They bring it to match point here. And they have to be feeling good with how this is going to push them forward with the momentum that they're able to show here, and just do it to Ascent and Icebox as well. Their map pool is quite big. Otherwise, they still have the Corrode that they play quite strong on, so things are looking good here.
Even pushing towards the spawn.
He full gave up. Wait, why did he give up?
I love how Bonkar has been smiling since the first map.
Of course. Man's just going to be rolling over timeouts into the next game at this point.
Unfortunately, at this rate, maybe no more next games for Leviathan. Already losing Tex in the very beginning. And it's only Mata. He's the one watching the flank here from Belt. All of them congregated towards that B main, and it's the turret that helps Ethan to get the pick.
They wait. They still have the upper hand, and they're just allowing Lev to get themselves into position. They say, you know what? Wait for everything. We're going to hit it max. And they get to the site with 1 minute left here. Com will be the first one to approach the situation. And oh my God, the up-down flick, kind of nasty. Actually, 2 flick towards the pocket there.
That was a triple swing.
Yeah, great choice by him in a very indecisive moment of how many people to shoot. Com comes up big and leaves the 2v3 here that Lev have to battle through or otherwise face the elimination. 10 for Ethan. He's trying to play on the outside to listen for those shots so that he can lock one of them down. A second one down. NRG will take the win in 2 and eliminate Leviathan.
Energy continuing to look in prime form. Remember I mentioned this, it was kind of like a G2 at home kind of story where their first week, they faltered to the Thieves, but won every single of their other games in the Omega group. And of course, you're always going to try to compare Omega versus Alpha of the type of opponents that you have, but they're definitely displaying now in the playoffs for Stage 2 that they could still take down the top dogs.
And it's different people showing up. You said Sam, we saw Sam going off the other day. Ethan was going off today. Mata had 3 aces versus MIBR. Nothing to scoff at there. Brock showing up today. 303 ACS on the Sova for Icebox. Didn't even have any first bloods, was just getting into the mix during the round, delivering the initiator utility and being behind his teammates. To see how the rookies are playing Scuba on Ascent at B, it's been crazy for NRG with the way this squad has worked out in late stage of the season.
And that's the thing, it's not just on Mata go kill and Mata tip of the spear and all that too.
Yeah.
It really looked like every single one of these players are pulling their weight and they're looking a lot more composed, no more individual of like, 1 week it's gonna be Brock, 1 week it's gonna be Scuba.
Yeah.
Every single one of them actually even went full force on Icebox. Just beautiful anchoring play, the preparation that comes out from Bonkar as well. Maybe that also helped how Som is playing around his smokes as is Omen. And the preparation that they have to always surprise their opponents for Leviathan in different positions in these early rounds.
Absolutely.
Just unfortunate for the side of Levy, but you know what? You got to walk out of that with your head high still. You have to do some crazy changes going to Stage 2. New coach, 2 new rookies, a change of scenery as well for King to lead. And remember, Stage 1, they had issues trying to figure out who's going to IGL for the team.
Yeah.
It went to like 3 different roles in Stage 1.
Absolutely.
And now they finally look like they could have something good going potentially to next year if it sticks to that roster.
And with looking how they had to play it, you almost went through Sato a lot of the time because of how well he was playing and how much he had to offer, which almost made it kind of a one-way street in some ways, right? And then required the plays that we saw for them to get through crew, which I think what Energy took advantage of, take the win and move on. But we have to hear from the players themselves. So right now we're going to send it over to Elizabeth down on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Sam.
W Streamer!
Guys, give it up for Sam. What an incredible performance that was. And I mean, you just said to me, I don't think I've ever been interviewed this year. Well, welcome back to your Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you.
And what a way to do it, Sam, because we heard in the pre-match package, you know, there's a lot of pressure in the lower bracket. That was almost a flawless 2-0, Sam.
Yeah.
Where was that pressure you guys were talking about?
Honestly, I think the close game versus G2, it could have gone G2's way or ours. And I think that gave us a lot of confidence going into this series. So we just came in full.
I mean, that's something Bonker said in my coach interview. He was like, very simply, he was like, we're calm, we're cool, collected.
Yeah.
What does that look like for you?
Honestly, it makes my job very easy. As you know, we have like 3 rookies. Maybe Adam's not considered a rookie anymore, but Brock and Scuba, they're so calm and cool, collected. Like, my experience doesn't matter. They don't need my experience.
Well, that's the thing, because like I feel like so many people know you as like the W streamer, which you are. You're our W streamer, but also you turned into a mentor of sorts, right? We've seen you like so young in the scene, but now you're the mentor. How have you taken on that role? Besides, like when someone as Brock and Scuba are so calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting old, man. I'm an unk now.
How old are you?
23.
Okay.
That's old. Okeanos, Sato, they're all like 18, 19.
I'm 26.
Yeah, you and me.
Okay.
But no, it's honestly, it's like after FNS left, it's been kind of like a gap that we've kind of been missing out on. And I think me and Ethan have been doing really well, and I think Bonkar especially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something else I want to ask you is I think NRG have been proving a lot of people wrong in these stage and in this playoffs. Do you think NRG is still underrated by the greater community, or do you think you guys have kind of met people's expectations? Like, all right, we get it, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we change like a couple people's minds. But I think until we make the goal of making champs, people can say what they want. And if we make champs, then it'll be a banger.
Yes. And I have one last question from you from someone named Pujan. I don't know if you know him.
I don't know him.
Okay. He had a very simple question. Who is better, Finesse or Scuba? Say word for word right there.
FNS or Scuba.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, John, but Scuba clears you, man. I love you, though, John. John, I love you, though, John.
And reminder, that question came from him. Give it up for Sam one more time. But we have the next match coming up. It is C9 versus 100 Thieves.
gives you wings.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Stake of lower bracket is obviously like, you know, it's now it's one and done. The pressure will definitely be there for both teams. I think that's where most of the fun comes from. You know, the pressure's on.
5 bullets left to work with, not a lot to do. Still the bullets, they're raining true, and that's damage done. Last player weak, Zephyr might have done enough. A top out wide, Zephyr!
Playing C9, I think obviously they're a really good team, regardless of like the narrative around them of them being like chokers in playoffs.
Most difficult player on these is probably Cryo. Obviously, Cryo is like a guy can just take over the game, so that's the scary part.
Pushing forward, looking for any info he can find, and Cryo swings out. Cryo with 3!
The stakes are just Paris or go home. Everything's on the line realistically for us, so this C9 game really means a lot.
Welcome back to day 4 of the Stage 2 playoffs and our final match of the week. We got a good one for you folks. It's 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. And this matchup only comes around once a year, baby. So enjoy it while you can. I'm Golden Boy here with Mimi, Sideshow, and Bren. Mimi, you were just trying to harass Sideshow there.
No, I was giving a gift to Bren. He wants to mess with that.
Why do we give you that? That just feels like a bad idea. Nothing about this is going to work out in our benefit. Yeah, we're watching, we're looking. Here he is. The madman's here, everyone. It's partially because you changed your pred last minute.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
And also, everything I've been saying in the map veto 8, like when the teams walk out,
it was wrong.
It's always been incorrect. Anything I say, I changed my pred, and I was like, I believe in Lev. I look at this map veto, it'll look great. It was like the fastest map in the history of VCT Americas.
Yep. Can confirm that was the fastest map in the history.
My self-confidence?
Faster than the 13-0.
Faster than the 13-0. What the hell happened?
They gave up.
Are we getting another one?
Okay, well, let's go ahead and talk about this here because look, both of these fan bases, they have been ride or die with these teams for a long time, but they have been crushed time and time again. Poor things, all right? And here's the good news, though, right, is that today, well, actually, one fan base is still going to be crushed, so, you know.
Yep.
But the other one's going to feel good. Yay,
Well,
happy,
temporarily, because that's the trouble with these fan bases. They've got they're just Duma is built into them.
Yeah, but also, you think about what these two teams have been up to over the last few years. 100 Thieves, known for getting, you know, the minimum amount of matches played across a year, and Cloud9, known for choking in playoffs. Like, one of these teams has got to break that kind of streak. This would be a really deep run for either of the squads at this point, even if they don't quite make it to Paris, though that is still on the line. And the other, like, no matter what, the other fan base is just going to feel like, oh, again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, inevitable, incredible outcomes.
And for both of them, it's been so long since the peak. The last time Cloud9 even made it to Champions was 2021 when we were still on the team. It was a completely different team back then. And for 100 Thieves, I mean, they won Stage 1 in 24 and went on the run to Shanghai, but since then it's just been grim. It's been back to the 100 Thieves fan storm cloud. It's been there for a long time.
Which is ironic because Cloud9 are the team with the Cloud logo, so, you know, actually quite nice. What does it mean? What you giving me this?
No, just good point. Really well connected there.
What can I say? That's my whole gimmick. Anyway.
I liked it.
No, I liked it too.
Elizabeth, please save us.
We don't need salvation.
I liked it.
Elizabeth.
We want to hear
please
from
go.
Nat.
I got a fire.
Here with Net from Cloud9. Now, you guys put up such a good fight against Sentinels. Did that match instill confidence in you, doing so well against one of the best team, arguably one of the best teams in Americas, or did you have that confidence from your win against Lev?
I would say we had that confidence from the work and effort that we put in practice. I think the wins against Lev and the close results against Sen are just a result of our hard work, and we expected to win that match, and it was a really close game because they're a great team, but we just expect to beat every team that we play.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Now look, guys, it is a very simple thing, okay? If Cloud9 wants to win today, listen to the words that are coming out of... Actually, you know what? Give me the solo. Ven aquí, ven aquí. Come closer, please. Right here, as much as you can, okay? Band bind. That's all. Apparently, that's it. That's the freaking solution. If Evil Geniuses did that, who knows what could have happened yesterday?
They would have lost on Sunset and still lost 2-0.
Damn it, Mimi! Stop bringing reality into this.
But 100 Thieves, it is true. They're yet to win a series where they don't win on bind, and that's because they're so excellent on this map. They completely dismantled EG. I think EG came in with a solid ante. They wanted to punish the long control on their attacking side, give them options to punish. No. 100 Thieves dismantled them regardless.
I just want to say real fast, Bren, Asuna, when I talked to him about bind yesterday, the words he literally said was, oh, bro, I saw bind and I knew map 1 immediately. We were starting the series 1-0.
Because it plays all their strengths. I mean, 100 Thieves, they love to brawl and team fight, and they love to play on their own tempo. Bind, some of the shortest avenues as soon as the barriers drop out of any map in the game, and you can build up those odds, you can generate these execs, you have all these preset plans and ideas. It just lets 100 Thieves play the game that they want to play.
I think, though, if they do ban bind, I think we're likely to see Corrode. And so both of these teams have really unique ideas of how they want to play on this map. Neither of them particularly play the meta.
I'm going to bring out a stick for this one.
So, yeah, I mean, you've got double scan initiator coming out from 100 Thieves up towards the top with Cryo playing the chamber. That's really interesting. But then also you've got double flash being played to attack the attackers.
Yeah, double flash, there you go.
To re-clear through mid. And I don't really know which one's going to come out on top. It's actually one of the maps where 100 Thieves are 2-0. They're undefeated here, but they haven't played against some astoundingly stiff competition. Whereas I think that Cloud9 actually showed that this theory works even against some of the best, because Sentinels were struggling with this.
What's so weird is that 100 Thieves play a comp where you don't actually have like a lot of control. You don't have that Viper wall to lurk into mid, threaten there as an extra stall tool. What they do have is constant refreshable util to go for re-clear after re-clear. On the other hand, the resources for Cloud9 are really finite playing the sky. You get 3 util tools, that's it for your entire round. Those are also the flashes where you're setting up plays, but they have a bit more room to send lurks with the Viper, things like that, and go for these kind of faster pop plays through their smoke with the Sky.
One of the things, though, is by playing this double flash comp, they want to team fight, right? You're flashing in mid and you're having a brawl. And who loves a brawl? I mean, 100 Thieves, they love a scrap. They want a team fight all the time. Like, their game plan is we get in there and we look at them and we're like, A-Ram, basically. They're just going to find you on the map and they're going to run at you. And it can be so predictable, but it still catches teams off guard sometimes.
Yeah, and let's not forget, too, right, if we end up going to Corrode, right, you're really going to see those initiators come into play as well because, as we've mentioned many times, those walls, you can basically hear everything through them. So, you know, that's always going to be a factor. And then you also got to think about who are going to be those players stepping up in those moments with utility, with the shots. And EU is that guy for me. Yesterday, I was really impressed with what we were seeing from him regardless. He was still putting up a fight whenever they needed it.
I don't believe there's a player that gets more consistent value out of every piece of utility when he's playing on Fade. Look at some of these rounds. The C's Brimstone combo down short completely cooks EG. He's showing similar looks into long as well, using that tool. And he's so on point with when he's choosing to use his Prowlers or Haunts on
that was crazy.
And on top of that, he goes to map 3, Bren, and just decimates individually.
Yeah, I think individual basis as well. If EU keeps shooting like he is now, I think he's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with a lot of these Cloud9 players in terms of firepower as well, because that's what a lot of this game is going to come down to if we think about it. We're imagining this to be both teams kind of opting into the brawls. 100 Thieves want to fight. Cloud9 never shy away from it. You see it often from them. It might come down to the form factor. If EU can keep it going, a big advantage for 100 Thieves.
One of the things I think the fans don't quite realize too is that EU contributes a huge amount to the communication for this team. The two biggest callers, I think, in terms of like making those scraps for team fights, that kind of thing, and leading the direction and the tempo of the team is EU.
Well, what's happening?
And Asuna as well. I mean, they're on opposite sides here, though, so your stick is going to have to do a lot of work.
There we go.
But EU and Asuna, you were talking about it in the comms too, and Asuna just has so many ups and downs on his individual level, because when you play a scrappy team fight style like this, and you're playing a duelist where you're selfless and you are sending it, if you're playing against weaker competition, like EG, okay, you are going to roll them over. And then if you're playing against more difficult competition that are going to shut you down immediately, I mean, we saw it against G2, he got destroyed.
There's a lot of duelist players that require a lot of priming, though, where it's like their initiator player is moving them around and calling for them. It's not the case whatsoever with Asuna. He's the type of guy who not just wants to be the tip of the spear and have his teammates work around him to set himself up, but also to figure out these setups and try and come up with ideas outside of that. He is insanely vocal. I think sometimes the community, when they've heard the 100 Thieves videos, have called that to a fault. But when I was listening yesterday, it didn't feel that chaotic. It felt like a very good balance of him and EU plus Xander in some of the pre-rounds, keeping this team on the right track and considering all these options and how to play off each other.
I think you're going to see a very interesting look here for 100 Thieves, because if you're expecting Cloud9 to come in trying to control the tempo, because you saw in those clips as well, like Jorgen was holding a stun for the refight in CT. He knows when the fights are coming. They know how 100 Thieves like to play. Cloud9 are going to opt into it in a different way. They're actually just going to meet them head on, I think, and try and just ego check them in a lot of ways. So we're going to see almost a different series. It might be very bloody and brawly overall, but genuinely, it could just come down to that form factor as well.
Yeah, well, we did get an opportunity to catch up with Asuna, courtesy of Elizabeth. Excuse me. Let's check it out.
You are the name on EU's lips about Bind, because when I asked him about it, when my the last time colleague Valina asked him about it, why are you so good on Bind? Both times he said you. What is your reaction to that?
I think it's more of a team thing. Obviously, I had a good map, so it's easier to pick me. But overall, I think we're really good on that map, like individually, team-wide. So we have really good setups, and Tony does a good job on bringing unique stuff every single time. And overall, yeah, just a good map for us. And luckily, I'm the player that shined that day, so obviously, yeah.
Best of luck today.
Well, let's shift the conversation over to their opponents. We got Cloud9. Now, of course, we did see Oxy struggle against Zekin and Sentinels, which was a thing that we did highlight last week. But it is important to note here that this wasn't a one-man operation. The entire team really did step up against Sentinels in that match.
Yeah, they had a close game, and I think it's fair to say they might have been able to win if Oxy had a blinder of a performance, but it was more, I think, credit to the rest of the players on C9 that they made the game close despite not having to rely on Oxy go kill. And I think that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I like the pace that they've got on the attack side, where they do slow things down. I was thinking about what you were saying, Brent, but sometimes I like the fact that they temper that
They've been trying to play
aggression
more controlled recently, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Amy's spoken about it plenty of times. Throughout all of Stage 2, they were made to look fools, to be honest, on certain maps because they were trying to evolve into this team that had nuance.
I think showing a map like their Corrode is a great example of that, where they do have those very fast rounds, but with the limited initiator tools they have, they're instead sometimes taking more time to contact around pop late into these rounds and be a little bit more intentional about the fights that they're choosing to take.
Yeah, and we saw there Oxy, right, the struggle that he was having in that Sentinels matchup. But again, you know, we're seeing this Cloud9 team, a team that we thought was going to be cursed, actually really is stepping up to the moment here. And of course, this week we also saw Cloud9 win their opening match against Leviathan. So I do want to pose a question to the panel here. Do we feel like, you know, C9 are shaking off this curse?
Let's start with Mr. Positive.
Mr. Positive?
I feel like it is a bit of a different C9. I feel like the way that, I mean, even our Preds from earlier, most of us are going for C9 in this matchup. That would not happen if we believed in the curse in playoffs. It feels like a different team.
But if they lose this match today, especially if it's in dominant fashion, I think the curse is back in
You mean
business.
like the way the Lev just
Yes,
lost?
I think that they have to make a global event, or at least get one step further in this lower bracket for people to start to get away from that mentality of just thinking of these guys as chokers.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree. I feel like
You think if
they've
they
gone
get
over it.
stomped today 2-0,
I don't think
they're
they're going
not
to get stomped.
chokers?
The way that they played close against Sentinels gives you so much confidence in terms of how this team is actually developed.
I also don't think it'll happen, but I think that'll be the narrative.
Yeah, well, I think if they did what Lev just did,
Oh,
it
yeah,
would
no,
be
no,
like,
okay, yeah, the
then it's
narrative
crazy.
confirmed.
But I agree with you, it's probably not going to happen.
I don't foresee that happening. I think we're seeing a Cloud9 team that is clearly recognizing their strengths and the value of those strengths, and they're playing into them. And a 100 Thieves team that does need to step up in the moment. And one fan base is going to be sad today. Let's find out who it is and send it over to the stage and bring out both squads.
Riot Games Arena, it is do or die for two more teams. First up, make some noise for 100 Thieves!
All right, so now you got this 100 Thieves team. They love the double duelist. It plays perfectly into their strengths here. They're going to need to really dig into the playbook, Mimi, in order for them to be able to get this win. Because you know Cloud9, you know Coach Imi and the boys have plans.
They haven't made it to a global event since Shanghai. They were the Americas champions, and it's been disappointment in the playoffs since. But this is a team who has made some small changes here and here, have doubled down on their own identity in Stage 2, and found a system that worked. But there's a lot of room still to go if they want another global.
I'm worried when they're on the defense that their tendency to re-clear, to refight, will just be too predictable. And I think Mitch might have a great read on that. So I want to see Zix, I want to see Xander mix things up a little bit on the defense side.
And their opponents fighting for a spot at Champions Paris. Make some noise for Cloud9!
And this Cloud9 team, look, I'm just going to say, even though I did predict 100 Thieves, I have my reasons, I do genuinely feel like this is not a team, Bren, that it's not the same. I do feel like we've seen a lot of growth from this team. You guys mentioned Mitch as well. His calling has been really impressive. I've liked what I've been seeing. And again, the sum of all the parts are hitting for C9.
Yeah, they're trying to really evolve into not just a team that's able to beat down on opponents that they're mechanically better than, but also they can go toe-to-toe, I think, with some of the top teams in their groups or even just in Americas overall, which we've shown.
For sure.
And they have shown that, I think, already. So this is a squad that is evolving in the right direction. And not just that, they're thinking about different faculties as well, such as the map veto. And speaking to Imi about it,
They banned Bind!
Yeah, they banned Bind!
What do you know?
And listen,
What a moment.
Imi was talking, saying that, listen, he knows that they haven't shown many of their maps so far over the course of this stage. They brought out the pocket pick of Icebox with that unique composition before. That's going to be second into the pool. They know the strengths of it. They know that they have stuff hidden up their sleeves already. This is a team that is, I think, pretty determined. They're going to use every trick up their sleeve to try and win out and make it all the way to Champs Paris.
More than almost any other team in the playoffs, C9 has been willing to take risks, to go for those one-off compositions, to play off meta, and we get the highlights of that with both Corrode and Icebox being shown. But the series starts back on Haven, which I think should be a really close match, but one that 100 Thieves have looked solid on in this stage.
I'm telling you, 100 Thieves, they're starting on defense. Watch when Mitch slows down the pace on the attack side. If 100 Thieves just start inting down mid and trying to force fights against them, then I'm starting to get worried, because this has got to be a map where 100 Thieves start out on the right foot. If, though, they can lure Cloud9 into the big team fight brawls, and Cloud9 get caught up in the pace, caught up in the tempo, and start losing those battles, if the excitement gets to them, if they start crumbling, then worries on the Cloud9 side.
There's one little twist, though, that is going to be playing, I think, towards Cloud9's favor. And genuinely, I've been a bit of a hater of the Sky that they've been pulling out. I'm assuming they're going to be playing it again. We'll see when we get onto the other side of things. But the Sky is fantastic at refighting. On your own metrics, like your own situation where you want to be fighting in, you take away control from the opposition. There it is. Sky. You fight on your own terms.
I think that the 100 Thieves comp, though, is in a lot of ways better at going for those refights. They have more tools, more options. I mean, you're pulling out a Yoru who basically has, well, not having the info
but will
tools,
it be predictable?
Those same 2 flashes.
But will it be predictable?
Those refight plays, I think that's what you have to be looking out for if you're C9 on attack. But 100 Thieves is a team that is good at finding the right timings to pop those plays, and that's where it really matters.
All right, folks. Well, we heard the analysts. Let's jump into the match, shall we? Send it over to your casters, and one of them is actually Cloud9's biggest believer. Here is Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Honestly, it's easy to believe. They've made fans out of a couple of people who may have thought at this point they would have already faltered. But the truth is, they stand before another monumentous task. Christy with another one potentially lying in wait next week.
Yeah, you win here today, then you have to face down NRG for that spot in Paris. And honestly, Golden Boy, I think that Cloud9 doubters need to get a new hobby. This stage, they've only dropped to G2 and Sentinels. Now seeing them up against other competition in 100 Thieves, who have started their run yesterday by taking down EG in 2-0 fashion, have started that pathway to Paris.
Cloud9 will start on the attacking side, and as Josh was mentioning on the desk, we return to the scene of a pretty brutal performance from 100 Thieves on Haven. It was discombobulated, it looked disjointed, it looked disorganized, but there's a chance at redemption here against a team that probably favored in this series, I would say.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at predictions coming into the game, a lot of people have been leaning towards Cloud9, but I don't know if it's so clear-cut. We'll see how this map pool continues to develop, with C9 starting here on the attack side. It is worth mentioning that just looking at these two comps, Cloud9 playing a comp straight out of 3 years ago. 100 Thieves a bit more cutting edge, playing agents that didn't exist in the Neon, playing Yoru, who had footsteps back then, but C9 still been successful on that and already trading in mid.
Yeah, some of those mid fights that were problematic in the past. This time, Austin was there to be able to trade it back, but the number's still the way of the attack. Cloud9 have full C control. They're going to be in a really nice spot here.
Oftentimes when Oxy gets taken down low, he'll go on a bit of a walk up, but Mitch healed him all the way up to full. It's a big advantage to have here in the post plant, already up numbers.
Paranoia, gonna push him back just a little bit more. Austin managed to dodge. Now we'll tip his toes back into the site.
Mitch even has double flashes still as well, so the stall from Cloud9 is immense.
There's the first. Stun out, you imagine dash comes sword, the double swing is not enough. Oxy and Mitch hold the line, EU's the last to stand, and it will not be for long. Cloud9 take the pistol.
Impressive that Oxy was able to take this C site without much support from the Sky, just dashed up into a cloud burst on top site, deleted the side anchor for 100 Thieves. And Cloud9, if they're able to play with some pace here too, try to break open these rounds. There you have him actually getting into the site. Again, no flashes going into backside, so in the post, it comes so easy for C9 to play this.
And no scan backside either. We've had a similar conversation on Corrode, and there you kind of see it would be significantly easier if there was a scan, but only one back there. He's able to take the fight and win it out.
So Oxy online in round one, sitting 3-0 after a poor performance versus Sentinels. This is exactly how he wants to start it off. One's all right, I suppose, but Io has managed to hang out inside that smoke back towards spawn.
There's a flashback site. The smokes to make sure there's no one ahead of it. Very nicely done.
100 Thieves do this a lot on their early eco rounds where they're threatening the flank. EU's back in spawn trying to break out a Killjoy turret. There's still an alarm bot that Zeppa will be holding. More than likely, though, we'll go back and regroup with his team.
100 Thieves trying to figure out, do they try to play this out? Do they just play for exits? And instead, the orbs have been donated to Cloud9 as Mitch gets 2 on the round, about halfway to having his ult online.
Not too shabby for him.
No, not at all.
to be fair, Cloud9's comp, one of the reasons why I think the Sky has sort of fallen out of favor, even though it was pretty strong back and fast on top of just nerfs and type things like this, this comp from Cloud9 has no real get up and go ultimates. You know, you've got a lockdown, I suppose, but that can be countered out by Hunter's Fury on the other side.
Sure.
You just don't have that same power to breach a site like you get out of something like the Yoru on the other side. What this comp allows Cloud9 to do is play much slower, drawn-out rounds, make use of the Viper Wall, especially into the A space, to force 100 Thieves to leave 2 players, actually hold on to that forward A control.
100 Thieves do have 2 players posted over there right now, prepared to fight for that very same space.
I think we saw actually a couple days ago it was 100 Thieves on this map that allowed that short walk up behind the wall versus G2, and then Austin is shot in the back of the head while he's trying to hold solo down long. So these are going to be the adjustments 100 Thieves have had to make. They've been exploited here in the past, but have had some time to try and work on it.
Couple of trips, Kess's utility will make this hit significantly harder. First tag onto the trip, Oxy makes his way through, Vic on high, Paranoia drops down. This double dive essentially for Kess is too much.
That was so clean from Vic, entering the site, using the util, playing it off it as himself as well. Just everything for Cloud9, and 100 Thieves are relatively scattered. Austin had walked all the way down A long, so without him in a position to speed up, 100 Thieves are really taking their time, expecting there to be a lurk in mid, because they haven't seen Zeppi yet into the round, so dashing around, spending 5, 10, 15 seconds. It's about time to go.
All right, time is precious here. Don't really have...
Wow. I like this from Vic. He's playing inside of 100 Thieves' own one-way, and the time is starting to go.
Ratty, a little spot, 1 for 1. Again, the clock has been ticking for a while. They're calling the save.
Hello?
This is a disastrous start for 100 Thieves.
A round 3 save against the bonus with 3 players surviving. All because Kess got destroyed on the site, and then 100 Thieves spent forever worrying about this late lurk from Zeppa.
On their map pick too.
But watch this pathing. First, right, Vic teleports up top, then drops the Paranoia that he plays off of beautifully. It's nice from him.
Yeah, and we've talked a ton about...
Yo, are you guys even gonna try? Come on! Let's go.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's Net. that is the demon, that is the menace that he has become.
That's Net at like a 4 out of 10. Yeah, you know, we've got a lot of room to go in this series.
100 Thieves might not, though, if they don't figure out some of these early fights.
They do still have guns to fight with. Some spam connects onto Vic. But C9 realize, okay, it's a heavy fight into the A space. We'll just head over towards C.
One quick difference here. Cryo has already TP'd over. Xander's close by as well. Last time they bullied Kess. This time he's got help. He's got reinforcements. And Oxy peeks on the other side with smoke, able to get the kill onto Kess, but Xander there for the counterpunch. EU pops his Hunter's Fury. And it's Bedlam on the site.
That ultimate to assist from EU is critical. Brings things down to even 2-on-2. So then the question becomes, how can Austin get back into the site? Hasn't been critical in the round so far, but already has opened things up.
Chris before it, Net could pop off in between rounds, but can he do it now? A 1v2. Already spotting Austin up, forced to take that fight. Very nicely done by that duo of Austin and EU.
He was talking a big game, maybe came a little bit too early for Net, with Austin getting back into the site. And this is a round where I think both teams had different ideas to come into the C site. Like you mentioned, Cryo quick on the rotates, him and Xander get into the site. But even, you'll see in the replay, Oxy changed his pathing. The previous round, he dashed into plat, didn't actually play for backside. This time he gets that first kill, but it's Xander popping out of the smoke, and EU's ultimate. Again, EU's utility. Raining in kills for 100 Thieves that keep them alive in the round.
Yeah, and that tells me that 100 Thieves are going to want to do these like brawly floods. Forget about trying to fight through the retake. You're going to flood out onto the site and deny before it even happens.
Yeah, that's what you want with this double duelist comp, the fast rotates of the Yoru and the Neon. The issue that can sometimes be posed for the fast flood is when there's going to be Killjoy mollies going to choke points, Viper mollies as well, the Viper orbs. The chokes out of spawn can be harder to work in. So 100 Thieves need to preempt these rotates, and we've already seen that 3 players slip towards A, where there was only the 1 10 seconds ago.
Quick note on where Cryo's TP is. In case he does need to get out of dodge very quickly, can rotate back to C site.
Dart quickly broken, but C9 are going to use their dog into garage. Kess has been bullied a bit over towards the C site, left on an island, but now the refight.
That Paranoia is good. Oxy still better.
He just holds it down. And 100 Thieves on the run. By the way, into Garage. A Viper has been left. Now Seekers to support this work. Net can move behind these Seekers and advance into these two players of 100 Thieves.
Couple of cabbages getting a tag. Net tries to jump up into Garage. And it's quickly shut on him, but the blades from Oxy are just so clean. So a 3v3 now down the side, and once again, it's going to have to be Kess. Able to get his one, will delay for just a moment. Will buy just enough time.
This is a huge round from Oxy on the Bladestorm. That kill down long, staying alive, getting the trade into Garage, now challenging the spawn line.
But how much more can the Surge and Scalpel find? Make that 3. Mitch takes the 4th. Cloud9, take another.
The steadiest of hands from Oxy. Putting up a highlight round, and that's a econ breaking round from 100 Thieves. Watch these again. Doesn't get connected on the paranoia.
I thought it hit both initially.
And then it's just heads from there on out.
Let's go, Francis. Let's go, baby.
Baby, hey. Early timeout from Zix here. I mean, they're down 3 rounds, yes, but not really wanting to let this get out of hand, I guess.
I think we've been seeing this from Zix when early swing rounds are lost, when their econ is shattered. He likes to call these timeouts when it's a light buy 400 Thieves. And you even think back to yesterday's match versus Evil Geniuses. There have been a lot of thrifty rounds going 100 Thieves' way. Even in the loss versus G2, they were able to win a lot of light buy rounds. So oftentimes these have been very effective for the team. And Austin has got some tools to play with, right? You've got the Neon ulti. There's definitely some more aggressive ideas 100 Thieves can operate with on that plan. But their Sheriffs have also just been very sharp when they are in play.
You just saw Amy there on his screen with this, on your screens, excuse me, with his special book. That's gotten them up 3 rounds, light buy on the side of 100 Thieves, as you mentioned. But you imagine Austin Azult will be a part of the conversation here in just a few moments.
You'd also expect 100 Thieves maybe to start flipping up the Cypher on this eco round. Kess is already headed towards A. But with the amount of bullying that's been going on towards C, C9 getting free reign over Garage, I like that already 100 Thieves have an idea to fight a little bit more towards mid.
Is there a crunch here?
I think it's a walk down initially, using the Sheriff to hold window. Not even that. This is now the 2nd or 3rd time we've seen Net drop this orb on front B. Very strong lurk orb, because if Cypher utility isn't on B, a player can walk out the left side or the right side. And what that does is it forces 2 members of 100 Thieves to play on the B site whenever the orb goes up. Otherwise, there's always going to be these gaps of information. But when 100 Thieves are already stacking 2 players towards the A site, you leave huge question marks in Garage, and if you rotate off of B, again, that starts to open up.
Cloud9 making a little bit of noise towards A, where all of the, really all of the defense of 100 Thieves currently lie in wait.
But I think this is just good calling from Cloud9. Show that presence, expect 100 Thieves to overstack on the light buy. So again, they can move back towards C, where Garage has historically been weak. And they can contact in as soon as they don't see anything. It's going to be very evident that the rest is empty. Once there's no tripwire here, nobody's on site.
Right, a flash into Garage, and they mosey out onto C with no resistance.
But a flood from Xander.
Yeah, but the dam that is Cloud9 right now is just too strong.
Austin can sprint all he wants. Actually sending the ultimate. C9 not expecting it at all.
Hang on, they've got the wall up too. Keep an eye on Zeppa on the minimap. He's well out of the play here now. Will be in a position to contribute. Net joins the fray.
And for a moment, it's like 100 Thieves are spread out so they can get some silly kills. They can find one there.
That's another silly kill.
That is a gun on the ground, but with no smokes alive from 100 Thieves. Actually, I tell a lie. There's 2 cages for Cass. Playing long may end up costing C9.
Time is so short, but they're going to go for it.
100 Thieves need pressure on the spike immediately.
First shock into Covey, not connecting. EU winning out the fight.
Cass has already gotten half. Wait, they're not sticking. Now they are. Yeah.
Who's going to stick it?
What are we doing? What are we doing? That cannot be a mistake C9 are making on an anti-eco round, up in numbers, dropping the player into Garage. And yes, if you just look at the screen, you say, okay, Omen is dead, you can play long. That is typically the right play, but not versus a Cypher. Those cages last long enough to full stick the spike.
And so what was their flaw there? What went wrong? Were they just not aggressively fighting on site enough?
Yeah, you just literally cannot fall back into long, because then it becomes a 50-50, do you win the spam?
Right.
But inside the cage and where the spike was planted, there's full range to defuse the spike from.
Oh gosh, they're pushing down long too. 4 members of 100 Thieves.
This is the first aggro look for 100 Thieves here though, held by Vic.
Has to be careful here.
I don't think C9 saw more than 1 or 2 players though, so they're not speeding up into B like you maybe would have expected. Dog doesn't see anything A short, so they're fairly cautious on the approach.
A flash and some high ground from the duelists. Vic is not far behind, and here comes the flood again. Hellbent on refusing to relent control of the site. And 100 Thieves arrive at just the right time. Yeah, they got the spike down, but they have full site control. Oxy's tagged up, taking a ton of damage off these shots already, down to 48 HP. And once again, a spam situation. Zeppa's got to be able to relieve some pressure. That's exactly what he does. No paranoia in play here. The flash from Cryo will buy a little bit of time. What can Mitch do? The swing out from the window, and Mitch gets 2.
Okay, Mitch. That'll get it done for C9. Even with all the pressure of the fast flood on the retake, to me it looked like 100 Thieves had the right idea. Get in quickly before the next cycle of Viper smoke. And yet, this fight here, bit silly from Xander. And then no one can really find their mark. A bit scattered. EU wasn't with his 2 teammates that were swinging immediately into the open. And it's in those details that a guy like Mitch is just gonna tear you apart. I mean, 10 and 4 apiece between Oxy and Mitch. It's sort of the story of this game.
Austin has taken this really aggressive line with Cryo close by. The flash out is bait, but it's only good for 1.
Yeah, the pistols and the Hunter's Fury actually gets the kill onto net. And now look at mid. 2 players stepped outside garage. Zappa spots it out.
Hess had a rifle.
Yeah.
Maybe Xander can scoop it up. He will. No armor on the remaining members of 100 Thieves.
Seekers in the 1v3 is just checkmate as well. Perfect info.
I mean, we just had that, what feels like 2 rounds ago.
I mean, when Mitch has 10 kills in 7 rounds, he'll take it.
That shock will hurt. EU's playing just on the other side of the smoke.
Yeah, players in short and long, though, is really uncomfy for C9.
There's danger here. 2 rifles have been grabbed by 100 Thieves.
Oh, so let's just go into their spawn. Why not, C9?
40 seconds left. Xander with a lot to do, and he hears all of it.
Yeah, EU has preempted this as well. He's already into garage. Perfect timing from him, even with just the classic. Even Cryo coming in for some pressure, so C9 don't even fully commit over to the space, but do they expect the player in window?
You should run.
Cloud9 are on thin ice. They have to be careful. No, they had no idea. It's EU who had the classic. An earthen pod among brass, and that nets the kill.
The lockdown will slow it down. 100 Thieves both coming in from C-Link, and Cryo alone front B. This fight against Mitch is everything.
He's got so many angles he has to check. He's outnumbered. He's out of position. Off the clone, tries to swing, tries to take the fight. And 100 Thieves snatch another one away.
Huge round out of EU there on the classic of all things as well. And it's that split-second call. Once EU realizes, oh, C9, they're not actually planting the spike on A. That call comes in from Xander, hearing the footsteps going towards B. He makes a mad dash into garage window. Completely unexpected. He also, remember, spent the Hunter's Fury at the start of the round.
Right.
And he's done that a few times in previous games on these ecos, investing the ult. It's a big risk, but it pays off massively.
Nice!
Two rounds between these two as Cloud9 call a timeout. They've got a couple of ults. The pit, probably the most compelling here as they go into the next round, but
I mean, I still think the game plan for Cloud9 is working. It's gotten messy in the last couple rounds, you know, when they fall into C long in the post, and then here in the 3v3, just getting out-rotated. I think their actual attack in terms of, you know, the slower-paced macro to usually bully into Kess at the end of rounds has been wildly successful. They just need to clean up in the post plants, get back to playing together. Been too many players shot in the side or the back of the head, for my liking.
And you know, it reminds me of what you were saying earlier around the Thrifties, that 100 Thieves seem to have a knack for converting.
They do, and I really do think it's been EU so consistently. You look at all of playoffs, even the loss versus G2, EU has been an incredible performer, consistent.
Yeah.
One of the best fraggers every single game. His utility, excellent.
He has been their rock.
And that's been mostly on the fade, but already here on the Sova, stepping up to the plate in crunch time.
11-4 right now. Trying to lead his squad through a comeback and get back onto equal footing.
100 Thieves have spent a lot round after round for the A short control, but as C9 go back into Garage, as has been their tendency, Cryo is here.
And a trip will help.
He kind of shies away from it though.
So they know there's nobody playing close. They'll spot this trip here in just a moment, clear it out, and then they can reset the map.
25 seconds in the round, already a trip broken. Now C9, though, need to freeze, probably put some pressure into re-clearing short. Mitch never used the dog. He's always going to hold on to that. The re-clear, though. Oh, no, Zeppa. Just a 1-for-1.
Cryo steady hands, not far off. Meanwhile, Asuna flushed out by the dog. Sniff through it. EU not able to contribute. And now Cloud9 can just accelerate A, but keep, never mind, Xander was in the right position at the wrong time.
This is just Cloud9's flowchart. It's get into the mid space after sending a couple bullets A lobby at the start to keep those players stuck there. Break the side for utility and then go back and make sure 100 Thieves don't have the forward post in A lobby. It's pretty predictable timings, I would say, overall. And yet, the dog catching Asuna just means the round's effectively over.
Time to jump.
Do you think are they misplacing the value that they're placing into controlling A main at the beginning? You think it's...
I think controlling A lobby is incredibly important on this map, and you have to prove that you can do that on the defense. The issue I think 100 Thieves are running into is how awkward it is to fight around this attacking Viper wall. Because you could see EU had made it over to A short in time to try and set up a crossfire idea with his Neon. There's even a paranoia coming in from Xander that's trying to catch some players in lobby too. So they had tools to fight with. It's just both of those fights end up being completely 1v3 out of 100 Thieves because the wall cuts them right down the middle.
And so either they continue to try to solve the Rubik's Cube that is this Viper's Wall in A main, or they just try to control the other areas of the map, I guess.
Yeah, and you'll see it here again. The dog for Mitch, it's great pathing too, because Asuna thinks, oh, the dog's going short, I have a timing. No, gets caught. And then EU not in position to trade again.
Yeah.
So the adjustment from 100 Thieves. Don't miss Oxy, come on. The adjustment from 100 Thieves needs to either be get in front of the wall and post there with an op with probably your Yoru.
Oh no, they're going back to bullying back C. Double dive once more, Oxy first. Vic close by, striking where it hurts. Vic gets two, and this is the round.
The CXX are just unbeatable. Austin has come into the site. It's a Stinger, though.
A Stinger into a 2v5. I mean, a weapon upgraded for the Duelist.
Okay. It's a 2v3 now. Out of nowhere.
Opportunity to make something out of this as EU gets another one. Perhaps opportunity to pull another rabbit out of the hat for 100 Thieves. And that's Zeppa spotted. We know where he is, but Net's position concealed. Now given away.
I'm out of here.
They've got to get on the spike here. Just a tap. Patience on the swing, but it still falls into a 1v1. Asuna tries to take the fight to Zeppa's doorstep and will.
No time.
Not enough time.
I've got to say credit to Austin and EU. There have been a few of these C retakes now that just seem completely impossible for 100 Thieves.
Until they're not.
And then somehow winning these fights. C9 getting a bit caught off guards by utility, not in position to trade each other all the time. But still, I think the entry pathing, just what C9 have drawn up in the playbook between Vic and Oxy, changing their pathing ideas round to round as well, has been unbeatable. Cass has had no solution into the site. The only time the hold is working is when his teammates are popping out of smokes back CT or garage and getting 2 or 3 kills on unassisted.
And so they've moved him to A like we saw a couple of rounds ago.
I think this is good. They can ignore the A lobby space a little bit more, not get caught on the re-clears. Just bunker in behind it, but how many rounds of 100 Thieves just had their econ broken?
And show a similar look. If I'm not mistaken, this is...
Yeah.
Yeah. The same anti-eco.
You're right, with just Xander playing a little bit solo C. Now, EU does have Hunter's Fury again for the light buy.
Right.
C9 wasting less time, maybe playing in towards C long.
Right.
Getting ready, maybe even hearing that jump peek. Here we go.
Remember how good they've been in these Thrifties, and this is a far cry from that. They have a Guardian, they have a Phantom.
Cloud9 were expecting the trap play to actually be there. Now actually probably going to head back into the Cypher side.
2 trips, 1 down short, 1 down long, and a cam on site.
As soon as the dog sees the tripwire, it's just full steam ahead. They know this side of the map's going to be light. Didn't actually get the info, so they slow things down a bit. It'll be a fake hit into the site. Mitch throwing his last bird while the rest of his team plays Garage.
This could be a problem. There are 3 members of the defense here.
20 seconds.
Asuna pops the ult, swings out. Vic clotheslines him on the other side. Remember, the spike is here. They're going to get out, but they're going into 2 more on
Kess is still in the smoke. Kess is still on site.
Oxy has high ground. Kess is dealt with. Cloud9 somehow get control of A.
The ugliest anti-eco of all time.
I mean, it doesn't...
But it's a win.
Right, it doesn't have to be sexy, I guess, if it works.
Unreal. With 20 seconds pivoting back into the A site, Vic's up in heaven. Okay.
That's just how they drew it up.
Unclench, it's all good.
Cryo left with a stinger. Yeah, I mean, sure, it counts. The round is still theirs.
I mean, if Mitch is not playing short A there and killing Kess.
Yeah, Kess saves the round.
Exactly.
It's very likely.
And again, if Kess gets 1 kill there, everyone on site, you stop planting the spike. Oxy, who's boosted up, turns down to look at Kess. That Heaven player that had rotated in from 100 Thieves is now getting kills.
Right.
Then you use Hunter's Fury, like 1 kill is the difference between C9 getting burned on an anti-eco again or not.
Yeah, and that's Mitch at 12 and 6, and even those small positionings there, that 1 kill being the drastic difference that it was. Yeah. Kess was already looking at Oxy. I mean, that's like a second difference on the round. So into the last round of the half we go. Ult for you, as you mentioned in the previous round, 13 and 7 for him.
But Kess is back to playing C. C9 challenging here early on. If they realize it again, I don't see what exactly stopping them from the pop.
Xander's here, the TP for Cryo's already here, and look at EU, has already rotated C.
Yeah, he's on that side. But 100 Thieves have 2 players up into A. This dog around the 105 mark has pretty consistently gone back there to deal with those 2 players.
I mean, listen to the map right now.
I heard the call from stage. They're going to clear back into A.
Just silence. And so, yeah, they make a little bit of noise. They insert someone B, and that's going to pop the ult from EU.
He tags the 1. That was just off of the dog sound from Mitch. So now the team is walking back up into front B, where Xander is back site with a paranoia ready, with EU able to swing off of it.
Some of the defenses you hear, Cryo just took a TP, he's all the way back A. The paranoia is going to be so good. Xander connects, but now the pit in play.
It's a mess here on the site. Austin on the flank as well.
EU's in the pit. EU's in the pit, but he's dropped.
What is happening?
Xander tries to provide a little bit of value up on top of Jenny. And Zeppa, understanding there is threat, cannot find the target. Net left in a 1v4. What a retake from 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves just went full chaos mode. Xander's doing hardcore parkour on the top of site, while the rest of the team is just up in the mud with Cloud9. An absolute brawl for it. But really, that was just a creative idea from EU. The Hunter's Fury to cancel out the dog, and it sends Cloud9 into disarray.
This was probably the most impressive for me. The paranoia, and then the kill onto Oxy, and then, as you mentioned, Xander with high ground. It was too much, and Cloud9 had no real way to deal with that.
I'm just a thorn in their sides.
They fell into the trap completely.
Cloud9 up for it half, the second half of Haven on the other side of this. Stay tuned.
Game changers. We're making history. It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. As long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Red Bull gives you wings.
the Thieves find themselves down 4 rounds on their map pick and have to find a way to get past this to maybe take it to Icebox and see how things play out. Christy, elimination is on the line. There's 1 spot left for champs, and NRG is lying in wait.
Yeah, still that road ahead. Winning today is not enough for either of these two teams. I think C9 have done great work at putting themselves in a beautiful position here with Icebox on the cards, where they just took down Sentinels the other day. Closing things out here would put them in a beautiful position, especially with the way the duo of Oxy and Mitch have been playing. I've been nothing but impressed by those two players.
See what the adjustments are on this half. We made a high note of it, and honestly, Cloud9 did too. Intentionally tried bullying C, tried bullying Kess, and well, it worked. 2 and 10 at halftime, but for that to be exposed the way that it was and to still only be down 4 rounds, going into the attack side of Haven almost feels good in a way. I mean, maybe not. Maybe not good,
I wouldn't give
but
it
not terrible.
good. It doesn't feel terrible per se.
Sure.
I think these rounds have been getting so muddy at the end in typical C9 fashion that there's always some sort of an angle to fight on through. That angle for 100 Thieves here is going to be down C long, where there's a single nano swarm to defend.
I love that trip. Covers both short and long.
Yeah, these delayed trips from the Senties, even one put out after round start in mid for earlier info of the B-pop and to stop anyone from getting into Cubby.
Cass has to understand there's a lot of threat behind this. He hears the dog. He knows the trip has been cleared. He's tucking.
Ooh, I think that could have seen him.
Yep, he's trying to get out. Meanwhile, Xander pushing forward, trying to help out a little bit. Paranoia is traded.
Xander?
All right. 2 again. And now the dash out from Oxy. Trying to play aggressively, trying to take this fight, but there's a crunch coming in from Corrode. There's a ton of trouble for Cloud9 here.
Cloud9 fully overcommit out of long, and because Kess is just toying with them, doing a bit of a dance, C9 get pinched onto.
Well,
okay.
Yeah.
And then he aces from here, right? No.
Right, no. 100 Thieves get the pistol. They need it to stay in this fight.
I think good reaction there to the push out from Cloud9. That's one of those rounds where it can be hard to stay level-headed and figure out what the winning line is. 100 Thieves recognize it though, and I think even looking back at the last round of the half too, 100 Thieves making that round super chaotic, getting a flank of their own going. Maybe that's the solution for them. Instead of allowing C9 to play the controlled pace they want to with the double smoke and the Senti, 100 Thieves can bring the fight to them, play on their own terms.
Inject a little chaos and see what sticks.
Why not?
There's a little chaos at Zeppa. He will succumb in the face of that pressure, and so now, Cloud9, yes, they invested everything C, but they can rotate and try to approach this from a couple of different angles.
Yeah, this time not sending 4 players on the flank is a good idea, I'd imagine, although outmatched by the rifle sitting in A lobby.
Spike planted.
I mean, they don't have any guns here to do this.
But honestly, all Cloud9 are trying to do in these early rounds is set up the idea that these flanks could be coming online, putting that pressure down in the minds of 100 Thieves, because in the future rounds, once C9 have rifles, they should not be flanking. They're going to be flooding in behind their Viper utility, playing behind that very nicely.
Real quick, want to call out Kess. Yes, these were eco frags, but this was also on a rookie who was 2 and 10 at half. And so were those kills in the grand scheme of the server significant? No, probably not. But when it comes to confidence and when it comes to getting this kid in a comfortable position to be able to try to mount this comeback, there's something to be said about that.
I'm going to be completely honest, Doug. I don't care about those 3 kills at all, but what I do care about is what Kess was doing on this same stage yesterday, right? On his Brimstone. That's what, to me, would have really built him up into this playoffs run and getting him going. So if he is able to use even these early rounds, like you're mentioning, to get a little something going, he can be a difference maker for the team.
That is a lot of threat from 100 Thieves. And that's where Zeppa died just a few minutes ago.
Any more bullets you want to shoot in there, 100 Thieves? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Cryo will gladly do so. Oh, hello. Right, okay.
Okay. And now here's where there could be a little issue for 100 Thieves, because Cass is a guy that doesn't play 4 lurks too often. He's playing that solo short angle, ready to pop out into the A site. So C9 already have 3.5 players onto this site already, can respond quickly.
Asana's gone out by himself. He's got like 2 HP. I mean, a stiff breeze knocks him over, but he swings and gets a kill anyway.
What?
Xander follows. Vic from hell gets a couple of his own. Left in a 1v1. Kess on the other side. Remember his woes in the first half. Forgotten now. 100 Thieves get to 7.
Now those are some kills I can get behind, Doug. Kess clutching up in the final moments there for 100 Thieves. They're going to think back as well to an 8-4 half in their second map of Corrode yesterday, where things started in a similar fashion, getting this snowball going for the team. Now led by the rookie when things looked a bit dire. Vic getting those 2 kills, but Kess keeps his cool.
And again, I mean, this kill was perfect, but Asuna swinging out, Weak still getting that kill backside, really opened things up. And so 100 Thieves are on 7, Cloud9 are on a busted buy. They've got a stinger in the hands of Zeppa. Currently playing B right now. But Thrifties, I think that's the big one here.
That's about keeping it clean now. We'll see if 100 Thieves just want to make it a for sure thing. Cryo always has the ultimate to clear away the close spots. Cass is not ready.
Oh no.
And 100 Thieves were just about to come back into him, so it's a little early from the rookie. Now this drone comes in, sees the jet down long, but doesn't tell them anything more. And there's already 4 players stacked into C.
We'll say it is consequential that Oxy was not able to pick up that Outlaw. Just out of his reach.
EU has stayed towards A, and without seeing the re-clear, he now calls his teammates back in. But again, it could be a timing problem. If EU activates before his team gets there, all of a sudden Oxy could make something happen into short. But this time, 100 Thieves are patient on the approach, and Cryo will have to use the ult on the ante.
They're going to flush him out. Oxy has no dash.
There we go.
He's just going to take this fight. Paranoia plays behind the smoke, into the swing. EU's there to greet him. Meanwhile, Cloud9 trying to do a bit of the same of what 100 Thieves were doing to them, flooding out onto the site, but they do not have the guns to do so. EU gets 3, and we're tied at 8.
Again, great work out of EU in that round. Things get messy once they lose Kess, but calling the freeze and holding his ground. I think as soon as he realized that, oh, C9 on the eco round aren't actually stepping anyone up into the forward space.
Right.
Hold on, we can come back into the site, just use the ult, it should be no problem. The one loss is, of course, having to use the dimensional drift,
Good
but
shit, Dan.
that is the right call there, down a man.
An op in the hands of Oxy here. Fighting for this A main line. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves not concerned, not curious whatsoever. They've got their attention elsewhere.
Yeah, if they come back into A, it'll be now with EU's drone. He pops it and does see the operator finally into play.
And so immediately they rotate away.
Yeah, 100 Thieves now can't get back into A because they didn't scale behind it, so it has to be a C hit, and C9 know it. They've got 4 ready.
No ults, though. But they do have plenty of personnel lying in wait. Asuna trying to forge a path, and he cannot. Zeppa with the kill. A turret kill, no less. Cloud9 in a really nice position here.
Cass is way far up, and the dog doesn't see him, but he's trying to shoot some bullets. Now he's stunned up in a whole world of hurt. His team on a mad dash to the A site, and he survives.
But Oxy might have this op line. Oxy's going to have the op line here, but the TP diving in, committing.
There's no smoke for heaven.
Oxy, oh, just barely missing. And now heaven smoked off.
Spike planted.
Oxy from on high, looking for the tiniest of windows to make a play.
Trades the gun with Mitch.
The tip of the spear, looking to find a way in. Off the flash, the paranoia timing from Xander's perfect. Swings in, tries to take that fight. Mitch connects. EU has to 1v3. He's been so good, but not that good. Cloud9 take the round. They take the lead back.
Mitch has been having an absolute day. He throws the short stick there, up in hand. You see him giggling because he drops out of him. His whole team is blinded up. They can't actually get into the site.
Right.
He drops anyways, and no one's there to hold him. Still manages to get the kill. Look at that. 100 Thieves get a bit lost in the sauce there.
Let's go, baby, come on.
That's an evil laugh.
He's a demon.
He is up to no good. 15 and 12 right now.
So 100 Thieves, after seeing the operator post into A last round, now want to put bodies in here so they don't have to lose the drone on it.
4 ults for the defense, by the way. Oxy posted up short, gonna get flushed out by the drone. You see it there. Wait, he was never spotted.
Austin is down on 34 HP though. Now the smoke makes it hard.
Oxy's proc the dash. He's expecting a challenge and it's not gonna come.
Flash doesn't get a tag either. That was from Cryo actually.
Oh, hard hold. Huge out from Xander. And Mitch flashed down short and got a tag, so he should know there's some threat here too.
And Ned has moved over into him, but winning this fight on short is what would lock up the round. 100 Thieves are going to leave Asuna on so little HP while they rotate away. And it pulls the Omen ulti. Vic responds, has to cancel.
And the Seekers will try to find whatever's left on the side of 100 Thieves. A couple of cabbages cleared out in A main. Zeppa swinging behind this. Beautifully done. The timing's great. The flash is good too. The Sentinel holds the line for Cloud9. And that's a spike. Well out of reach. I don't know how Asuna gets back in.
He can't. It's a high-low, hard on the right corner here. He's one tap to anything. It'll be a save call out of 100 Thieves. And even then, I'm not sure they get it. Vic has been creeping down C-Long this entire time after he locked up Garage.
Gonna be clean pull. Asuna spots him. Vic patient with it. Gets both. 3 on the round. That's Cloud9 get to 10.
C9 just having Zeppa slip into that B site chalks everything for 100 Thieves. Because that paranoia didn't connect onto him. Right here.
This was such a perfect timing too.
And this was a C9 that very nearly over-rotated into the round, you know?
Nice, Vic! Boo-boo. You're mentioning they had almost over-rotated into that.
Yeah, but Vic, I mean, going back to the C site, no problem for Cloud9, so it'll be 100 Thieves calling a bit of a timeout. Number one issue to deal with is the Jet operator, which I think they did a great job of with in the previous round.
Agreed.
You know, knowing that Oxy is never a guy that's going to fall back to a passive angle. He wants to get back out into the space. And Xander had hard held him down. But now I think for 100 Thieves, they've realized in these last 2 rounds, it's the post plant where it's an issue. Where C9 have gotten players into sight that no one's looking at. We remember Zeppa in that last round, but remember the one before where Mitch drops out of heaven and no one's actually looking at it? Like,
right, no one's holding that, yeah.
These are easy issues to have in the thick of things, right? Just someone didn't realize that was their responsibility. They're not proactively thinking about it. And I think Zix needs to make sure the team is thinking about, as they're hitting the site, who's got what line, especially in the more spread out or chaotic rounds.
Those are hard things to communicate and figure out in the chaos of a site hit, in the chaos of a retake, but you're right. It's those little things that have them at 2 rounds down.
Especially when C9 are playing this comp with a million smokes on site, mucking things up, making it very complicated.
No real choice there for Oxy.
So 100 Thieves, Zix calls, show the same presence in A lobby this time, except instead of just sitting 4 players there waiting for the Jet reclear, we're now going to move towards B. Oxy has a similar idea to not actually go for the re-challenge, now switching positions with Vic. And the dog only saw a Cypher on short A.
Oh, trying to clear the trip. The flood comes out. Those 2 nanos hurt. Cryo might hurt a little bit more. That's a second utility kill from Zeppa, by the way.
And Mitch just dominates the lurker. I don't know how playable this is.
I don't know that it is. And if it wasn't before, it certainly isn't now.
C9 with just a solid read there. Understanding that 100 Thieves are going to try to make a slight adjustment to the previous round this time, have a stack towards B. The double nano on main 2 just chews up 100 Thieves.
Xander had to play it perfectly in order to have a chance, and he got his 1. So there was just too much left to do. Cloud9 get to 11. Again, this is 100 Thieves map pick. Icebox is lying in wait. 100 Thieves are in a bit of trouble here.
And honestly, attack has been a little bit tough for 100 Thieves in their previous showings. They're a team that actually prefers to play a lot more into the early mid-space, fight for that.
Right.
have tried to change things in this game.
Go, baby! Come on!
Turning their attention onto A lobby.
Let's fucking go. Hey,
Oh, that one slipped through. Don't mind us.
But yeah, this is 100 Thieves' typical default, always breaking these double doors to have some spam in case they get a later tag. Asuna challenging, and oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Spotting Asuna on the cross and then punishing.
Well, you can't keep going, 100 Thieves. Full Killjoy setup on A, so nobody's home there. There's 5 players between C and B. Good idea to try and get back forward into A lobby, but even then, the double nanos on A plus the Viper Orb, you're going to get stalled out for forever on this side.
And then even if you do manage to get past that, Zeppa has his ult.
Yeah, to force them to play the long lines on the eco of all things.
time to jump.
C9 kind of used Zix's timeout against them, it seems. Great read in the last round, now playing things completely by the book.
So again, they've managed to clear all of Zeppa's utility here. They got past the nanos, they got past the alarm bots, and now the lockdown becomes a problem.
And C9 aren't even worried about a late mid-lurk because Mitch used a flash, didn't ping anyone outside front B, so this lockdown they know can't be destroyed.
Xander and EU find just a bit of cover, just outside of the lockdown, but now you see the flood coming out onto the site. The spit will push them off that early angle. It's a tap the spike. Now a second. A smoke to cover the captain. But he falls, spammed into the smoke. EU gets a second with the shot. Oxy pushing the pace into short. Hello, that's not gonna be enough. Vic's got the defuse. He's gonna stick it the whole way!
Oh my God!
And Vic does it again! Cloud9 get to map point.
That's just silly, man! 100 Thieves, by all accounts, have won the round, kill absolutely everyone from Cloud9. But because they're pushed off-site against the lockdown, it's just simply a full stick from Vic. That's what they call him back home.
Yeah, that was his nickname in high school.
I think so.
That defuse was perfect. Oh, and they know they've gotten away with one. Straight into the next round we go. The pit invested down long on a drone to try to clear the way. They're fully investing into this garage hit.
That's out of it.
And there goes the pit. But Vic has arrived. The paranoia is good. Zeppa cannot play right now as Asuna dashed up just as well. Flashed through. He's behind enemy lines. That's the round.
What? I don't think anyone saw anyone. Everyone's blinded up. C9 on opposite ends of the map. Oxy and Mitch have been so good for Cloud9 without a chance to even play the round. And so, okay, I guess 100 Thieves may be the solution, like we saw at the end of Corrode yesterday, is just start running execs.
Fully send it and see what happens. Cryo will get his ult off of planting that spike. You imagine that will be a factor in the next round. Note, EU has his as well. The Hunter's Fury Dimensional Drift combo is devastating. A bit foreshadowing, yes. 100 Thieves still have to navigate this, but you imagine they will be able to do so just fine.
Yeah. And remember, I think it's important to say Cloud9 don't have really that high impact ults.
Where are you going, Mitch?
Yeah, he's not gonna ninja.
What are you doing there, big guy?
One enemy remaining.
He's out of there. But when it comes to these late rounds where 100 Thieves need to stick 3 in a row together, having those ultimates like you called out does give them a distinct advantage.
It gives them a chance. And the truth is, the gap is not insurmountable. Cloud9 I mean, this map is not secured by any means.
The other thing is, if 100 Thieves just want to go to the Let's Run Hard Exec playbook, Oxy doesn't really get to play the game.
Yeah.
Because that means you're using all of your util at the round start, so there's not pockets for, you know, Oxy to sneak around early slow plays and find a pick. That means you're either pushed away by utility or forced to play retake. And the op does not like to live in those types of situations.
Oh, they're pounding C.
Yeah, that's the solve. Just full down long too with the Dimensional Drift.
The TP out first, the Dimensional Drift, and the Hunter's Fury. Looking for any target that might be found. And Vic gets away. Houdini's himself out of the sight.
Yeah, EU tried to predict the teleport, but was just slightly too early.
But look, they got what they came here for. They have site control, but Asuna's down. Oxy with the op.
Oh dear.
And the lurk comes through. Kess down to a 5v3. Yeah, 100 Thieves got the side. There's more left to be done. Cryo turns the flash. It's beautiful, but net counters. EU has to 1v3 to keep this map alive. And that will not be the case this time around. Cloud9 steal 100 Thieves map pick on Haven.
Looking good out there in the server as well. I really liked what I was seeing out of Mitch. Even some of the madness he was doing with his bird pathing didn't give Kess a chance to go for a lurk, whether it was with his utility or even just hard clearing those angles himself.
I mean, flying out from heaven, getting op kills.
Oh yeah.
On site retakes. This guy's a menace.
That to me really did feel like a Mitch and Oxy show, especially on the defensive half, where they cruised away to lead.
Dude was even sneaking back into sight to tap the spike, and he's a nuisance. He is a nuisance.
He's all over the place.
And it worked out quite well, and I mean, that's for EU. Let's go ahead and say it again. I feel like we're beating a dead horse here. EU was very strong for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Again.
Send the guy some help.
Yeah.
He's trying his best out there.
20 and 15, but just not enough. Cloud9 managed to take away Haven, 100 Thieves map pick, and now they go to their domain. They go to Icebox with a chance to send 100 Thieves home and book a date with NRG next week. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud.
Maybe the soul salvation for them into the round. And that'll be the first for him. A second one lined them up. Coming down into short EU.
Season 8 waited out. Cloud9 looking to try and take this one further. That's a showstopper. God damn! Oxy, there's no slowing down.
You're the coach of Cloud9, Emmy. We love a good stolen map pick, stealing away Haven from 100 Thieves. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next. I know you're a little kind of coy with this, but can you please give us any indication of what your plan is for Icebox? Do we see that crazy comp again?
Maybe. I'm not going to give too much away, but all I'm going to say is let's not get ecoed. Let's play how we normally do, and everything else will be like riding a bike. Everything will take care of itself.
Well, best of luck.
Liz, one day you're gonna get them to give you something. All right, and I believe you'll get Emmy to crack eventually. Welcome back, everyone. And Cloud9 walks away with the win there, and it started off well. Quite dicey for 100 Thieves, and I want to talk about what went wrong there. Like, where did you think things kind of like started to fall apart for 100 Thieves as Bren's got the giant stick again?
Well, I think first of all, the site anchors on C were dying a bit too early, and that's all about being on the same page. If you're defending C, you have to figure out if you want to hard anchor it or if you want to play to flood defend. And Xander here in this round just gets caught on his own while his team is exploring down mid. So I think that's the wrong way of playing it because he just can't get any help in this moment. And you see a very similar thing in round 3. This is a sick play from Vic. TP is on top, hits Kess with a paranoia, and then manages to again isolate a site anchor and take him out. And then the other part of what we were talking about, baiting out these refights. And here, they just cut noise, and Asuna goes for a little bit of information down A long, a fight down A long. They do it again later on in Garage too. And it just plays exactly into C9's hands.
100 Thieves being a little bit too one-dimensional, I think, just predictable in terms of how they want to play.
But that was the thing that we have flagged, though, right?
Yeah, we did. And I didn't think that Cloud9 were necessarily going to be basing them all the time. I thought they were going to be opting into the fights, just ego-checking them, knowing that they could win the fights, having the confidence that they could. But they were doing a mixture of both, to be honest, just straight-up brawls occurring. And Cloud9, again, proving that this isn't just a flash in the pan from them. They are really a serious contender at this point in this lower bracket to potentially be a team that we send to champs.
Yeah. Now, real quick though, what was 100 Thieves? Because we're starting to see them begin to build up, but obviously C9 were able to quell that one quite quickly. What were some of the good things that we were seeing from 100 Thieves in that one that they could maybe take into Icebox?
Well, I think the main thing that made that map feel a bit closer is that Cloud9 are a little bit poo-poo on Haven defense. Because
that's some top-tier analysis right there, baby.
Okay, but their win rate before this, right?
Was also poo-poo?
Their win rate was 32% on defense.
Quite poo-poo.
That is quite poo-poo. So they picked it up. They played a bit better than usual. But I think that's, coming into this one, I think it's going to be tough again for 100 Thieves because this composition that they run on Icebox, the util combos, are so good. The ults are crazy. And they've only had one VOD to break it down. So unless the Zix machine of anti has been working overtime, I think it's going to be a struggle.
Well, you know that they're going to have to try and break the timings of this composition, right? And maybe fighting past rather than just going into the default setups because Cloud9 were ripping them to pieces, honestly. When you try and go into the default plant spot, they have so much util that the retakes on B are trivial. The fights on A are pretty trivial as well for them. So you have to play unorthodox. You have to fight past that point, make them uncomfortable. 100 Thieves can do that.
They do like to do that.
So they do have a win con here on Icebox, but they are down a map already. And Cloud9, let me just get the pointer out.
Get the pointer. Get the pointer.
We must see.
They're going to Icebox, by the way.
Thank you so much for pointing that out, Bren. So
we didn't know that before.
Good thing we have material for Icebox.
Don't put the pointer on.
That's crazy.
We'll talk about that in a second. We got Coach Zix standing by to hear his thoughts on what happened in Map 1.
Here with the coach of 100 Thieves, Zix. Now, that was your map pick. You lost it. We'll talk about Cloud9's Icebox. We saw last time they played a kind of a funky comp, the Rays and the ISO. Is that what 100 Thieves is prepared for, or what are you expecting from Cloud9 on this map?
I think Cloud9's kind of like a X Factory kind of team when it comes to like compositions. They definitely have shown they're pretty comfortable just changing it up. So we'll see if they've decided to change it up. But I mean, we watched the VOD. We feel like we have a pretty good understanding of what they plan on doing. So we're definitely at least confident in expecting what their game plan would be. And I think that they expected our Omen, but we actually swapped comps. So I think the Sage fares better against what they're trying to do. So should be a good game.
All right, well, best of luck.
Okay, so we were hearing Coach Zix talk about those switch-ups that they were looking to make for Icebox here in Sideshow. You weren't sure how to feel about it.
Well, no, I don't like it.
Oh, it's okay. I was trying to give you a little bit more of a softer landing.
Okay, but part of the reason that I'm not a big fan of it is he says the Sage plays better into their comp than the Omen. I like the Omen because you can do what Bren said. You can take the fight to them. You can push them as they're throwing out defensive util.
Yeah.
I think the Sage, if you're just going to wall and try to get plants down, I don't really see how that's going to set you up for success. I would have preferred the more aggressive.
Slow orb can slow things down a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe they want to try and break up their tempo.
The Omen is fantastic for breaking up the tempo, though, is the exact point I'm trying to make as well, because rather than slowing down the inevitable fight, you fight past it. It disrupts the rock, paper, scissors that Icebox defaults into, and in players' heads, they're not expecting an Omen in your face when they're fighting game A early, but you can do that. You have an option to get faster with the tempo.
Clearly, Zix has thought about it, though, right? Because he has a theory in his head of how the Sage is going to work. So we'll just have to wait and see. Is the Sage going to allow them to, wall off and push Snowman on the B hits, maybe? They might be more creative with it than just whacking it down.
I just hope that they're creative. Like, I don't want to see them just go, wall, and then you just, job's done here. Like, he's got to be a little bit more behind it.
And there's also the additional worry that Zix was talking about, where he's saying, we know what they're going to do in theory. You've seen the VOD of it, but putting theory into practice is another thing entirely. And
just because you know it doesn't mean you can stop it.
Exactly. Off the back of one VOD, you've got to know roughly how to break it. And if you've got the wrong read from the get-go by changing up your compositions, it's done and dusted. This is 100 Thieves year done in the bin.
Oh boy, well, you heard our analysts here. This is a tough one for 100 Thieves, but if they want to get map 3, if they want to stay alive in this competition, they need to win Icebox. We'll find out how it shakes down after this.
Hundred Thieves are on their last life here. If they want their dreams, their hopes of Paris to stay alive, they've got to find a way to convert on Icebox. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Doug. With me on the call is Ender. And, Tony was talking, Zix, was talking about the composition changes during that interview there. And Brandon Josh said that they didn't necessarily like it, but you were telling me that you think those two analysts are frauds and they're bums. Let me finish. And that they don't know what they're talking about at all. I would like for you to have the floor and explain why you think they're so wrong about everything.
I don't think I said any of those things.
You said all of those
I don't think so. This sounds like a lie to me, but I also have goldfish memory, so I'm not entirely sure. No, I think that I can understand where Zix is coming from, bringing the Sage into it, with one caveat. Because I think the Sage wall can help protect the planter in the sense of not just like blocking off bullets or anything like this, but like stopping Sova having like free shock darts to rain down. When you go for the more like passive walls, we saw, I think from Sentinels, like the more forward walls, and the planter still getting obliterated. So it's not so cut and dry. No one's a fraud, Doug. The Omen lets you fight more forward. Absolutely, I agree with that. And I want to say I'm a big Omen shill on the map. But I still think there's some logic here to the Sage.
You really backed off that mic there real quick, huh? I'm just saying,
Again,
all
like
bark, no bite.
I don't remember these. I don't remember my mouth making the shape of the words that you were describing.
Well, that's neither here nor there. We can pull the VODs and everyone will know the truth. Cloud9 are going to start on attack, and you touched on it a little bit earlier. The idea behind this ISO in this comp is that it allows things like the shocks, it allows the spits to hurt so much more. And so I do think there's a bit to be said there about the wall in that dynamic.
I mean, Cloud9 back in ancient times played a very similar comp to this, except ISO didn't exist, and they were playing the Sage. And they would combo like Sage slows the shocks to get damage on planters. And the whole idea between having now two vulnerables with the Viper Snakebite and the ISO there too, is to just always make it impossible to plant the spike from 100 Thieves. To enable your teammates to rotate over quickly, you'll often end up seeing C9 playing pretty heavily away from the A site and coming into it later. But this is all about mid.
Again, 100 Thieves on final life. They need to win this to stay alive, to have a chance at Paris. Cryo gets the opener, Austin on the swing. But Net with eyes behind his head gets a couple. 3 on the round for the controller.
Xander still makes it possible with 2 kills at the end there. A little bit of chip down onto Net as well, but it will come down to the rookie in a 1-on-2 to start off this half right.
Should be an easier fight against Net, but Mitch fully healthy. Light armor.
And that light armor requires a headshot out of Kess. That's the difference. 3 body shots to Mitch, 2 body shots to Net, or just a 1-2 tap.
Can Kess deliver? The spike's been going for a little while too. Tries to snap on to Mitch, does not connect.
Placing sentry.
At least does not find lethality. The turret to cover and a tap of the spike.
Imagine if I died right now.
Kess tried playing this as
So
perfectly
funny.
as he could, but there's no way. Ned gets 4 in the pistol. He's considerably on his way to having the pit online.
Good work out of him on this opener. Comes after a quiet in terms of kills. Map 1, he was still very loud up on the stage. That's
He's
never
not quiet. Right,
That's never a surprise. And it's a bit shocking because I think 100 Thieves saw the tape from C9 versus Sen. And know that C9 love to run a lot of these mid looks, using the ISO push wall to scale out from under tube.
Hey, I got my kills in the first half already. Come on now. Come on now.
And that's the thing, even though 100 Thieves were stacked there, he's matched his numbers from Haven.
Take a look at that vulnerable shot combo already. You see what the idea is behind it. You see the plans. Cryo has to throw it in reverse, dash back, pushes forward, gets his 1. On to Net. But Cloud9 still with the gun advantage here.
Gotta love a little fade away from Oxy. We'll see how much this lurk can accomplish from Cass again with a Sheriff in hand. And this is now a problem.
That was a classic.
And now Cass just broke the turret on the flank, so C9 don't feel easy about moving forward into this A site.
No, Asuna has his wall still.
The timing!
Oh gosh, Asuna's gotten another one. Xander gets it too! Vic has the 1v3. Oh, they're weak, but Vic is too. Asuna looking for the swing, will find it. And it's another thrifty for 100 Thieves. They do it again.
I'm telling you, these pistols from 100 Thieves have just been hitting different in the playoffs. Stealing things back into this round. I think Asuna comes up with 2 critical kills. Him and Xander both. Because I think, yeah, the Sheriff purchase only got the single kill from Cryo. After that, it was just the free ones.
Just give me a moment.
Frustration, yeah, frustration starting to set in for Mimi. They're still in a spot to invest here.
Full light armor from C9 to make this a possibility. Scaling could be a challenge, though. Double nanos on default plant spots. EU to spot this out.
And Asuna playing back sight. You've got the dart that'll clear out the front of it. EU's joined. Kess has joined. The defenses get stronger and stronger with every moment that passes. That wall will be an issue.
The cycling of utility of 100 Thieves is so good, but C9 have found a moment.
They tried to find a timing, tried to find a window. Kess with 3.
Wow! And don't forget that's C9 trying to fully buy into this round.
Tech still working?
Now they're shattered.
Yep.
And you gotta commend the patience of the utility from 100 Thieves. Kess as well doesn't instantly pop the nanos. The first cycle from 100 Thieves is the Viper wall goes up, then it's the first Sage slow, then it's a Sage wall, then it's the nanos on top of that. So it funnels C9 through this choke into Maze. Imi writes down, don't go all through Maze again. Else Kess will kill you all.
Gosh, they're broke again. This is not the start they were looking for. Orb farm day. I mean, Vic got his 1, but he gets cleared B.
Well, look at mid. C9 are making this round wild.
Yeah. Oh gosh, we're gonna have it again. It's another one. It's gonna happen one more time.
By the way, on A site, Mitch is fully walked up. There's no alarm bots or anything to spot him out now that Kess is gone.
EU gets caught.
You thought this was Icebox? This is Mudbox. Cloud9 know how to get down into it.
What a mess. You know, for as many thrifties as we have, we should probably sell against it.
Yeah, the odds go down.
As soon as there's a sponsor attached to it.
Absolutely crazy.
I mean, Cryo has no options here.
No.
Currently sitting at 3-3, looking for any free name to claim. But I don't think he's even going to be allowed that.
I mean, the worst part is, if C9 actually survived with, I mean,
never mind,
3 or 4, the fact was their econ was completely shattered. Now they'd have a chance to start building up hugely. These kills actually quite meaningful.
Wait.
No.
Okay, he's
No.
Right, all good, all good.
No. Well, I'm going to try and figure out what just went down based on minimap, because I think C9 just ran 3 people into mid and said, everyone go do your own thing. We had 1 tube, 1 break the alarm, past tube, 1 went under it, and they all just won their fights inexplicably. Like, again, winner fight there, we win the fight kitchen, and we also win the fight under tube. Like, I can't begin to understand.
Okay, 1-3-1 in that eco, and it pays off, so we're back to tied at 2 apiece.
I love the office zoom with the camera at the end to show the comedy that was that round.
Oxy 1 off of his ult. Playing so far back A as well.
Now, with the revive in the picture for 100 Thieves, it can be tough to actually find yourself in positions where you can use that on the defense. This Icebox, a map where attackers can stop you from getting back into space where bodies go down. More often you see that used as part of a retake to add some distraction, add some layers. A retake would be coming towards B. And with an orb still in main, either Vic or Oxy could grab that. That ISO ult is so powerful, plucking away either the Viper or the Killjoy, just makes B-site so free.
Even if you don't win the fight, you have the time to scale.
But they choose the showstopper. Here we go.
Lights diffuse, finds a vacant site. Now into kitchen he goes.
Too much hesitation
Doesn't
from Oxy.
Connect. And so now Oxy takes a step back, but they got the spike down. Cryo from on high, gets 2 with the blades, but's now left in a fight with the classic.
What? He still almost wins it, by the way.
But Vic gets his. Asuna brings Cryo back into the fold, back into the fight. Just for Vic to take Asuna down.
Trades the life, a life for a life. But 100 Thieves like their odds with Cryo back into the retake.
They're scaling all the way up. You've got Zeppo who's going to try to hit this late lurk mid, and he's going to get the kill. He gets 2! Meanwhile, Xander with 1 to 2v2 now as the spike has been ticking for a little while.
And Zeppa's come back underneath tube. He can try to pinch off this planter.
Cryo, 3 on the round. Zeppa's got to clean it up, but it was halved. The diffuse comes through.
That res onto Cryo ends up saving the round for 100 Thieves. Completely negates that ISO ult in the post plant. And that's where it absolutely comes online. And good awareness as well from Xander. This flank coming back under tube. And kind of just a masterclass round. The fact that Cryo gets that kill before being stolen away into the duel zone.
Oh, it's a 1v2v1? I didn't realize you killed somebody.
Gets his 2 with the blades, wins the rematch against Vic out of the gulag.
And he almost won the 1v1 with a classic on Vic. One more bullet is a kill.
Ooh, early pit from Xander. And no real buy from Cloud9. A couple of rifles, and they're eating all of this decay.
I can't really imagine they're able to break out of this. And now using the drone, although Xander pushed back, causes the pit to fall.
The drone to re-clear long. It looks to me like they were caught, they were spotted on purpose, because as soon as the drone spot him, they swung back into it and now start to rotate away, but now they're doubling back down.
It's a bit all over the place from 100 Thieves.
Swing of the pendulum from Cloud9 as well, back into B. And so they quietly contact all the way up long.
But throwing up this wall, there's no other tools to give information to 100 Thieves.
EU has Dart. And that'll help a little bit, but you're right. I mean, as soon as that's cleared, excuse me, then what?
C9 are making enough noise that 100 Thieves are sticking around in this area. 4 players here in the first kill.
There's the Dart, and it attacks 2. Xander's able to clean up a couple.
Spike down, B.
Asuna up top. It's a flawless round for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, very nice. All the while, C9 were wasting their time in A main. Cryo had kept creeping forward into A. So 100 Thieves know there's no more pressure. It's not a fake idea or anything like this. They can group up on site, play off the Dart, get their kills. I think a lot of people were surprised maybe to see Ziggs allow this come on through with C9 winning the map up against Sentinels. But he said they had an idea coming in. They've watched the tape, they knew what to expect. So far that's been true. And the pivots in their own comp have paid off.
Currently up 2 rounds and a timeout called for Mimi. Their attack side has been dynamic. I mean, they've been able to 1-3-1 their way into Thrifties. They've found success. The pistol, but...
And to be fair, like C9's attack was their stronger half versus Sentinels. It was 6-6 to half on their defensive side.
Sure.
Then on attack, they found multiple different ways to blow up the rounds, whether it was just full sending it towards A or a few of these mid dives. Didn't always go their way, but the threat of that has often kept multiple players, the teams that are defending against them, into mid, and that's weakened up sites. The problem is they need to have some amount of threat of lurks to go back into. Otherwise, you'll see 100 Thieves allowing Cryo to get a forward posting, get that information, and have a good read of C9's macro.
They also have to start winning some of these rifle rounds.
Sure, that would certainly help.
Right, Cloud9 wins a pistol, they win that eco, and that's all they have found success on so far.
Maybe start selling the guns.
Just play pistols the whole time.
Be double light, triple regen for C9.
Shock early too, actually invested in the wall through.
Yeah, the shock to try and find the alarm bot, put on the other side of green here.
Meanwhile, the turret just out of reach in kitchen. Stays safe for now. EU has rotated over. You hear the ISO shield go up.
C9 ideally, oh man, he just gets laid out. They want to use the lockdown in the post plant, but the problem is if they're just getting owned on these opening engagements, they might have to use that just to reclaim the spike and get a plant off.
Mitch tries to creep up on the other side of the Viper wall. Are they calling a cancel here?
But this is the issue. They can't cancel into anything. And again, in A main, 100 Thieves every round, it's push A, push A. Oh, no one's here? Well, we have 4 players ready to receive this hit on B.
Including the Hunter's Fury from EU.
Oh yeah, a couple of shock darts as well. Slow orbs. Xander's even taking a moment to creep up into yellow because C9 put no pressure down onto him.
Both teams waiting for the first one to misstep, for someone to make a mistake.
And off of Xander's contact, the Hunter's Fury will come down!
It's a game of chicken. There it is. Xander gets his one. The Hunter's Fury lights up at just the right time. Kess crunching in from
Oxy
mid.
killed Net with the paint shell!
A little friendly fire, and now Oxy's left in the round with mistakes on the mind.
And the flank on top of it all. These rounds look completely out of nowhere for C9. Like, what are they meant to do? Just walking into B main, 5 players, lose a player, and then have no idea where to go from there.
Xander's position was perfect. Goes fully unchecked.
And remember the last round, it was the same idea, right? 100 Thieves were playing many players towards B, but playing back behind the wall. So this time, C9 think they can contact forward. There was no one in yellow last round, so there's no one here this time either. It's that difference in play from Xander, sitting 10-4 right now. That catches C9 off guard.
Asuna grabs the res off of that orb. Healthy finances for the defense too.
And this is a better opening to the round for C9, even if they're on Sheriffs, splitting out 3-2 early. The success to their eco round earlier was just a bit freestyle. Everyone go take your ones. Try to break apart mid. With an early investment of the Sage Wall into Maze, and actually stop C9 from creating so much chaos.
100 Thieves are up here. They've got 3 on A. They're rotating away off of what Xander just saw. They're thinking about it.
It's not so clear. Knowing that this wall is about to come down, 100 Thieves are going to stick around onto A. They still have double nanos for default, so all they have to look at is Maze. They rent C9 the last time C9 tried to come through here.
Yeah, remember how well Kess played around his utility.
The 4K.
They're going to try to wreak havoc and beat traffic out onto the site. There are the 2 nanos.
30 seconds left.
Cloud9 stalling out a little bit here. Now finding some space, but hang on. Those Sheriffs are a problem again. Kess, too many targets to choose from. Not enough help. Now Cryo arrives. The lockdown invested.
Spike planted.
They're playing into this. They're playing ahead of this. They think they can win this out. Kess might get caught. I don't know that he's going to get out.
Are you joking?
And so now Kess is left. Surely they... Okay, good. Thank goodness. They find him. Oxy gets 3. That's another thrifty.
Yeah, okay, that settles it. Cloud9, stop buying guns. I don't care. They're not worth it. Why spend 3,000 for something 800 creds can do better?
They have found so much value on these sheriffs. Again, the pistol, the first eco, and now this.
Oh, dear. This A site can be hard to navigate on the defense. I can get that. Once the wall goes down, there's pressure from multiple different angles, but it just becomes a shooting game. And 100 Thieves were completely outmatched there. That's how you do it.
Yeah, that's far more successful than last time we saw it.
Net. Come on, Net.
Nice. Nicely done.
Smooth.
Quietly drops. They're going to find a vacant A side here.
I think last night all C9 were practicing was the drops and eco rounds.
And you know what? So far, it's worked. Wall goes up. You hear the shield through. Asuna gets snatched away. Into the arena they go. Vic with a bit of an advantage. And Vic wins it out.
It's been too close for comfort. Now look at the flank. Back in spawn.
Yeah, but Mitch was ready. He was waiting the whole time.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Perfectly ready for it. And this is a great round from Cloud9. Even knowing that Asuna has the Resurrect, Vic uses the ult off of the wall going down that they'd seen the previous round.
Finds the right target. Takes the res out of the play. And barring a miracle from 100 Thieves, well, like that one. 2 kills found. 2v3, EU on the swing. Zeppa tagged. 10 HP. Oxy's got his ult too. Surely that's the round secured.
They heard EU. Just run it back over to B.
And so it's going to be a mad dash with 13 seconds left. They should have time to get the spike down.
They've got this. I mean, EU does have 2 shock darts, but I don't think he can actually get them in time unless he preempts it. He's not in position to get the kill. And Oxy's up there playing for it. Nicely done out of Cloud9 once again.
And they win a gun round.
That they do. And it all just comes down to good planning. Both Mitch guarding the flank, of course, but I do think Vic's ultimate there is exactly what you want. Because remember the last time he used the kill contract, it was close, but don't ignore that. The last time he used it, the Sage Res just picked up Cryo.
Right.
And then Cryo 1v9s the entire round. It's like, okay, my ult means nothing if it's just countered by the other ult there. So he can continue to try and punish Asuna if Asuna plays in the same way he does every round, which he's been consistently putting that wall down on Maze to any early A presence.
Timeout called from 100 Thieves, hanging on to a 1-round lead. But I do think with some of what you were just highlighting, with the fact that they finally won a rifle round, with some of the adjustments to how they played that round out, there's reason for concern, right? There's reason to throw the brake on this here if you're 100 Thieves.
I think the look that 100 Thieves have not shown and they need is some forward A aggression, because every round it's just been playing behind their utility, which is a great look. I think their stall, especially in the early rounds, was super effective. But now that C9 have proven they understand what that hold is with the Sage Wall, with the double nano on default, it's time to maybe save up to get an op in play, get Cryo fighting forward onto those lines, throw an early dart and zip down the line.
Sure, change the pace a little bit.
Yeah, because 100 Thieves did that back in the first few rounds, but it's been a long, long time since then. That's exactly what they're going for here.
Asuna's got a stinger, a guardian for Kess.
The issue with this forward push is that there's a showstopper for Oxy. So if C9 sniff out any of this, they rip that and the site breaks open.
Asuna push back. Forget about sniffing it out. The rocket is off its mark. No joy.
Asuna down low. A lot of damage dealt, but no players claimed.
And so an explosive starts to the round, but it comes into a screeching halt.
So C9 work back into mid. Still a turret on
Recalling my bot.
help the alarm bot under mid. And the push wall was already used from Vic. That's usually what helps them clear out from under tube, having that option. But 100 Thieves aren't in position to punish.
They're going to accelerate towards B.
Xander.
In a position to make a play. What can Xander do? What can he find? He's gotten behind them. Surely they turn around. Surely they find him. No. Xander with his one. And Oxy from up top gets the best of him. But Austin is looking for a little bit more. And now the res will bring Xander back into the fight. A new lease at life. Net can't control the shots, can't settle the spray. And this looks like it's getting out of hand for Cloud9. Mitch from back yellow will get one on to Kess, but Xander makes the best of that res. 4 kills found.
Xander, the one to get the first kill on site. But the real hero ability is EU's dart. That's a 2-for-1 dart. It pings out Oxy on top site, allows Asuna to find the kill. But on top of that, it clears away the site, so the res on Xander is completely free.
And then it was Xander who got the 2 kills to close out the round.
4-for-1 dart, in a way.
Sure. 14 and 7 for Xander.
Monster performance out of him.
Got a pit online for Net. A lot of attention towards A once more.
The 100 Thieves are back to playing passive A. Asuna not here for the stall, though. It'll be Xander popping the pit from Raptor.
They are really far up B. 100 Thieves are.
Yep. C9 have opened so strong into mains that 100 Thieves feel free to go for these walk-ups. They've never shown it out of B, though.
Yeah, I mean, other than the one time where Mitch was waiting in spawn.
You're right. But not with Cryo.
If they rotate back into this, Cryo has a chance to make a mess of this round. Are Cloud9 ready?
There's no way.
They're not going to see him. They're going to clear EU first. Again, Cryo's in a spot to make a play. He's procced the dash. They're rotating back into his crosshair. 2 kills found for the duelist. Make that 3. Cryo delivers.
C9 destroyed in B main and sent scattering. 40 seconds to play with, and Oxy has a free kill here. But this spike, seemingly unrecoverable.
That's the closest to make a play. The spit will help the fight, but Cryo fully disrespects it. 4 on the round. 5 delivered. The ace for Cryo.
The game plan works out beautifully, and Cryo delivers the iBuy power ace. So clean from him. Again, dodging the dart also that should have tagged him, coming back and then re-swinging the line. The sheer confidence from him.
Remember, there is a PC giveaway for the first ace of the week, and other than that, $100 Riot gift card. Follow at iBuyPower on social media and use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance at some goodies. An early wall towards B long. A drone to try to counter. And similar 4-1 look for the attack. That wall is causing more problems than I would have expected. Austin is playing in the orb. He tucks tail. He's getting out.
Doing a bit of baiting for Cryo back yellow. The switch in the setup from 100 Thieves after the timeout has put Cryo B main.
He's got the dash procced once more.
They're not looking at him!
And he misplaced Pixel. Will net him the kill. Now with the blades online, Cryo gets up top and drops Oxy. No room to breathe. The attack rotating away, but you've got no map control.
100 Thieves have taken over this map on the back of Cryo. Back-to-back rounds, 8 kills unanswered.
And the chance for back-to-back aces? I mean, do they let him go for it?
Placing swamp grenade.
Try to do it for the people. Hit, invested, lockdown 2. The attack has no way in. Mitch and Zeppa trying to play around their utility. Xander will get the last. 100 Thieves in 8-4 half.
Turning the table from map 1 and into C9's own map choice of Icebox. They talked about the game plan, about anticipating the moves of Cloud9, and I think they did it beautifully, even adjusting throughout that half in the timeouts. Cryo walking down B main. As soon as Asuna came over there to help him too, the support
Guys,
was
there's
evident.
no kills left in the server for any of you. I'm taking all of them. I'm taking all of them, bro.
Well, he's currently sitting at 1-7, so I certainly hope he gets a...
He took all the kills in game 1.
We're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, the second half of Icebox. We'll see you there. Well, if Haven was a street fight, Icebox is more of a chess match. It's much slower, it's much more methodical, and that's how we saw Cloud9 approach their attacking half. And Ender, I would imagine 100 Thieves will do a bit of the same just by virtue of what's on the other side of the stage.
Yeah, I think the big challenge for 100 Thieves is not so much getting onto a site. We'll see C9 probably playing to give a lot more space on their weaker side.
Right.
But actually getting the spike planted, because with all of the utility and the vulnerables to combo, with the snake bite and the undercut, C9 play very much in a style to just deny the spike plant and rotate in more and more members for the brawl.
There will be some to deny the plant here, but you're already seeing Mitch and Oxy rotate back.
C9's favorite position is back rafter over here. And as long as they can fight to control Maze, utility dump over by default and generator, it's very hard for 100 Thieves to scale forward.
I mean, the noise they made, drew 4 from the rotation back towards A. And so 100 Thieves a step ahead of it. I mean, playing like a fiddle.
Net all on his own. Had the 4K in the opening pistol.
Has a ghost. No armor on any member of the attack. But Net takes a step back.
And C9 just out of position to actually play for the plant tonight. I like the forward wall. 100 Thieves trying to fight back into Snowman, and there's no one really coming there.
They've scaled all the way forward. Oxy's close by, and he's a massive problem, so if they can deal with him, it bodes well. They've now spotted him. Vic close by. The nade, the decay. Xander, 14 HP.
He's still alive.
And again, time is a massive factor here. The kills are up, but Net punches back. It's just not enough.
And you know what? That's something a lot harder to do with the Omen in the comp, but that deep Sage Wall helps 100 Thieves cross into back snow. I really like that approach. They had full Killjoy utility to guard their flank, knew they were protected from that angle, and with there only to be one line to guard on site, it makes it very easy for Kess to play for Sheriff shots, for EU to play for shot kills.
Good round, Matt. Yeah.
That's evident of the prep work 100 Thieves did in the ante against C9.
9-4, 100 Thieves knocking on the door of 10. Cloud9 not really able to fight back the same way. They're just going to grab the orb, put it in Vic's hand, and hopefully find some value later on.
5v5 on the A site.
Oh, what a mess. Oh, what a mess.
It's about to get crazy. And remember, EU doesn't have a drone or a dart to actually spot any of these players. No flashes? What? Okay.
They're boosting Vic into his death. Remember, we've had so many thrifties. So far, the attack up. Oxy and Mitch still lying in wait, still trying to make a play. It's gone down to a 1v2 because of course it has, why not? Mitch still with just a classic. And I don't think they know where he is. They have no idea where he is. Oh my god. They're standing right next to each other. Kess finds him. And 100 Thieves convert the anti-eco.
Not even close. Not even close for 100 Thieves. Oh man. 2 players survive. I'll still be able to buy into the next. But this is where things can get uncomfortable for 100 Thieves, because while I think, you know, compositionally they have tools to try and protect their planter a little bit better,
sure,
to actually breach forward into space when EU's util is down is very, very tough. So that allows C9 to change up their play style here and there. They don't always have to play back safely, play off their utility. They can fight for more forward lines, like here.
Big swing here, round here, excuse me, for Cloud9. Now that they're back on guns, this 6-round lead feels notably smaller if they can pull this off. But if they lose this round, I mean, we're likely headed to Corrode.
Yeah, then it's looking like wraps for sure. So, pressure on Tanet back yellow currently. Good utility to support, and also on to Kess being hunted.
They're gonna try to flush him out. How many does it take? They get their kill, but meanwhile, the rest of the hits headed towards B. Cryo gets top yellow. They've got the site. They've got the wall down. They've got the plant.
And now threat to fight forward. Jumping up into heaven is EU. A great angle to play into mid.
Has his dart, has 2 shocks. Drops down, dangerous game you're playing there.
He saw all 3 players.
All without a lick of damage. Cryo in an aggressive angle. Waiting for the swing. And it's actually Asuna who gets first contact. EU on the trade. And there's Cryo lying in wait, gets his one, that's all it is. EU's got dart, got shock. Oxy's weak. But Oxy takes the swing! And best EU!
That's so well played from Oxy. Basically the only guy that'll play Raze on Icebox, but you can see the paint shells.
Yeah.
Force EU out onto the side of yellow. Oxy knows the timing there, knows the angle to peek, and takes it calmly. And that comes against 100 Thieves, who have shown now twice, I think, really solid post-plant ideas on this B site.
Sure.
It's clear to me that that is the idea, that's the prep that 100 Thieves have had. It's been all about talking about how to play forward in the post-plant. And how the Sage enables them to do that. And it's only, really, I think, Oxy doing a good job to trade his teammates and to win out in the clutch that keeps C9 in this game.
It goes from borderline impossible to, well, there's still a chance. But there's still 5 rounds that they have to make up.
Deploying drone.
100 Thieves again, all attention, all eyes, all focus on A.
This round from C9 will be a little bit more normal. Double nanos by Gen, but actually both broken, I think, or just one by the shock dart.
The alarm bot's still up. That wall will force them to swing out. At least a little bit.
Yeah, Zeppa broke it instantly. Now all the utilities showed up. And this is C9 on full display.
We've seen that exact hit on that exact spot. 100 Thieves were ready for it. They baited that out. But they still have to secure this site. Asuna trying to play around. As you see, Cloud9 into heaven, trying to take this fight. And they get exactly what they need.
Mitch with a 3-piece there just crushes 100 Thieves. Again, as you say, 100 Thieves, they have the right read. They know what's coming in. They even had counter utility. They had nanos going up on Evan. They had a Sage slow orb that caught 4 players. But that didn't stop C9 from just stepping into it. It is full-on disrespect of the utility from C9 and from Mitch.
Come on! Come on!
To dominate that round.
And so now 100 Thieves are back on the ever-secure, never-problematic pistol, right?
It's usually been C9 winning those, except when you think back to the round 2 at the start. C9 not looking to push forward into A, just a bit of a more advanced alarm bot that Cryo's going straight up over.
Looking for the knives to find their mark. Mitch stays alive and avoids that mess. And now they freeze up 410. Cloud9 starting to rotate over. You already have 3 with the 4th close by. In net, that decay pushing back just a little bit.
Good stall.
Ha. That was close.
And now 100 Thieves step back. They wait. If they lurk into B, well, you've got Oxy all the way forward.
They're going to re-hit this.
Spike drop.
And the thing is, C9 know it's a re-hit because of where Oxy is.
If Xander can get this kill, the map opens up. But it's an outlaw waiting on the other side, and Oxy's good.
My ult's ready.
Xander gets dropped. Now no choice for 100 Thieves but to go forward.
Give me those.
With Cryo as the tip of the spear, 1 kill is found, yes.
But it's just bait for Vic over in the corner.
That's the second Cryo. Can he find more? 3. Asuna gets another.
And the res now as well off the kill.
Oxy was so far away from the play.
Oxy has been put into a 1-on-3 now. He has a showstopper, but with a wall in his face, with an outlaw in hand.
And Asuna's upgraded a weapon.
Oh,
Not
no.
even allowed to try to get it on equal footing.
He's on a gun hunt and just gets executed. Another eco. It's genuinely unbelievable.
Meanwhile, Cryo is, I say quietly, but that's disingenuous.
Matt, you actually are the greatest player in the world.
Well, Kess said it fairly quietly, but do you want to try saying that a little louder?
29 and 11 from Cryo.
Which translates to the greatest player in the world.
Through 17 rounds. The dude's about to drop 30.
Yeah. And how many of those are with the knives as well? The Blade Storm in the first half, you remember that round where he gets 2 kills before being dragged into the Shadow Realm from Vic.
Right.
And being rezzed to push forward and win out in the clutch. He has been on fire, single-handedly willing this map to be 100 Thieves' way.
And to potentially set the stage for one map to decide who goes home and who advances to fight for their chance at Paris. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
It does not. And this next round is everything. Imi calls the timeout because he knows you can't let 100 Thieves go up to 12. C9's money is completely scuffed, but they have 4 ultimates. This is a round you invest into. This is a round you send everything into. You have to win this to turn things back in your favor. You can't just save these ults and try to win 6 in a row. That's just not going to happen.
And so they buy up around a Guardian, a Stinger, to join alongside the 2 rifles that Vic and Zeppa have. And the ults, as you mentioned, the great equalizers.
Look at this read from 100 Thieves, expecting probably Oxy to be creeping up onto rope, onto top belt. That's not to come this round. And now that it's been long enough, 100 Thieves might even be anticipating that A is going to be the weak side of the map, which it absolutely is for now. The previous times 100 Thieves have scaled up, we've seen EU use his shocks to break out the nanos by Gen.
Deploying drone.
And if those nanos go down, 100 Thieves can beat the timing of C9's rotates to stall out the plant.
EU's drone is the red carpet for Cryo to walk in on.
1 nano broken.
But the pit in play. Alarm bot spotted, and there's the second nano.
Ooh, looking for a forward wall. Asuna changes his mind.
We've seen this before, but it's a different angle this time around. Allowing Cryo to take that backside fight. Trying to section off any flood from spawn. Meanwhile, Mitch, the Hunter's Fury, not finding its mark. They still have to deal with this pit.
100 Thieves are taking their time. Look at mid-tube. Xander has crept up. There's a turret blocking his cross.
Oh my gosh, they're getting out.
100 Thieves have to make heavy noise running out of the A side to cause rotates and allow a timing now for Xander to hear these footsteps and creep forward.
It's a foot race B, and Cloud9 are going to win it. They're already here on site. Xander finds no value.
Disaster. That's a gun upgraded into for C9. They still have ultis on site.
And Mitch with the Sheriff connects.
10 seconds left. They can't even plant the spike. This round is cooked from 100 Thieves.
There's no way in. There's nothing they can do.
Last player standing.
It's a mess.
Again, an eco round from C9. To be fair, they full force into it.
But it was, I mean, it wasn't a fair
full
fight,
buy.
if you
Exactly.
will. Yeah.
And it's 100 Thieves trying to play this macro game to come back into the lurk, but I think ultimately, without pressure coming in bot mid to break that turret, Xander has to make all this noise.
Yeah, nice, AB.
Roxy's just hard holding him.
Oh my God, guys!
4 rounds between the two. The ult's invested, as you mentioned, from Cloud9. Oxy has his rocket back. And again, they're expecting this early aggression from Oxy that has yet to come.
The belt push is a hard read from Zix in the timeout. It's been the wrong one.
They're so concerned at an aggressive push from the defense A.
They are, and this is the problem for 100 Thieves. If they're so concerned about this forward push, the clock starts to be eaten away at.
Right.
And then you get into these late round situations like the previous one where the stall is everything.
Right, and it's not even just the clock you lose, it's map control you're losing too.
Last round, Xander had pressure up in 2, but couldn't convert. This time, he's slow playing B main.
We've seen this hit. We've seen this hit a number of times. Austin drops the slow, but this time the wall's in a different position.
Yeah, planting up top tube to play off site. And they need to away from the showstopper.
There's no way the spam really can connect there. Cryo forward. The Decay will clear things out a little bit, and now the fuse is lit. Oxy satcheling with the rocket in hand. Push-ups onto the second, connects onto Cryo.
This lurk is so far away from Xander, but it's planted for him. He can see it from screen.
He's just got to find the right timing. In the face of the Hunter's Fury, EU on one side, Xander on the other. They've got him boxed in. They've got to connect on the kills, and they do. Mitch sniffs it out, but I don't know that it's going to be enough.
It's already half, though. He's hiding behind the wall, protected
He's gonna stick it
by Vic.
Mitch takes it the whole way. The Red Bull clutch. EU gets his 3, yes, but the round goes the way of Cloud9.
C9 have done it again with the full stick. And it comes after 100 Thieves try for this lurk play, but Xander didn't really have the right gun for it. Couldn't even find impact on the lurk. And this is where the pressure starts to mount.
Starts?
Absolutely.
Just now?
I would say for 100 Thieves, you think about it, they had this big lead, right? They were feeling very comfortable, ready to win the second map. They already had their eyes set on to Corrode. Now losing 4 of the last 5 rounds in a row. Now that lead that was once massive, it was a huge gap. It shrunk, and now they start to think not about map 3, but about not being done here on map 2.
Yeah, how do they close this one out? It's been a ferocious attempt at a comeback from Cloud9. And this is, again, with Cryo at 30 and 13 right now. He's been everything 100 Thieves have needed, but they need more. They need more, and it almost feels unfair to ask, but they need more out from Cryo here.
He's been tasked with so much, and he doesn't have so much support going into the site. It can be hard for him to breach these early lines, especially with how C9 have been mixing it up. And that round just getting destroyed by utility. The showstopper out of Oxy doesn't give Cryo a fair fight.
Here.
What's amazing is that after 100 Thieves hard holding for early aggression for last couple rounds in a row, it's actually out of this timeout that C9 are looking for it.
The dart cleared immediately. And they don't fully send onto it, but they threaten.
100 Thieves want to go strong towards B early on, push net away from the line. Now C9 had been fighting up in B main the last few rounds. They'd had Oxy and Vic here to contest the space. I think Xander had info of that off of his lurk in the previous. And now that they don't actually see anyone, realize, okay, if maybe this A side is the stronger side, we need to go back into here and make sure C9 haven't actually crept up into the forward space.
I mean, they don't really have the util to re-clear it. EU just got his dart back up. And they've given the spike over to Asuna.
What a strange round. 45 seconds left. Cryo is still in B main.
Excuse me, I thought I saw it switch over. It's a Xander who has the spike now, who's one off of his pit. Just grabbed the orb down B.
Okay, so Kess is going to go for a 30-second lockdown fake into A. That's going to be the hope that it sells this. But still, this position all the way back from net. If he can spam away at a planter without a Sage Wall to protect, he can just win the round solo.
And the problem is the lockdown flushes him closer to the rotation. Net tacked up. Xander eats a spit. And now he has the pit.
And with the pit on site, Cloud9 have to find some way back in. That's the first way with net on a kill. Now a drone to try and re-clear. Boombots as well. C9 advance.
Cryo out of the play, forced to sit back and watch as Xander plays around the pit. with a shorty in hand. Vic waiting on the other side, but the shield negates all of it.
It's a Cloud9 classic to get it.
And now Cloud9 can continue to push forward. Yeah, they've gotten this far, but their job's not done. Ascent looking to play spoiler. It's you who's gonna have to do it, and time is relatively short. But Zeppa will get the defuse. With just under 2 seconds left. Cloud9 take another.
It is Vic protecting his planter, pushing forward. Remember that round a few back on A, making that push down in the 2-on-1. He ended up sacrificing himself then, but they got the round win. And that's another one. You got to appreciate, I think, first Vic getting this kill, but then the pathing out of Oxy as well. Satcheling up on top of Yellow, pulling attention towards him while Vic slips around back Yellow.
Nice! Let's go, Vic! Come on now!
And that's not going to have a voice if this were to go to a map 3. So C9 need to finish here.
The chess match has continued. I mean, fully following the tail of the tape. All of this utility A. And that's where 100 Thieves are headed.
And we're in the end game now. C9 win this. The comeback is fully in force. Vic with the kidnap available. Austin of the res. That's the counter.
Shocks to clear the way. The dash backside, Sanders already dealt with. Cryo looking for a fight, but Zeppa trying to hold the line. Gets his 2. Job well done. And the res comes back up. Austin will find some high ground. And he snapped right back down. Cloud9 gets a 10.
C9 just melt 100 Thieves, and that was the round. That was the deal breaker into that. 100 Thieves economy in shambles. And it comes with C9 having a different look on this A site. We've seen them play passive, play offsite, play for the utility. We've seen them show a forward fight before as well. This time it is hiding behind the wall. Ready for 100 Thieves to think they have a free site, and they just get gunned down by Zeppa.
Their playoff woes that have been so well documented. The amount of times they should have done something and couldn't. So far away right now, such a distant memory, and it seems like it fades with every passing second.
Good night, 100 Thieves.
EU left in that 1v4. There's only so much he can do.
We are all tied up. 11 apiece. Now 100 Thieves in a position they put EG in yesterday. The second half comeback in full force against them. 2 rounds to separate a map 3 and the end of their year.
Hey, easy read, easy read. I needed.
Cloud9 bested Lev. They were forced to bend the knee to Sentinels. And for many who know Cloud9's history, you'd expect this is maybe where the story ends. Does not seem like they're done quite yet. That pen still has plenty of ink. And the tale is not done.
100 Thieves can't allow C9 to play their game. 100 Thieves take their time behind the smoke, but C9 are already here, and they have to anticipate this. They have to know, they have to be ready.
Tucked all behind the wall, that Hunter's Fury out for Mitch may cause problems. 100 Thieves with no choice, no option but to go forward, and they find the fights they want.
That is exactly what they needed. Mitch, the only disruptor into the back of sight, but one is all he'll get. 100 Thieves, course correct, they right the ship.
Better late than never, I guess. And barring a 1v3 here from Net, his 100 Thieves will be on map point, but what can Net do here? He's got some time, he's got plenty of money, no reason not to take the fights, and he's gonna get ones, isn't he? Finds them both. Looking to take the fight to Xander, but oh boy. 100 Thieves get to map point.
So 1 round to decide it all here for 100 Thieves. We've seen, I think, them prove in a post plant. They have very comfortable spots, barring the full sticks. but I like their odds if they can get the spike on the ground. And here you see them anticipating C9 heavily fighting over this A space. C9 are doing that again this round. 100 Thieves can't leave any gaps, and it will be up to Cryo once again with the Blade Storm. He has been so on point to force us onto a map 3 here and now.
Get out of my way.
The threat of aggression now gone. And it's Cryo with the trusty blades once more.
This map has been a highlight reel for Cryo.
It's gonna have to add a few more clips though. 32 and 17.
Again, C9 have a player up in B. 4 players on A stacked for this hit.
That decay hurts.
And if 100 Thieves wait too much longer, Zeppa's gonna have a lockdown. That's gonna start to disrupt the hit. 100 Thieves need to get in now.
They've posted up 410. Now into the swing they go. Cryo gets his first EU.
Spike down.
Trades back. And now they're forced to play behind the wall. Zeppa pops the ult. EU pushing the pace, trying to get a little bit further, but has to call it quits, has to get out. Zeppa and Net, the two that remain. It's a 2v2 now. Hunter's Fury, looking for madness, looking for chaos. Zeppa trying to dash away, stays alive.
It's desperation from EU, but Cryo is still alive. 30 seconds on the clock. 2 on 2, making it 2 on 1.
It falls onto Net's hands to keep this map alive. Spots one, looking for the cross on the second.
Not enough fuel.
The smoke will provide a little bit of cover. Net gets his one. Goes all two. The Red Bull clutch, and we're far from done.
Net turns to the crowd for support. He knows what he's done. He has just shattered the dreams of 100 Thieves fans. We are tied up. We are going to overtime. Off the back of Net. You remember back to the pistol. He called out, he matched his kills from Haven. He was a non-factor in map 1, but he is the factor in C9 having a chance to tow 2-0.
Crumbling in so many playoff runs prior to this one. Crumbling when the pressure seemed too great. But Cloud9 respond.
Poison's off.
Cloud9 struggled on their attack. That's going to be the problem point they have to fix here in OT. So far, I don't really know what that means other than a double lurk into mid. When they were able to break apart some of the Killjoy utility in mid, activate into these lurks, you think of the Sheriff round where they just got 3 kills in mid unassisted. That was the deal breaker. That seems to be the game plan.
That's the area of the map they're looking to explore. They can hear the alarm bot. Does he try to smoke it off and then play around it? No.
Well, this is awkward. Now C9 can't go back into B. They're forced up into A where there's 3 players ready. Austin had already used the wall, so that's not going to be an issue.
That turret.
What?
Spotting Zeppa. And so now again, a little bit less room to control.
But Cryo hid behind the corner, and now he's here for the wall. Cryo kills them all! Unloads an extra bit of lead into the bodies too.
Now 100 Thieves, the defenses that are here have to find a way to make this work. The decay is good. Mitch and Oxy cracking the site wide open.
And now the spike's been planted. Now the lurk activates from Xander.
Remember their attack side woes. They find a way back into this. Mitch
timing.
Reloading. Back into the fight. Xander falls. Even Cryo. It's all Cryo now. The final boss from 100 Thieves. Forced to fight into 3. Takes the rope. Vic is there lying in wait. Cloud9 series point.
The fact that Cloud9 have battled back through a difficult second half, strung together these rounds, and then in a 3-on-5, after Cryo kills both mid lurks. Oxy and Vic tearing apart this A site. And this is a map where Cryo has 35 kills. They claim to have 100 Thieves. I'm only seeing 1 right now. The rest of the squad needs to step up behind Cryo. Their year depends on it.
What's the call for 100 Thieves on the other side of this? What's the call out from Zix on the other side of this? How deep does the playbook go when, as you just said, the year is in the balance?
100 Thieves, when they were able to get into forward post plants, found so much success. The objective they have to be able to clear is these forward fights from Cloud9. When C9 switched things up and started fighting to the death on the A site, that's when things spun out of control for 100 Thieves. So I think starting in A main early is the right call. Try and figure out which of the 3 looks C9 is going to have. Is it the forward hold? Is it the trap on site, or is it playing off-site Raptors for utility? This round it will be on site. This is the best look C9 showed on this site. Zix has to have an answer.
Expecting aggression once more.
But it's never come for them.
No.
But it's just their default, making sure that that forward space can't be taken. And as a matter of fact, C9 have abandoned the site. The difference is, usually when they play this way, Oxy wasn't playing mid, he was playing B main, so he can get a fast rotate over. That means paint shells onto a potential planter. That means quick reactions from C9.
I mean, the paint shells, the vulnerable from Vic, a couple of spits perhaps, the shocks.
This site hit, this A site and the post for 100 Thieves' year.
They're on their last lives. Where's the execution? What's the call? There it is.
Cryo's down! Raid bot's gone!
Cloud9 in a position to steal this thing away, to put them down! It's all EU and Kess now! And Vic's already on the tap. He's gotten it to half. EU can't do anything.
It's the new kid!
The rookie in the face of 4 will fall! Cloud9 give the finger to history! Their story is not done yet! Cloud9 advance!
This is the Cloud9 that was promised in playoffs. Net is cool with it. Jumping up and down. Elated. Fighting hard through that second half. C9 managed this one in 2. And what it means for the Thieves is another disappointment. Falling down in the face of these 5 players on your screen.
With 35 from Cryo. But man, what a performance from Cloud9. They took the best possible shot 100 Thieves had to offer.
The pure determination to fight back in that second half. Down 8-4 at the start. Getting creative in their holds. Setting up Oxy and Net in such important ways. And from full diffuses onto the spike, multiple eco rounds going C9's way. Remember that first half, they probably shouldn't even had 4 rounds. More than half of them were on pistols.
Yeah, yep.
But it was those rounds that were the difference.
Once again, it wasn't pretty, but it doesn't ever seem to have to be for Cloud9 for them to convert this. You highlighted Net for as much as he struggled on map 1, and he struggled. Holy smokes, what a hero.
It was that 1v2. Remember, this is a 12-11 game for 100 Thieves to force us onto map 3.
Yeah.
And it's Net in a 1-on-2 to bring it through.
Out of his seat so often, and for good reason.
Look at them, just bouncing up and down. You'll never see anything like it. He knows what he just did.
And so the thing about playoff runs like this, particularly in the lower bracket, is that anybody can catch fire. Nothing is safe. Nothing is secure. And for Cloud9, that adventure, that journey will continue with NRG lying in wait. For the very last time this weekend, let's send it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Zeppa.
Thank you so much, Ender and Doug. Zeppa, can we call the curse officially broken?
For sure not. We need to qualify for that curse to be gone, but I don't believe a curse, so that's all you.
Oh, my bad. But I mean, talk about this performance we are having from C9. You know, we've had this narrative since the beginning of the year, since 2020, beginning of 2025, that you guys couldn't figure out playoffs. You had an incredible group stage, but just couldn't get it done in playoffs. talk about tenacity. Talk about just a rebirth of your team, Zeppa. Net standing up. I don't know if the broadcast caught it, but you all screaming and hugging and jumping each other at the very end, winning that game. You all know you are looking the best you have ever looked, correct?
For sure. I mean, Michael is definitely, to me, he's been like the heart and soul of the team. And, you know, I feel like once he found that footing and started hyping us up, I feel like that's the reason why we get this run, and we have this run right now. And honestly, he is the heart and soul. And I credit to him this whole last 3 playoffs. Without him, we wouldn't be here for sure.
I mean, I think you've proved so many people wrong, right? I think so many people come in like, oh, it's the Cloud9 playoff curse, whatever it may be. When I spoke to Jack in the group stage, he said he really looked forward to changing that narrative. Before the group stage, before playoffs, during the group stage, how did you feel? What was going into playoffs? What was the idea? Were you nervous? Were you like, oh man, it's the playoffs. Once again, we're gonna choke.
Honestly, I didn't feel nervous the first 2 games. I'll be honest, the first maybe of this match, the first few rounds of this match, I'm more nervous than I have been the last 4 matches. But obviously we pulled through the first map, and you know, I feel like once we won that first map coming in, I think we knew we won the series, and I mean, it showed.
And speaking of kind of that confidence, Net said that, you know, from the beginning, from your practicing, even I heard in the offseason, you did not stop. You took no breaks. You worked every single day, and that's where that confidence comes from. You will be facing NRG next, who just looked fantastic against Leviathan. Obviously, you don't have time to VOD review right now or anything like that, but going just kind of a temp check right now, how do you feel about facing NRG as one of the last hurdles for you in Stage 2?
I think the last time I was here, in the sense where qualifying for an event, was in 2023, and of course it was NRG who took us down and stopped us from qualifying, so it is a good rematch, good story for sure. I mean, there's no other team I would rather play than NRG to qualify and make the event, so I'm excited.
You avoided the word revenge. Is it a revenge match?
Oh, I mean, if that's what the people want to hear, for sure.
All right, love it. Guys, give it up for Zeppa. But we have match point with Vic and Oxy.
Oh, and the Cloud9 happiness continues. Oh, he made it just in time. Look at him go. Oxy's here. We got Vic and Oxy joining me now. Oxy, how you doing? I'm going to give you a second. You might be a little out of breath real fast. You got to run back and forth to the bathroom. It's all good. Vic, I'll start with you, my man. What a game that was. We were just talking about when that comeback was starting to happen. When you guys were picking up those rounds, was the vibe in the team nah, boys, we got this.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were all believing in the comeback.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie, I think after the first half, even Oxy can admit, I was over. I was over that map. I was ready to go to map 3. I was like, Jesus Christ.
You were dooming on the server
I was like,
already?
Jesus Christ, we are losing everything.
Oh, no.
And I wasn't playing very well, so I was very upset with that. But
yeah.
I'm glad we got to come back.
I just want to ask you guys real quick about Net, just because this playoffs, I have seen him really come into his own. And is he always vocal like that with you guys in practice and stuff?
Yeah, he always is a very, very vocal person, I guess.
Okay.
And I guess you gotta get him intertwined this year.
Like Okeanos just brought something out in him. Man,
Yeah. He just, and I felt like this playoffs, it really it hit him, you know?
Yeah.
He really came into his person.
Do you feel that energy from him as well?
Yes, and I'm feeding off of it. Hey, trust me, I'm standing up with them.
Yeah, no, I love it, man. I mean, the Cloud9 story has really been one that's been super fun to follow, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, well, look. Fellas, you know me. I like to play some games, like to have some fun. This time around, we're going to keep it chill, okay? Because I think we all can agree that the internet sucks, right? It's a cesspool of just negativity and rage bait, as Bren likes to say. But we want to try and change the narrative a little bit. We want to highlight some of the nice and positive things that the fans had said, and we figured that you guys could read them and have fun with it. And that's literally it. I swear to you, there are no other gimmicks.
Oh, wow.
You're just chilling and reading stuff. That's it. So we'll start first with Oxy. This one's from Enton. Here you go. This is for you. And
I just read it off?
Yeah, and then Vic, you read the second one. But go for it first, Oxy.
From Enton on Twitter, Enton420. LFT Oxy, I need to drop 70 on these guys. I want y'all on champs for real. Hey, that's what I need right here. This is what I need. Everyone in playoffs, even all the streamers. Oh, C9 this in playoffs. Hey, we're here to play now. We got one more game against NRG.
Love it. I love the energy. All right, Vic, hit us with the second.
At ToriMC06, Oxy and Vic, you are my goats. Net, keep playing like a beast and keep the energy up. Mitch, you're a legend. Keep it steady, and Zeppa, keep being the IGL. IGL my dreams. C9 win, baby.
Okay, IGL of their dreams, maybe. You know, that could be the case there. Mitch has been incredible, by the way. How's it been with his and calls and stuff like that on the server? Because it feels like he's hitting it. He's on the flow.
It's been great. Not only his calls have been great, but he's been performing out of his mind. I think if players are having rough patches, like myself on Icebox, he's there calling, he's there shooting, and he gives confidence to all of us. So big praises to Mitch.
And that's Sky. I love the Sky. I'm a big fan of it. All right, Vic, we got another one for you here, buddy. There you go.
Epic fail _909. Vic, you are incredible. Need to see the duelist pick again.
Ooh.
Well, you got to see it.
You got to see it. We got to see it. Love it, love it. Okay, let's see. Who's this? This one, Oxy, we'll just give this one to you.
All right, let me see. From Moon. Seeing what I assume is close to prime Oxy has been a treat to watch. Keep it up, my goat. Thank you, thank you. I will say, though, I'm not close to my prime yet. Maybe a couple more years.
Okay. Hey, man. I've always told you this so many times, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you do now, what you do next year, what you do the year after that, because you're a beast, bro. Vic, read this one. That one's fun.
All right. At 2dog. Whenever I hear Ian and me speak about his players, it sounds like his favorite uncle who really wants his best for his kids, yet is disappointed in their life choices. What does that mean?
Well, you know, he does give off disappointed uncle energy from time to time, so I can't see where they're coming from there.
That's actually like a perfect representation, I would say.
Well, also too, it takes me back to when you were, you know, the spelling bee of. What is it again, Oxy? Was it
I'm smarter than a 5th grader.
Potentile.
Potentile.
Okay, listen. I swear I swear, I spelled it correctly, but they were like egging me on, so I had to switch the spelling, and then I messed it up.
See, it was their fault.
Yeah, it was their fault.
It was their fault. It was their fault. All right, Oxy, last one's for you. What are you going to say, Vic? Sorry.
So you crack under pressure.
No,
You got a big game next week. Hopefully you can spell potential then.
All right, from R.A. Bolt. C9 my goats. If you have 100 fans, I am one of them. I'm gonna keep rooting for y'all. I literally yesterday signed a contract with the Demon saying y'all would win playoffs and qualify for champs if I gave my soul away. Best deal of my life?
I mean,
you know what?
Respect.
I wouldn't say respect, but like, Jesus, that's crazy.
Anything to qualify, I'm down.
Anything to qualify,
Mephisto rolls up and says, you want one thing, what do you want? And the guy says, Cloud9 and champs. You can pick whatever you want.
Crazy. That's a crazy thing to say.
I respect the hustle. I respect the hustle. All right, guys. Well, the first week of playoffs is in the books, so let's go ahead and see how things break down, because we're down to our final 4 freaking teams. And you got Sentinels and G2 at the top of the bracket, but my eyes are fixated on C9 NRG, because that matchup could very well, I believe it will, qualify you to champs.
Yep.
Did you get a chance to watch NRG today, and also throughout these playoffs, Vic? What do you think? What do you make of them?
Yeah, I watched today in general. I think they've been looking good. I think coming into playoffs, I kind of knew we were the top 4 teams. NRG, C9, Sen, and G2.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. It's kind of like an MXS storyline from last year. I get to play against Mata and Brock again.
Yeah.
And we started the year with energy, and I mean, we can end the year with energy, so
it's
kind of ironic.
Ooh, I like that. Oxy, what about you, buddy?
I mean, honestly, I'm just watching NRG, and all I see is Brock with an Odin and Mata with an up every single time. And
up crutch, Odin crutch.
Yeah, up crutch, Odin crutch, and that's all I'm gonna say. That's all.
Okay, I love that, fellas. As always, it's a pleasure to have you guys here and chat with me and stuff. Of course, we're gonna be back here on Friday with the upper bracket final, Sentinels versus G2, and then it's gonna be the lower semifinal for, as we mentioned before, that final spot at Champions Paris. NRG, Cloud9. You love to see it, folks. Vic, Oxy, thank you so much. As always, you guys are awesome, and I'm so proud of you guys. Actually, just stand up. Screw it. Let's stand up. That's the end of our show, folks. We'll catch you guys next week. For now, it's your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Good stuff, fellas.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Well done. Well done.
The pressure is mounting for both of these teams now. Another elimination match, and pressure continues to mount for the rookies. The most pressure they've felt of all for both sides here coming into this game. They have the two-door look, still keeping the crossfire. They're not going to actually close it. They're going to make it feel awkward. Oh my gosh, turning back and forth. They clean up a lot of the members of Lev, but Calm. Oh, no, he did it!
No, you did not do that.
Stop. All right, cut the tape. trying to double face here for a moment. They get the angle onto Com. How many more are going to face, though? How many more? Ethan gets another shot, gets the Phantom pickup. Ethan with a 4K and the finalizer on Ascent for NRG. They know they're deep into sight with that peek. Mata just needs a quick flick onto Sato to get a jet diff on that one, and Scuba's there to answer. They're just moving forward, picking Lev apart. They answer the middle. It's just holding W for NRG. Fake dash, kind of. They want to get the commitment out of the backside, and they're just going to have shots everywhere. Wait a minute. NRG will take the win in 2 and eliminate Leviathan.